Y'all need more time.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to start today's meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Mayor Pro Tem Branch, could you lead us, please?
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Councilmember Melton is in court today, but will be here sooner, but he is excused and absent for now. And we're going to start today's meeting with a little bit of fun, celebrating 50 years of hip-hop. We all went to the celebration the other night, on Saturday night. Lots of people there. It was a good time. But now we have a proclamation that we'll be awarding. Okay, all the friends from court. Ernie, that smile on your face hasn't left. You've been having the best time. Could you all come over here, please? Okay, so you're... Okay, and then Brian Dawson, he's not here, okay. Okay. I'm going to ask afterwards for you to each introduce yourself and say a couple of words what this meant to you, but here's the proclamation. Whereas at a 1973 back-to-school jam set in the Bronx, New York, the crowd saw the debut of DJ Kool's unique style of combining rapping, disc jockey, DJ, and master of ceremonies duties into a blend that would come to be known throughout the world as hip-hop. Whereas hip-hop continues many aspects of African-American entertainment, such as music, art, fashion, and dance, the combination of which has created its own culture. And whereas hip-hop culture is an original American creation that has grown and spread throughout the country, transforming itself with new variations, incorporating and reflecting a wide range of local and regional styles, this was also known as the New Great Migration. And whereas the artists and supporters of hip-hop, originally of African-American heritage, now transcend location, age, religion, ethnicity, political affiliation, and socioeconomic status, bringing people together and having a positive effect on society. And whereas the culture of hip hop generates opportunities for employment, inspiration for the arts, entertainment and joy, charitable acts, and an inclusive environment. And whereas the city of Raleigh is honored to share this history and celebrate all the many achievements made through this unique and impactful culture known as hip hop. Now, therefore, do I, Mary Ann Baldwin, Mayor of the City of Raleigh, offer this day of celebration in appreciation of 50 years of hip hop. Thank you so much. And I have proclamations. Ernie, I'm going to let you start representing the City Museum, if you would.
Yeah, it was just, we appreciate the city's support for this festival, the street festival and the sneaker ball. And throughout the day, it was such a positive experience that brought the community together. And it was just an honor to celebrate with the community and share with them this cultural legacy and to support those who support us at the museum. So thank you.
Just introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Michael Williams, DJ DVS. I've been in the market all my life. I'm from Raleigh. Saturday was a beautiful event to celebrate hip hop, just seeing everybody get together, and I'm glad Raleigh did this for us, and thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And here's a proclamation recognizing all your work.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. And this guy here, Grady, why don't you come up and say a few words?
Madam Mayor, City Council, I just want to say thank you for your support. This weekend we have seen an extraordinary event. We had multiple events that celebrated hip hop as well as our culture. Music is the ultimate unifier, and the City of Raleigh did an extraordinary job to showcase how we can do things in A1 fashion. So thank you again for everything, and we'll see y'all next year.
Talk about the festival.
So I was asked to talk about the festival a little bit. So we had multiple events. Started off with a symposium that gave those that were our pioneers the opportunity to come and speak to the public about their own experience. We led up to a block party where we had thousands of people outside Fayetteville Street. We had everything from a car show to teach us about gosh, just that quick. DJ 101. There you go, DJ 1. You should have started scratching with me. As well as multiple areas of culture. And it was just an unbelievable, extraordinary event. And it led up to our red carpet opportunity where we were in style, came down a red carpet. We were dressed, ready to look great in our sneakers to celebrate our 50 years of hip hop music. And we wanted to honor our pioneers that were a part of it. So gentlemen like DVS and our other folks, other DJs, other rappers, we brought young people in, old people, and the photos are phenomenal. What you would, if you get an opportunity to go to the Friends of the City of Raleigh Museum, you'll see all of what Raleigh is truly representing. You've seen every culture. You saw, everything from gay to straight. You saw every generation there celebrating music. And it was something that Raleigh should be truly proud of because there was truly a labor of love. We had over 100 volunteers. We also had private organizations that did sponsor us, as well as our city council provided us with income as well. And we gave the opportunity for leaders to recognize our legacy winners. So overall, it was a wonderful opportunity, and we're just grateful that we live in a city and work in a city that is sincere about community engagement and finding new ways to get in front of our public. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Thank you so much.
More to this point, I just want to say, I unfortunately missed the festival because Councilmember Harrison and I were in Germany. But I just want to say that the impact of hip hop is worldwide. When we were in Germany, we attended several things that were like, it's 50 years of hip hop, it's international hip hop. So it was so great to be able to see the pictures from over the weekend and feel that community that is worldwide. So thanks again, you guys.
Okay, next we have our, this isn't quite as much fun, but the consent agenda. Would someone, one item has been pulled, D2. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the remainder?
Move for approval.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous, Clerk. Councilmember Patton, you have pulled D2.
Yeah, thanks. So I pulled this item. This is a refresh of a list of employees who are exempted from seeking action through the civil service. And I wondered if we could hear from HR staff around like who is exempted, why this list needs updating, et cetera, et cetera.
Good afternoon, council members, city manager, city attorney. The list that we brought forward is the list of positions that are exempt from the Civil Service Act. And the last time that list was exempted was reviewed was in 2019. And at this process or juncture, HR is in the process of going through an election for the Civil Service Commission. We have an individual that is on the seat that is elected by employees that will be expiring soon, that his term will be ending. And so as part of that, we have to make sure that we have an up-to-date list of all the employees that are exempt from the Civil Service Act that will not be able to vote in that election.
Thanks for the overview. So for me, worker protections are really important, and I have I'm looking through a lens of making sure that as many employees that for the city of Raleigh as possible have access to the Civil Service Commission if they should ever need it. And I understand that like going to the civil service is a pretty far progression of a grievance process, and there's a lot that can be done internally before that. But from the perspective of giving our workers as many rights as we possibly can, it worries me to make this list longer. So after lots of conversation and studying, what I would love is if this could be brought back to us September 5th with guide. I know this is, if I understand correctly, there's state statute, and then there's a little bit of city policy that defines the definitions of roles where the titles that we might use for position, have to map over what the state statute interprets. And so I wonder if we can see this back before us on September 5th with some guidance from our city attorney's office and from HR staff about where there might be opportunities to, what, if any, possibilities are there to modify, revise the definitions.
Certainly, we can look at that issue. There are limits. There is a 1981 session law that specifically says that department head, division heads, and their immediate secretaries are exempt from the Civil Service Act, and so that's set by the General Assembly. There's a city policy, 300-1A, that does define who a division head is, and certainly we can work with HR to insert clarifying language to make it clear about what level of responsibility that type of role has now. That definition does exist in our policies to give HR guidance and has been consistent since at least 1995, to my knowledge, about how HR has dealt with that issue, and since 2017, since this policy came into place.
Okay. I think that immediate secretaries piece is the one that I think it creates a fairly broad view of which employees can be caught. So I think that's the part that's like flagging for me.
Certainly, we can look at that. The Act itself is specific about having, in the language of the Act, it's 1981 language, so it does say they're immediate secretaries, and we can certainly look at what that entails, those clerical duties that respond to those policy-making decisions. We can certainly come back with some language.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to ditto and echo Councilmember Patton's thoughts on it. And I really appreciate HR sitting with us and helping explain that. I do want to uplift the fact that as council, we do see these agendas just 4 days before we come. So we see them just when the public does. And it wasn't enough time for me to digest all the implications, which is why I think it's important to bring it back so we can have a deeper discussion, so I can better understand and can better explain moving forward what these changes would do. So thank you so much.
Okay. So we need a motion to
Yes.
defer this.
Yeah, so my
please.
motion would be to defer this and see it again on September 5th with any guidance from the legal team in HR about what revision opportunities that might be possible.
Second. All in favor?
I have one question first. As far as this employees vote, when do they vote?
Well, that would delay the election because we have to have an up-to-date list because the people that are on the list are exempt from voting in that election. So due to that, we would not be able to move forward with the election until this list has been approved by council. So that will delay. The person that's in the current seat will continue to act in that capacity until we have another nomination and another person is elected to sit on the commission.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Cool. So, still
All
a
in
motion.
favor? Aye. Okay. Anyone opposed? Okay. Clerk. All right, now, public comment. Couple of things. Luke, would you mind just telling everybody how we're going to do this? I know there are some people who have some needs, so instead of having them come up to the podium, can you kind of explain how we're going to work this today?
Yeah, so basically people with accessibility needs, when your name is called for public comment, just raise your hand and we'll make sure a mic gets to you. If you're available to make your way to the podium, just make your way to the podium. And we'll have one person with a mic on each side of the aisle.
Okay. And also, there seems to be some consensus among council due to the number of people. I think we have 58 people who have signed up. There seems to be some consensus to ask that you limit your comments to 2 minutes. So we will set the timer for the 2-minute mark and go from there.
Did we need to take a vote on that?
It's at the discretion of, now if you want to change it, you can make a motion.
I would like to make a motion for 3 minutes as we guaranteed in the spring.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Motion, anybody, and opposed? Okay, motion fails. Thank you. We are going to start with Miss Octavia Rainey. Next would be Lisa Huguet. Lisa, if you could come on up.
Okay, here we go. I only have 2 minutes. So, here I go. I want to start by saying, in 1949, Congress created the urban...
Octavia, could you bring the,
Okay.
yeah, we can't hear you.
Okay. 2 minutes. In 1949, Congress created the Urban Renewal Act, but they had problems with that act in North Carolina. So, in 1958, the General Assembly came in and did a Renewable Workable Act that enabled Raleigh to do the urban renewal areas. As you can see, I put up here first the Raleigh Redevelopment Commission, which was authorized in 1958. Then to the next, I have all of Raleigh City Council. So I'm gonna start with John Winters. When John Winters was elected, that was after the Raleigh Redevelopment Commission was started. That started Fourth Ward. Then I'm gonna skip to Clarence Leitner to Southside. Southside is very important because Southside was an all-black area which had 3,200 votes. It was a powerful area, and it sent blacks to the Raleigh City Council. No doubt about it. No doubt about that. As they began to tear, destroy. They destroyed Fourth Ward. They destroyed it. They took out 4 churches, families, housing, everything. Everything. The city of Raleigh owes Fourth Ward. There's some of South Side, the first public hearing. The next is pictures of Fourth Ward. Then the next is pictures that was provided to me by evangelist Clara Meekins. The city of Raleigh. You may have celebrated hip hop, but let me tell you something. You're a long way from hip hop. You have got to recognize. You have got to recognize. Fourth Ward is very important. I would like to thank Jane for stepping up to the plate. All the other ones did not talk about Fourth
Thank
Ward.
you, Ms. Rainey.
Thank you, Jane. But the city has got to do better.
Octavia, I was expecting you to recognize, too, that today was Clarence Lechner's birthday.
Well, I have time.
So come back up and wish him a happy birthday.
Yeah, and to Mayor Clarence Lightner, happy birthday. But
Thank
you
you.
didn't give me time. I was going to say that in the end.
Thank you. Lisa? Is Lisa Huguet here? Okay. Andrea Fennell? Chris Crew?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. On last Friday, I delivered a letter personally to each of you, to the RHDC, and to the City Planning Commission. So I would like to read that letter into the record, please, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, the Board of Directors of the Society for the Preservation of Historic Oakwood wish to express concerns about the potential impact of certain proposed zoning changes associated with Raleigh's Transportation Overlay District. Over the past year, the Society has hosted and participated in a number of public outreach and input sessions and opportunities for Society members, local government officials, and our neighbors in the surrounding established neighborhoods, including Idlewild, Longview, College Park, and Hungry Neck. Consensus built at these events suggests that almost everyone supports the growth and development of Raleigh and is in favor of establishing modern, efficient, and effective public transportation and affordable, environmentally friendly housing opportunities. There are, however, grave concerns about the unadvertised potential impacts of changes to the zoning laid out in the comprehensive plan and the Unified Development Ordinance, both of which were carefully crafted based on considerable public input from a broad cross-section of stakeholders. Our concern is that the outcome of the TOD zoning changes have been presented as a sure thing, bringing only the best to the city, its property owners, investors, and residents. We believe that hidden in the glare of the shiny promise are certain foreseeable outcomes, including the loss of irreplaceable historic resources, strong neighborhood identities, generational wealth, and culture 2 centuries in the making. It is clear that the groundwork for both the BRT and TOD zoning changes were accomplished during the recent worldwide coronavirus pandemic. Much of the activity and decision-making took place behind closed doors and without robust opportunity for stakeholder input. Very little evidence that the limited input received has been reflected in the current proposals. We believe, thank you, you have this letter in your files. Please read it.
Got that? Curtis Johnson, followed by Stephen Skordinski.
Hey, good evening, Councilor. I'm Curtis Johnson. I've been here numerous times, which the mayor said, last time I was here told a police officer to talk to me, so I would stop wasting my time coming before the council. But I have clearly asked them to put some information up on the board concerning, I called Raleigh Police Department to defuse a situation that I was in with a female, and to my surprise, when the police got there, the police obstructed justice in the way, in fact, of they didn't follow any of the city rules and of their own, which I asked to be posted on the board. I don't see any of that, which I have here, but I signed a trespass against this person, and the police officers, they violated the due process order totally. This woman was never even taken to jail before a magistrate to face her day in court to have the. But I was taken to jail and arrested, you know, and I have never, up until now, have even had one document from the city of Raleigh Police Department acknowledging the wrongdoings. No relief from them. I went to CCBI and called them to come fingerprint my home, which the officers refused to do. And I think my thoughts are they were trying to cover up the wrongs. They wouldn't even call CCBI. CCBI told me that they don't come out if a citizen wants them to come out. They only come out if requested by the police department. And I am here today asking the mayor, the city of Raleigh Police Department to actually, I want these police officers to be held accountable, and I want this to stop in this community, because if they did it to me, how many others that are wrongly taken to jail and justice is not given? And every citizen should be given the same rights as any. Thanks for letting me share.
Stephen Kordinsky. Is Stephen here? Okay, Nathan Spencer.
Good afternoon. Y'all got to me faster than I thought, which is great because I got pick up at 2. None of you know what that's like, do you? Anyway, thank you all for hearing me today. I am standing before you because I am stepping down as Wake Up Wake County's executive director on September 1st, and I wanted to take the opportunity to thank each and every one of you. While I will be transitioning and wearing a new hat and definitely probably in front of you in different roles, I have really had the opportunity to do great work with Wake Up and work with a great group of people such as yourselves that hear us out and understand and have the passion. While we might not always agree about some of the ways to get things done, you all have a love for this city and a love for this region, and it is something that I very much appreciate, and I've appreciated working with you and your predecessors and really just continuing this work. I hope that you all keep on it. We're growing, and that's not going to stop. We have to find ways to continue doing this, but for 2 decades, Wake Up has been here to help, and it will continue to be here. I'm ensuring that there will be people in place to keep that going, and you will continue to hear from them, and the team is wonderful, and I'm very proud of what's coming. So thank you very much, and thank you for your partnership over the years.
Thank you for your service, Nathan. Appreciate it. Next is Adam Mason. Adam, are you, okay.
Good afternoon. It's Adam Mason, manager at the AAA Taxi Company. Well, we have this new Go Raleigh Access software that came out that since it started on the 1st has left people stranded, handicapped people, disabled. It's been ridiculous. I'm a 75-year-old in a wheelchair, left dialysis 5 hours, and I picked her up. She was waiting for 3.5 hours after the 4.5-hour dialysis treatment. Go Raleigh's Ecoline program it rolled out without any trial and error. It is completely the app that they have basically is actually tracking you even when you're not using the app as a driver. And it also, the trips would just show up today, 5 minutes later it would disappear. You call and ask them, they don't know what happened either. This is a new software, just started for the big city of Raleigh. Also, the pay rate, they're not paying us taxi cab ordinance prices. They're paying us pennies, 12 cents. The ordinance is $1.95, $2.50 a mile, 25 cents each tenth of a mile. We're not getting that. That's just basically on that part. You're gonna hear from probably half of this audience, they all having issues with it, but the last 15 days, my blood pressure been through the roof. All right. Also, on another note, the Taxi Cab Association have not had an increase in over 12 to 15 years. So we are requesting from $195 initial start to $350 initial and $3 a mile. Insurance went through the roof as well. They approved another increase in December. Our gas has gone up, as you see, every day from $3 this beginning of the month to now it's $3.67. Maintenance, we put our car in the shop. They don't know when they're going to get the parts for it. We're in a we don't know what to do type thing. We're trying to help the city and the elderly and the handicapped. But this system, I think it was rolled out prematurely. It was not evaluated before anything. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, Adam, thank you. Okay. Lauren Johnson. Is Lauren here? Okay, Ruthie Davis. Ruthie Davis here? Could we have a microphone? Hey, Luke.
First of all, I would just like to say, I thank you for letting me speak today. I really appreciate it. Okay, can everybody hear me now? Okay, thank you. I was born and raised on the South Side, and I was born in 1949. I was born in 1949, and I was raised in the 4th Ward. And when I became an adult, I moved away to Pennsylvania. And then when I come back home, I mean, the South Side is like, 4th Ward is like, it's gone. And I have children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and I would love for them to have seen where I grew up at, you know, something. So I just want to, you know, maybe we can have something to, you know, to show them where, you know, my neighborhood where I grew up at, it's not the same. It's just not the same. And I just appreciate you all listening to me today. Thank you very much.
Amen. Ruthie, thank you for sharing your story. We have your contact information. You might want to follow up as we start this conversation. Okay, Rosa Rand and Tony Rand, also speaking on 4th Road. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Rosa Rand. I am 4th Ward. I was born at 631 Cannon Street before integration. My grandmother's house was right next to apartments, and we had to go down the street because we couldn't go into a white area. Today, I stand here, like I said, I wanted to talk about what 4th Ward had meant. This is a resolution that we, meaning the South Side community, 4th Ward community, created because those people who grew up in our community were a village, and we don't ever want to forget them. It breaks my heart now when I go through Dorothea Drive. I lived at 610 Dorothea Drive for many, many years. I know a lot of people did not value the people from Southside, 4th Ward, but I just wanted to let you know that that little church that's on the corner of Lenore and South Saunders Street is my home church. I remember going to that little church as a girl, and I'm hoping that with the renewal that that church will be spared. It is historic. I hope that it will be remodeled and included rather than destroyed. We've lost enough. It takes a village, and back then I want you to know that I didn't know just the people who lived next door to me. I knew the whole community. Grape Street, Battle Street, Lenore Street, West Street, that was home. Dorothea Dix was also home. There was a creek that separated us, and we used to go to Easter egg hunts there, play on that ground, and were recognized. If you've never been to Dorothea Dix Hill and sledded when it snowed, we ask that you our community and give us a historic marker. Thank you for listening, and have a blessed day.
Could you share with us that resolution? Could you share the resolution with the clerk? Could you can you give that to her so we can?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And is Tony here?
No, these are just notes. Okay. I'm a teacher, so of course I have to be prepared. Tony will be right back. She parked in the wrong place and had to.
Okay. When she comes back in, just signal me, and so, okay.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story. Barbara Yates Jones. Sure.
My name is Barbara Yates Jones. Okay, now? And I'm from Southside too, fourth ward, and I was raised up there. I come from a family of 14, and we had to walk down the street to Washington High School, and then we didn't have, everything was dirt roads and everything. In the little house we lived in, and the people were real nice. The neighbors took care of each one of us. Somebody don't be home, going to work, this or that. We couldn't afford babysitters and this and that. Our parents weren't qualified to have that much money to do that kind of. I can't get together, nevertheless. I'm just speaking for fourth ward. I hope in the near future that y'all could fix something up for us. And I don't know what else to say.
May I take her extra minute? Thank you anyway. Washington School is also historic, and the ball field. We used to walk through that ball field as a family, not just my family, but all the kids. We knew one another. We knew everybody, the dogs, the cats. I beg you to revitalize, and for us that means giving us some kind of sign, some kind of historic marker. My son does not know South Side from 4th Ward, but I have to tell him 4th Ward came first. I've never been ashamed of where I come from. I considered it a blessing because all the people around me fed into us and made us do the right thing and to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're done. Okay.
Okay, William Massey. Do you want to?
Thank you. Madam Mayor and council members, I'm actually not here to criticize the Go Raleigh Access Program, but I am here to express some concern about the safety issues involved right now with the new system. A little louder, okay? Yeah, okay, thanks. A week ago today, I had a ride scheduled to pick me up at the Pullen Park Community Center at 12:15. At 12 o'clock, our meeting was over early, so I went outside so the driver wouldn't have to wait. 3 hours and 12 minutes later, I finally got a ride after 4 calls to the dispatcher, each time promising me a ride and telling me that the driver had been to pick me up and I wasn't there. I assured her I was there, only to find out after 3 hours and 12 minutes that they had the wrong address. Now, at no time did the driver call and ask me, and at no time did the dispatcher check the address. So my concern about that is not the discomfort of being in the parking lot in the sun for 3 hours and 12 minutes, but not all blind 80-year-olds are in as good a health and shape as I'm in. And that could have been a serious issue. Now, that was the extent of my complaint until my ride here this morning when I was picked up at 11, when I was supposed to be picked up at 12:15, told that I needed to go now because we had to pick up 2 other people. We rode around for 2 hours, never finding the address of either of the other people. Finally, the dispatcher told him to just bring me to the meeting. So that was just on top of what happened a week ago. So anyway, I hope this gets straightened out soon, and I'm confident that it will. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate you sharing that, and we're sorry that that has been the experience of so many of you. Jeffrey Menko.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Councilman, for listening to me. I'm also part of City of Raleigh Transportation. I want to say thank you for that transportation service that you guys offer for the people with the disabilities. So I've been with them for over 15 years, and we're the same taxi company, and the taxi companies that each of us are with for so long, they know us, they recognize us, they know what we look like. And now with this new system, there's over an hour wait time if you can even get to them. There is a 1 hour delay, so if they take me to the pharmacy, they used to be going through the drive-through and headed back home. Now they drop me off. I have to wait there an hour before they'll pick me up. If they pick me up within an hour, sometimes it's even longer. The same thing with going to the bank. Now they'll drop us off at the bank, so now we're having our Social Security money in our pockets, and we're out there, and we're not only loitering because we have no more business at the bank, our safety is now compromised because we can't get picked up for another hour if they'll pick us up at all. My church is out of town, and I have a relationship with my taxi company. I also have a payee, so my payee will pay that taxi company directly. But now with the new system, they're telling me that anybody can pick me up, and I must have cash in my pocket. I don't have cash in my pocket to pay these people, to pay the other taxi company, and I don't even know what they're going to charge for that time out of that ride out of town. Second of all, in the first week where they were not letting us know that the changes were even made, I had extremely important dentist appointment that I've been waiting for over 2 months to get, and I was unable to go to my dentist office. So please, can we get this fixed? This has gotten to be out of hand and very scary for a lot of us. Thank you.
Johnny Blaylock.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Johnny Blaylock. I reside at 217 Idlewild Avenue, and I was born at 721 South Sanders Street, south side of 4th Ward. And I'm here today to shine some light on the situation with 4th Ward. And I just want to read an excerpt from this book. I guess some of you have it, some of you don't. But if you do, please get it. If you don't have it, please get it. And it tells the story. A lot of times when you're talking about 4th Ward, there's a myth out there that we were all renters, no one owned property. We were just about transit people. But this was a vibrant community, and we had our own infrastructure. But let me just read this right quick, looking at that clock there. The Cannon land was located in southwest Raleigh. It was in the center of Cannon family land, west of North Carolina Railroad tracks. After the Civil War, the estate of Robert Cannon was subdivided into small parcels of mostly land sold to free men, ex-slaves. The parcels were also sold to white speculators who built housing for blacks. There were 50 or more one-story wooden houses in the 1870s, like many of the homes for blacks that were built across the city. The northern section of the land was bound by South Street, the railroad tracks, West Street, and Cannon Street became a black residential neighborhood. By 1872, 40 homes had been built in the neighborhood, and by 1882, an additional 10 homes were being built. The occupants of those living on Cannon land included teachers, carpenters, laborers,
Mr.
farmers,
Blaylock?
brick masons.
Mr. Blaylock, your time is up. So
Just sit
thank
down.
you.
Thank you.
Thank
But
you.
please
Appreciate
honor
it.
our fourth ward.
Yes, appreciate that. Deborah Bromley, and then John Shuford, and then Larry Taylor. Is she okay? I'm sorry.
Council members, please, please revisit the Reparative Justice Resolution for the Commission, Reparative Justice Commission. In the city attorney's memo, she states that the role of the proposed new commission is not closely aligned with statutory authority. When you look at the statutory authority, what does it say? 1, the study of problems in race-human relations. 2, the promotion of equality of opportunity for all citizens. 3, the promotion of understanding, respect, and goodwill among citizens. That's exactly what that commission was intended to do. An issue not studied is an issue not addressed. Take no action, and you approve of the status quo. Mecklenburg County has set up a committee to do this. Asheville has set up a commission to do this. Durham has set up a commission to do this. It can be done. It is within your power. Here is the Durham. There's so much information that we can use to heal race relations in our community. We have to study. If you don't study it, you cannot change it. So it's easy to apologize, but to mean it is something else. An apology without meaningful action to correct a wrong is not only insincere, even disingenuous, but hypocritical and does not represent the best interest of Raleigh. I, along with our 25 organizational sponsors, including Baptists, Methodists, Mennonites, Presbyterian, Lutheran, Congregationalists, Jewish, UUs, Quaker, NAACP, League of Women Voters, and on, all ask you to please revisit this. We need to have this if we're going to move forward with, we're moving forward blindly, and just to say, okay, people will start doing better. No, it doesn't work that way. Not everything faced can be changed, but nothing will change unless it is faced. James Baldwin, please, please revisit the commission. You have the authority to do that.
City Attorney,
It also
could you,
will address gentrification, and you're hearing a lot about gentrification.
John, the City Attorney is going to address your concern if you just. I heard every moment. Donna, thank you.
So we're pulling together a team to kind of address the various elements that came out of that work and review. And so we're going to have a committee that will evaluate next steps in that work, Mr. John.
Okay, every one of those items, 2 through 6, were procedural issues, not whether the commission was legal or not. And that once we decide that it's legal, once you approve of it, then we can look at those 2 through 6 items.
And we will do that work under the advisement of our legal team. Thank you.
Then we would really appreciate being informed.
Yes, we will.
Next, we have Larry Taylor. Larry?
Good evening, Council. I live in Walnut Creek subdivision for 23 years, and we got some horrible conditions in the front entrance. I emailed you pictures, and I also brought pictures if anyone needs to see them. There's cracks, paint chips. It's all kind of. It's looking really ghettoish, the front entrance, and I've asked for years for them to fix it. The property manager is running the show. There's really no board, and the board had. We have 24 townhomes. We have 250 single-family homes, and it was designed. The covenants is for more single-family homes than townhomes because of the numbers. But we have the president being the townhome. The only thing that gets fixed is the townhomes. Only 24 townhomes, and so it's really bringing down the property value. I don't see anything we can do about it. It's a breach of contract. I've been paying my dues for 20-something years, and it's been going up every year. And without any minutes of saying why it's went up, I think it's the property manager just bringing it up. It's a resource property manager, and we just trying to get something done about it. The pool was not working for a few years, but I just went to the Y and got a membership. They have stock car racing there, and they had someone's going to get killed out there. The young kids are racing, drag racing their cars, and I think that the RPM management should be made, and the board should be made to do something. Like I said, it's a legitimate board, and so like I said, I got pictures if you need them, but I emailed them to you guys. But thank you for your time.
Have you contacted your HOA president?
I don't even know HOA president. That's why I asked them for each HOA. I asked the property manager several times, who's the HOA president, who's the HOA board? They never answered me. And people there says that it's the property manager that's running it, that we don't even have a board. And that's the thing. It seems like it's an illegitimate HOA board right now. And we're kind of like helpless at this point.
Could we follow up to see if there's any assistance we can provide? Councilmember Fort, would you like to say something?
Unfortunately, I'm an attorney, so I will tell you, dealing with HOAs, this is probably more of a legal issue. Unfortunately, the city council does not have the jurisdiction to be able to intervene with the issues that you've raised, unfortunately, but it's something that you'd probably have to consult a private attorney to help them get you some of the information that you need.
Okay, all right,
All right.
Yeah.
Or even legal aid?
They don't handle those types of cases, so it'd probably be a private attorney that you'd have to consult. But you can call the North Carolina State Bar, and they can give you a referral list of attorneys that deal with HOA issues and get an attorney that could assist you with this.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Fort. Virginia Laughlin. Virginia, do you need some assistance?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, okay. May I move the microphone down, please?
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm Jenny Lou Laughlin, and I have 4 points to make today, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment. The first one is a question. Why were we not informed of what was about to happen with our services with Go Raleigh Access? The second point is just to give you some information about my personal experience, and that's that I spent over 5.5 hours last week in the queue trying to get an appointment for a ride. I had 2 rides to make, and it took me that long. Twice I was disconnected when I was the first one in line. And that's happened to other people that have talked with me about it. The third thing is to talk to you about the trips themselves. They're not working. They're taking way too long. I'm not getting picked up on time. I'm not being having enough time where I'm going, and they're just a mess. The fourth thing is to talk to you about the relationship that we have built over the years with our taxi drivers. And we don't have that relationship right now because we're being picked up by a variety of people. These taxi drivers do things for us like pick us up immediately after we've been to the pharmacy, to the bank, to other places, to drop off my dog at the groomer, rather than me having to wait an hour to be picked up for my next scheduled trip. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Next is Joseph Gibbs. Virginia, do you need some assistance?
Yes. Okay, I have been taking the City of Raleigh transportation since 2000, and I have never seen it in the situation that it is now. I have been having problems with my trips being canceled on me after I've done made them. I have been denied access because of my service dog. My wife has also been denied access because of the service dog. And a lot of us do have close relationships with our drivers. And it is a pain having to get in somebody else's car and you don't know who they are or how they're going to react. You got to wait too long to be picked up, if you get picked up at all. I had to worry about getting back and forth to work because my trips were, both ways were canceled on me for the entire month. And something's got to be done. And when you call dispatch, sometimes you are on hold for 30 minutes, sometimes you're on hold for an hour. And it's just playing out ridiculous when you finally do get somebody, they don't know what you're talking about. And they think you're crazy. So something's definitely got to be done because this is not working at all. Period. It's just not working.
Could somebody assist? Claire Third Davis. Do you need some assistance, sir?
I am Clear Arthur Davis, and I'm happy to be here to voice my opinion. And I am in total agreement that this software was rolled out way, way too early. It's got too many kinks that has to be ironed out. I know that sometimes time bring about changes. Sometimes that's good, but in this one, I think it has impacted a lot of us in a very, very negative way. I have been one of those that have been stranded, especially having an MRI scheduled for be there at 7 o'clock. Instead of sending a cab, they're going to send a van to pick me up, take at 5 minutes till 7, then got to go way out of the way to get somebody else, and then get to when I should have been on the table at 7 o'clock. I don't walk in the door to 7:35, and then you're going to send a cab back to pick me up at 10 minutes to 8. Well, I hadn't been seen, and then you're going to send a van. Well, they told me they sent 2 vans. No call, no horn, no phone numbers to call. So they said the 2 vans left, and they didn't know if I could get any more transportation. And it just so happened that one of the cabs that I ride said, I know I'm not going to get paid, but you're not going to stay there any longer. I'm coming to get you. But I think it's absolutely ridiculous to have to wait to go to the bank. I sat outside for 3 hours, and they kept telling me my ride was on the way. They told me one company had me. I called the company. They didn't know anything about it. And they said, well, text me your address. I did that. I still didn't hear from them. So this is a very inconvenient situation for everybody.
Donnie Best. Could we provide some assistance, please?
Of course, no worries. Go.
Hmm?
Right there. Here's the mic.
Oh, sideways. Sideways, all right. I've come to the podium so the single ladies can see me. All right. Give me a moment, please. Here we go. And piggyback on what some of the others have said, and that's dealing with the program. Yes, there's been no beta testing to my knowledge, and I'm now hearing from the cab drivers that iOS is not working with it. It works better with Google. Or what's the other one? Well, anyhow, it's not. Android, thank you. So that's going to be a problem. Most of the visually impaired and blind people I know in the state use iOS. So if this is not working with iOS, it's going to be a bigger problem than what it already is. What we are merely asking for at this time is empathy. Empathy. That hasn't been in the ingredients with the ADA or this new plan. But it's already been mentioned about the bank. I know several people were still laughing about that. Went to the bank to cash a check and had to sit there for an hour, if that was the shortest length of time, because you may still run into a problem after that. And I can't tell you how uncomfortable that is for you to sit there. Go to the doctor's office. There have been appointments, people have lost their appointments. Then you have to pay extra for that. The safety security is an issue with me. Without nobody's calling you, and if you're visually impaired, did that tell me something? Oh, well, if you're visually impaired and it's raining outside, somebody doesn't come in there, you're not going to know they're there. Or if they stand outside with all the security of this building and it's extremely hot, I don't know if they're going to push me out of here before my cab gets here or not, but either way, it's hot out there, and heat exhaustion is real. There are no text messages, no calls, and no concerns about the weather issue. Some women have been left out in the night and day because this thing wasn't beta tested or rolled out too early. Thank you.
Thank you. There's
Just a minute.
Johnny, Helen Tart.
Thank you.
Hi, I am actually talking about something different, although I am very disturbed at what I've heard about the Go Access. It is a program that I have heard many good things about previously, but again, I'm here about missing middle, and You'll be glad to know that there's actually in my neighborhood, right across from the 10 plexes and the 27 plexes that are being planned, is actually a duplex. It is almost finished. And that surprised me because that so seldom happens. But it is still a problem to buy a house in a single family neighborhood and to find yourself surrounded by multifamily apartment complexes. That's not what you bought. It's like going to a hamburger shop and getting a chicken sandwich, and it's not fair, especially since there was almost no previous public involvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Hua Huang.
Okay. Oh, okay, got it. Yep. So this is a slide. I'm just real quick to show you the difference between a national night out that took place in Raleigh in 2006 and the one that just happened a couple weeks ago in 2023. And you can see that just from these two sets of photos alone, there's a difference in the way that the community is presented, the Black community, to be precise. There's clearly a decline in the Black community because of years of gentrification that's happened, the displacement, gentrification, and people being priced out. You can see that this is what, 2023, so about 17, 18 years. The Black community has been in a decline, and the city needs to do better about protecting the Black community from further displacement. And this also brings to question, I know that there are folks who are speaking about Fourth Ward and also folks from Refund Raleigh speaking today. I want folks to keep this in mind going forward. How intentional is the city in addressing gentrification when you have a leader who spoke to WRAL on March 15, 2021, saying that gentrification can have good side when you're addressing things like very high crime in Southeast Raleigh. And that you can get that from WRAL. And those of us who deal with racial justice, I think we all know very well what very high crime actually means. And I know that I went to Ms. Octavia's teach-in a couple of Saturdays ago, and there were talks about how Fourth Ward was basically declared as like needing redevelopment, and when it doesn't need to, when it's clearly a vibrant Black community that the city decided to do away with. We need to protect the Black community, and no amount of BRT can fix that. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Kussman.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of Council and City Attorney. My name is the Reverend Dr. Catherine Kussmal. I'm the pastor for community formation at West Raleigh Presbyterian Church, which is just off of Hillsborough Street. In that role, I am called to form genuine community that listens and learns, that acknowledges mistakes, and takes reparative action to facilitate moving forward. West Raleigh's session, our governing body, signed on to support the reparative justice resolution in 2021, before y'all did. We signed on because the resolution recognized the harm, oppression, and injustice that whites and white supremacy has caused to our African American siblings. Amen. We signed on because forming genuine community requires us to examine our past, our actions, and our inactions, and to do the work required before communities can move forward. We signed on because we believe the words of the prophet Micah are words for today. What does the Lord require of you? Do justice, love kindness, walk with humility. We appreciate the council's unanimous passion of a version of the original resolution. You've gone on record, and for that we are grateful. However, you did not follow through with appointing a body of citizens, to study, recommend, and guide the implementation of a set of actions to repair the effects of discrimination and oppression. Without this action, your statement falls short. Without this action, there will be no change in the lives of my African American siblings. We are asking for that commission. We are asking that it include citizens who are African American, whose families have lived the discrimination and oppression for generations, and citizens who have expertise in anti-racism practices. The cities of Durham and Asheville have done this. We must do the same.
Thank you. I have Andrea Fennell on here again. Is Andrea here? I called. Okay. Carmen Cawthon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Carmen Cawthon. I reside at 1321 Battery Drive. I want to talk about urban renewal today as it relates to what I knew as the 4th Ward when I was growing up, and as it today extends into affordable housing throughout Southeast Raleigh. I've been researching 4th Ward and urban renewal as a result of personal curiosity. Just last week, I started spending time collecting information from the records of the Raleigh Redevelopment Commission that was appointed under the General Statutes of North Carolina in 1958. Not only was 4th Ward removed, but before that, the area known as Smoky Hollow was removed using the same blighted area notices of urban renewal with funding from the federal government. The difference was in replacement. Smoky Hollow, was a community of homes and businesses predominantly white in the same area that we know as Smoky Hollow today. However, the method of removal and payment of funds was a much longer process, and the city was told that they took too long to remove the owner's properties. After those properties were cleared, they were then resold to businesses or business owners after the area was used to build what was then called Downtown Boulevard, and we know today as Capitol Boulevard. That was not the case in 4th Ward. Not only was the standard of choice different, but the end results are still in effect today. While Smoky Hollow was chosen because of the blighted conditions of the property, 4th Ward, indeed all of the areas of Southeast Raleigh that were looked at had a combination of what we call blighted conditions and social conditions put into place. Blighted conditions, in today's definition, states that it is something that spoils, destroys, or causes damages. And my time is up. My comments are in your packet, and I've also given you the conditions that were used for 4th Ward, not for Smoky Hollow. And the map shows not just 4th Ward, but all of the areas in Raleigh that were.
Thank you, Carmen. Next is Nabilia. Sorry if I didn't pronounce that correctly.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, member, councilor. My name is Nabil Blila. I've been driving for 12 years now, or more than that. I'm an owner and operator, and I never see something like this before. What happening with the customers that I had them all this time. This is first time seeing people that have been surrounded for 2 hours, 3 hours, and calling my phone like every minute's been calling, trying to explain to them, but it's just hard to tell them that they're not with me, they're with different cab companies. But they're not understanding that, they don't know what's going on exactly with this. And the new software, it just make it hard. We try to adapt with it, we try to understand it, but it's just hard. Every day there is something wrong with it. The drivers, they don't know how to use it. Try to send them back. I called them, they said, send your driver here. I sent them there. They don't, up a couple hours or the next day, there is another issue. There is another issue. And the drivers, they're tired of it. They just didn't want to do it no more. It's just a tough 2 weeks. Like my friend said, the blood pressure was high. I was high too, for me. And it just, you gotta do something about this because it's not working. Software by itself, we try to adapt with it, but there's no way we can learn. It's everyday issues. For example, today the software, it was, we have customer till noon, till around 12 o'clock. After 12 o'clock, we don't know what we're picking up in, whose customer we're picking up in. The driver's calling saying, what I have after afternoon. I said, I don't know what you have. Just gotta wait till they tell us what's happened. So we called, we went there. Then they send us afternoon trips. So some drivers, they don't like that. They don't want to drive. I already lost 2 drivers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Troy Steele. Troy Steele. Could we get a microphone for Mr. Steele? It's coming.
Hello, everybody. I'm Troy Steele, and I've been in the program with Go Raleigh Access since it started. And when it started, it was a good program, and everything was going good. You know, you had your cab drivers, you went where you were supposed to, and it worked. The way they got it now, it is a mess, a big mess. Either they send somebody you don't know, or they send your cab driver and they don't, or they switch your time on you. I had an appointment going somewhere one day. I was supposed to be there by 10 o'clock. They switched the time till 10:30. How can you get to an appointment on time if they switch your time on you and don't bother telling you? It's a big mess, and it needs to be either changed back the way it was or fixed. It's terrible. And it's not only got us riders frustrated, it's got cab drivers frustrated, and it's not right.
Mama Kai?
If y'all know me, y'all know that it's still another amazing day in paradise. I've just been having a hard time listening to this. But I want to thank y'all for your service. And I want to thank all of you who did one-on-ones with me while you were on break. I really appreciate that. And I want to thank whoever in the city of Raleigh got my picture back from that wisdom tree for me. I just have a simple request, and that's that you guys will create a request for proposal so that I can apply to be a consultant to end homelessness, to eliminate homelessness. I have served on the homelessness task force for 4 months. And last month I attended the conference to end homelessness in DC. And it is well known that the purpose of the task force is not to end homelessness. And I can understand that that is a threat to a lot of people's jobs. So I hold no ill will against them. I feel like they just need to begin a transition to new forms of employment so that people aren't required to be housing and food insecure for them to be housed and food secure. So if y'all would do that so that put out a request for proposal for consultants who are interested in eliminating homelessness and can provide a plan, I would like to apply for that. And the request for proposal should include and specifically center the voices of those who are unhoused. And I just in closing, want to say a special thanks to the tech team for their phenomenal work always, but especially today in meeting the needs of our special needs community. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Laura. Is Barbara here? Okay. Nicole Williams.
Good afternoon, everyone. I always don't really know what I'm going to talk about when I come, but I feel like God sent me with a message to the council and those of whom it concerns with some wager on the well-being of the homeless population. Do right by all his people, including those unhoused. Homes are essential to the well-being of the brain as well as the body. Come together and meet the needs of your most vulnerable, and I will seek to find you. And that's all I got. I assume if not, plagues will come. I was also a little bit disturbed about what I heard from the people here. This kind of reminds me a while back when someone was speaking about a survey that was taken and then their input kind of had no wager. And then also I don't understand how the city or anyone can make any decisions without informing people ahead of time or gaining input. This is the same thing with the homelessness task force, where they don't really come out and talk to the population to find out the needs. But I assure you, more than I are competent people, and we can tell you exactly what we need out there. It takes more than one person on the ground gaining information, just like these people here can speak for themselves. Okay. And on another note, I just wanted to speak about, I also talk about sexual harassment in my personal situation, being on shelter, and the issues that I had with the bar. I did try to follow up with the case against the bars and even RPD because I felt like they deserved it, being that they refused to kind of serve me, or they neglected to serve me to bring it to an end. Yes, I did have the audacity. Unfortunately, I didn't even get the opportunity to get heard because when I went to the courthouse to file the claim, the clerk, Oliver, did not give me a claim number. So when I served them, it was without, and it was dismissed altogether. But I just want you to know that I was hurt, but I won't be broken. You can't break my soul.
Thank you. Next we have Davina Mangum. Is Davina here? Okay, Deborah Bridger. She left. Kimberly Mukhtarian.
there any way I can pass those on? Hello, members of the council. I am Dr. Kimberly Mukhtarian, City of Raleigh resident. And I just want to say, pow, 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 pow. That is 30 shots to one man. RPD shot one man with a Molotov cocktail. He had one Molotov cocktail. They gave him 30 bullets for 4 officers. A part of the restoration resolution is that we should not be funding police officers with a premium of insurance that taxpayers have to cover. Now, if they had their own insurance, I'm sure if we filed against it, they would drop these officers who are excessively killing our black men. Corey Branch, we've had 5 minorities die on Rock Quarry Road. 5. And none have been held accountable, all white officers. So we're waiting on you to defend us at the Southeast level, not at the overall Raleigh level. We're waiting for you to be mayor of Southeast Raleigh. So what I will say unto you today is that we are requesting a part of the resolution before you come up with your solutions, because it took 250 years. 1792 is when you were established. And we would like to say, remove black taxpayers' dollars, because we can't afford to finance our own abuse. That also means remove us from the Mordecai house, because we can't afford to pay for Andrew Johnson's house, because we can't afford to live in Raleigh.
Kimberly.
And if you would also remove us, Dorothea Dix, your part can't live there. Remove taxpayers' dollars. That's the first form of reparation.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Nikki Thompson. Is Nikki Thompson here? Okay.
Can you hear me? I'm going to read the notes from my phone. I'm a part of Raleigh PAC on Fox Hollow, and in my community, on my street, there's a lot of speeding going on often throughout the day. Most of the homes in my street have children living in them. Most of the children are free to go up and down the streets with the permission of their parents. Some kids are even out past dark, making it even harder for them to notice cars. Also, we have an extreme gun violence issue that occurs at least twice a month in the very same spot every time in the middle of the night. It seems the policemen have not came up with a strategy yet to catch the person or persons doing it. After shooting, the police take a while to get to the crime scene, and it's getting to the point where I'm almost settling on a poor quality of protection in my community. I don't want to be numb to poor humanity. We need to act ASAP. Please put speed bumps on Fox Hollow Drive, and please have the police department come up with an action plan for the shootings on Fox Hollow Drive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've asked the city manager to please follow up on that. Thank you. Dwight Jones?
Yeah, right here.
Do you need a microphone? We'll have it right to you.
No, I don't need a microphone. Y'all can hear me. If you want to get it to
Dwight Jones.
That's right. That's from the chest. That's right. Madam Mayor, City Councilmen, you have heard a lot of people talk about a lot of different things. And the only thing that I can say is I'm just like the rest of them, the blind community. I done been stranded. I done been, calls been dropped. You're going to hear basically the same story, because we're here because we are really tired of what's really going on. I am 19 months working with Amazon. I ain't trying to lose my job because I can't get to work. I just got married on May the 12th. I'm not trying to get, as they always say, a happy wife is a happy home. Madam Mayor, you know what I'm talking about. It's a happy home. So what I'm saying is, please, I'm asking in a nice way, please have somebody to go back and redo what the city, the art, the transportation for us, it's not working. It really isn't working. And then you will see throughout amongst everybody that's here that's going to bring that up. Fourth Ward, they need help too. Okay? The homeless, they need help too. Okay? But I'm not trying to be homeless. And I'm not trying to lose my wife. Thank you, and y'all have a nice day. And I did it with my chest.
Oh. Brandy Hunter. Do you need a microphone there? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a really strange request. I hope that any of you who can see me look at me while I'm talking, because most sighted people or people without disabilities, I'm going to speak on everyone's behalf, are able to hop on a bus or walk to where they need to go or hop into their cars and go straight to work in the morning. A lot of us disabled people rely on public transportation like Go Raleigh Access in order to get us to where we need to go. In some situations, that includes life or death situations such as dialysis appointments for people who cannot make their appointments. That could mean the life or death for them. And also people like myself and the people in front of me who have children in the mornings, we have to take our children to daycare and then head on to work. I work full-time as an HR professional, and I have 2 young children, 3 and 5. My 3-year-old and I, as a blind female, are stranded outside on Western Boulevard near Kent Road, often for over an hour in the dark at 5 a.m. in the morning when the daycare does not open until 6:30. With that being a situation, that is a safety situation. And I would hope that everyone on this council hears this and understands that they would not want it to be their family member, or they would not want any of this on their hands if it was in their shoes. However, we do have the issue with the queue where we call and we wait for hours and hours and we cannot get through. Or we get hung up on. We also have issues where we have no idea who's picking us up, us or our children. We have no way to contact them. Anyone can come up to us and say, get in our car, and we have no idea and we know no better. Thank you.
Thank you. Alicia Ingram. Alicia, do you need a microphone?
I got you. Okay, well, I can do this. Actually, I want to the mic, the podium. Okay, sure. First, can everybody hear me? As you have already heard, us, persons with disabilities, we vote, voters, we have jobs, yes, and we pay taxes. Yes. We want to remain gainfully employed. Yes. We want to take care of our families, and we want to be productive citizens in our communities. But in order for us to do so, we need to have safe and reliable paratransit service. We are here to ask of you all on this council to please join other stakeholders to help resolve the transportation problems that are currently disrupting our lives. Some of our proposed solutions are as follows. Number one, assign riders to their preferred cab companies. Number two, allow riders and cab drivers more flexibility with pickup times and drop-off times. Number three, the trip notification system needs many, as you have heard, improvements. I'd like to thank you all for your time and your consideration and for listening to me. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next is Lori Adams. Is Lori here? Okay. After that is Renee Carter and then Ricky Scott.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm here for the transportation service, and I've heard a lot of stories. And I just wanted to help people understand this is not about one thing. It's about a lot of different things on top of each other. I have 3 adult children that's disabled. So all 3 of them use transportation. And the reason they own transportation is so I can keep them at home and not have them placed. But if I can't get them where they need to go, I can't do that. And they deserve to live just like anybody else. And so this has to, and what they don't understand is it'll get fixed down the line, but what happens along the way? I have one that goes to school, the people didn't pick her up, the program closed. So now they're saying they don't know if she could stay in the program because she needs to be able to get home. People at the program work second jobs and different things. So when it's time to go home, they're ready to go. And you can't blame them for that. This has just been a really challenging experience. I've been taking care of my kids staying in their 40s now. And it's always been a journey to get what they need. And this is one of those things where I'm always fighting for something because, again, they deserve to live like anybody else. So I'm just asking that everybody stand up and realize this is not simple. This is a big picture, and we all need to look forward to getting it resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. Renee Carter. Is Renee here? Okay. Ricky Scott.
Right here. I got it. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I am Dr. Ricky Scott. I serve as the chairman of the Raleigh Mayor's Committee. So I come not only as an advocate, but someone who has been a longtime user of the Go Raleigh Access program. First, let me state, and I know I'm telling how old I am because I was here when we started the conversation about where we were going to be in 1988. So I've lived through the changes in the evolution of this program. I've seen it classified as the best in the state, world class. People have come to this city because of this city's reputation of being a first-class welcoming city, not only for people without disabilities, but for those of us with disabilities. But here we are today with the advent of this new software system that has been implemented. It has been implemented by staff, Go Raleigh Access staff. No consultation in terms of beta testing or any input on how this service would impact the users. Now, what is true is this software package, it is for a van-based system. And inherent in that, you have cabs assigned randomly. Now, what we have had in the past, it was quality service. Quality service. Now, nothing is wrong with having a relationship with a system that has worked. You know, there's an old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And what we have here is an attempt to change. Can I say this one last thing, please?
Quickly.
And that is this. Let these problems that we're having with the cabs not be interpreted as a cab problem, so we have to move to a single van system. No, that's not the problem. It is with the implementation. Now, I have sent recommendations to the powers that be in the paratransit to resolve some of these problems that were mentioned. And I'm hoping and I'm expecting that our city council will take an active interest in restoring Go Raleigh access to the first-class program that it has been. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much, City Council.
I just want to say thank you to everyone who's speaking on this issue. Dr. Scott, this is Jane Harrison, City Council member, and I've been receiving the messages on this program and all of the issues. I just wonder, Marshall, can you speak to the updates that we have received about the program at this time? Because I feel like with folks here, we need to have some response.
We're going to address it at the end.
Yeah,
Okay.
if we'll
Very
get
good.
through all of the comments, we have staff from transportation to speak to that.
Thank you.
Before I forget, Tony Rand was moving. Did she? Okay, not speaking. Okay. Next, we have Eugene Myrick.
Good afternoon. I wanted to start by saying black voters matter, but I believe disabled voters matter, and y'all might want to be concerned about them. Of course, I'm still salty about the rezoning of Shore University because that is going to have a horrible effect on the community. And you have folks here talking about the Fourth Ward. Once again, we have to be remembered. You have the folks, photos of the Oberlin Village outside. There's talks of getting rid of the Prince Hall District. I just learned that there used to be 2 privately owned black hospitals, one with 3 beds and another with 5 beds. I'm still learning black history as black history is getting erased in real time. So, and then I saw the agenda. I just heard one of you mentioned that, you know, you get the agenda the same time as we do. So being a resident of Biltmore Hills, I like to see what's going on, and I'm noticing that there are properties now in District C that are being referred to as a nuisance because a new homeowner has built a house next to it. So are things in District C going to now start getting torn down or being called nuisances because we have new neighbors? So that's something to be concerned about. I had some things I wanted to say, but again, just like Mama Kai said, listening to the folks today, it just makes me wonder, like, again, this whole council is Democrats. But then I remind myself again that Dixiecrats was Democrats too. So y'all have to really understand when I say black voters matter, these I don't know if disabled is a proper term, but they matter, and it's going to be an interesting campaign season next year. I don't care where I'm at. I'm going to try to make it my business to get the city council just to say something, because black voters matter and we're going to make a difference.
Keisha Monk. Keisha.
I had originally planned to ask the City Council not to continue to destroy the Prince Hall District, but I've got to pivot thanks to the semantics of our mayor. In the words of Whoopi Goldberg, Molly, we in danger, girl. I'm not sure if people really understand how dangerous it is to place limitations on the voices of your constituents. Limiting the voices of our community not only undermines the principles of democracy, but it hinders the progress and development of our city. Our constituents are the heart and soul of this community, and our diverse perspectives and experiences are invaluable in shaping effective policies and initiatives. And by imposing restrictions on speaking time, you are excluding valuable input and shutting down important conversations that need to take place. Each member of our community deserves the opportunity to be heard, no matter how long it takes. It is through active participation and engagement that we can ensure the fair representation of inclusivity that our city council is supposed to stand for. Y'all, lives are being impacted out here. This is suppression. To do this, Mayor, the concerns, ideas, and suggestions of those who may already be marginalized or underrepresented. It is imperative to recognize that every voice holds the potential for positive change in this city. It is so important, regardless of race, religious belief, sexual orientation, or limited physical ability. I want to urge everybody within the sound of my voice to understand that the more they try to silence me, the louder I am going to become. I want everybody in here to embrace the power of open dialogue. City Council, I would like for you to actively listen to the concerns and perspectives of our community. Everybody, we got to work together toward a more inclusive and thriving city. And guess what? If you refuse to listen, we'll get somebody who will come November.
John, next is Robert Parrish.
Hey, Robert.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank Mayor Baldwin, City Council, for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the situation plaguing the Go Raleigh transportation program. But before I get into my brief remarks, I want to echo what was said much earlier in that time. Give the taxi drivers a raise. They deserve it. I hope that could take place. Now, I actually want to thank the City of Raleigh for doing its best to address the problems that we're now having with the software. I believe you are addressing them, but the frustrations are real. You can hear them. In fact, I would, and if this is possible, perhaps suspend the new software program for a while and go back to the older system until you rub out the bugs. And also collaborate with those of us in the disabled community. We have Abler, and we have folks like Dr. Scott, Donnie Best, myself, who can help you better the situation in Raleigh. As was alluded to, we once had the best transportation program in the state. And finally, I want to invite those of you who are able to come from the City Council and also Mayor Baldwin to Community United Church of Christ on Wednesday, the 23rd of August from 5:30 to 7:30 for more of a discussion about our situation. And to those of you who are in the audience, you're invited as well. That's Wednesday, August the 23rd, Community United Church of Christ. Some of you have been there before, from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. John Lyons? Is John Lyons here? Okay, John Blagrove?
Good afternoon. My name is Attorney Dawn Blagrove. I'm the Executive Director of Emancipate NC. I had remarks prepared. However, like so many others, I have been moved to speak contemporaneously about some of the things that we've heard here. The two words that have come to my mind over and over again as I sat here for the last 2 hours are political will. This city council does what it wants to do, what is expedient for it to do, what it feels good for it to do, but it does not do things that are not politically safe. We have come here for years asking for accountability measures to be put in place for the Raleigh Police Department and have gotten nothing. However, these folks who had a perfectly good transportation system had an entire one implemented on them. All kinds of resources put into creating something no one wanted. Political will. The people didn't elect you to do what you wanted to do. The people elected you to do what the people need. The people in South, I tell you what, I came here to talk about proactive policing. And I have the perfect solution. Instead of having 15 Raleigh police officers show up to harass people in Southeast Raleigh, why don't you send them to pick up some of these blind folks that are waiting for 4 hours at a time to get back home? I will say it again, political will. If you have the will to do what is best for the people of Raleigh, you can do it. We've seen it. Obviously, if you've implemented an impotent program that nobody uses or wants and is putting people in danger instead of creating safety for the people of Southeast Raleigh. Find the political will to do what is right for the people.
Thank you. Robert Rice. Robert Rice. Okay. Nikki Williams. Is Nikki Williams here? N-I-Q-U-E, Williams? Quag. Okay. Brea Perry. Donna Bailey.
I also had prepared remarks that I will have to abandon. I do want to bring up something. It is my understanding that you're planning on meeting in a closed session to discuss the city clerk position. There is no reason to meet in a closed session unless you're dealing with resumes. I understand you're dealing with the structure of the clerk's position. You need to do that out in the open. I don't expect Mary Ann Baldwin to care about that, but I expect more from all of you to insist that this be discussed in the open to show trust and transparency. The clerk's office must remain independent, and you must follow open meeting laws. On another note, the existing CACs I want to talk about CACs and the tremendous value that they bring, and I want those of you that were elected to undo the harm that was done to CACs under Mary Ann's leadership 3.5 years ago. Please allow CACs to meet where their communities are. We need to go where the people are. Marianne, I think that's something that you say all the time. Well, CACs are in a very geographical location and they have neighbors, and that is where the people want to meet. So Marianne, I hope you put your action where your mouth is and go to where the people are and allow the 6 CACs to meet in their home areas and not have to go across the district to meet. Thank you.
Haley Kinsler. Haley.
Haley Kinsler. I find it a bit ironic that so many people here today are clearly spending hours and hours in transit in order to attend this meeting, and yet they have been denied 1 additional minute to speak. I'm here today to remind you that when I spoke on the budget in 2023, where I shared with you that the word accountability was mentioned in the budget twice in over 423 pages of text, that was twice out of more than 100,000 total words. This last budget for 2024 included the word accountability 4 times. And although the word count may have increased, it seems somewhat disingenuous given that in the very same document, the police budget also increased. I said it then, and I'll say it now, accountability is more than just a word. Rather, it is a call to ensure that when those in power in our communities do harm, especially when that harm is the result of targeted attacks and violence against marginalized people, that concrete action is taken to address that harm and prevent it from happening in the future. I applaud the efforts of the City of Durham, who through their HEART program have taken actionable steps to prevent future harm by investing in community care that has been proven statistically to make our communities safer. Because I believe in the power of community care, I urge the city to enact Refund Raleigh's proposal to create a crisis response unit that is housed independent of RPD so that we can begin the process of meeting the needs of our community and formulating a city budget that prioritizes equitable access to transit, fair pay for workers, and access to low-income housing. I've attended 3 years worth of budget hearings now, and every year I wonder at what point the city will be proactive in addressing the financial issues that constituents bring up time and time again. When will you invest in everyday workers who keep the city running? When will you invest in the acquisition and development of public housing that is 30% AMI and below? It's my belief that every penny, nickel, and dime that taxpayers put into that $1.26 billion budget should be returned to them in the form of real community investment. If the city cannot compel private developers to build housing that is 30% AMI and below, then you should do it yourself. If you cannot compel landlords to make their housing accessible to low-income people, then you should ensure that city workers are paid enough that they can live and thrive here. If the city cannot hold RPD accountable, then you should create a crisis response unit outside of RPD. I've said it more than once. It's time that the city reinvests in us. Enact Refund Raleigh's proposal. Thank you.
Haley. Next, we have Sergey Kessel. Is Sergey here? Polina? Polina Voronsky? Okay. Faye Griffin? Okay. Emma Cole Onazer?
Yes. I'm here to talk about transportation on both sides. First of all, I was with Go Raleigh since 2008, and it was a good transportation. But now, since they messed up the system, they don't pick up the phone like they're supposed to. They hang up on you. They come in late. I was late for my appointment on the 7th of August. I had to cancel that appointment because the ride came an hour late. And the ride came today an hour late. So I got there late, and the people was complaining. Why don't you come early? I told them I came, set the ride for 8:30. But they picked me up at 9:30. So I understand that Go Riley's trying to be like Go Triangle, but they need to sit down and go to Go Triangle, ask them what do they do to make their system better, because their system needs to be better. And then when it comes to the buses, I have a husband, a daughter that rides the bus. there's time when the bus don't even come, so they have to wait a whole hour for the next bus. And if they miss the next bus, if they miss that bus, then they stand out there for an hour. The bus system, the transportation as a whole needs to be fixed because it's not working for our benefit.
Thank you. Next, we have Emma Cole Onazer. Is Emma Cole here? Okay, and then Isabella Barrios Silva.
Hello, Council and Mayor. My name is Isabella Silva. I'm coming today because so I was raised in the Raleigh-Durham area since I was about 7 years old. And I wanted to introduce myself because I have a great concern for affordable housing and development in general. I understand that each city needs an equitable system, but the way that the country's economics is heading, I am worried what will happen to the lower and middle income families. I know that this is a global problem, but I'm ready to start making a change. I'm going to start attending NC State University to complete my graduate's program in architecture. Raleigh has given me so much, and after listening to all the people here with all their concerns, I'm ready to give back to the community and bring my efforts outside of the classroom. So thank you again for your time, and I hope to work with you all soon.
If you would consider looking at our boards and commissions and potentially applying to serve on a board or one of our commissions, that would be a great way to start.
Yes, Mama Kai has actually been the one introducing me to the council and meetings like this, and she has told me about how she's been participating in that and how I can also do that in the future. I just moved back to Raleigh about a month and a half ago, so I'm still learning about all the issues that are happening here, but yeah, I hope to start working on that, so thank you.
And best wishes to you in school.
Thanks.
Before you go, I just wanted to mention, thank you, first of all, for taking an interest. That's how we grow leaders, so I really appreciate it. I want to give you my own experience, and that was going through Raleigh Neighborhood College first, and then doing Citizens Leadership Academy. So I was able to do those two in their free classes with the city. They might be different now, but they were 12 weeks, they might be 8 weeks now, but it's a weekly class where you go over and you get to see every department and how they run. Well, not everyone, but a lot of the departments and how they run. And then Citizens Leadership Academy helps you grow as a leader. So they're both on the website. Citizens Leadership Academy is accepting applications right now. So please don't wait on that, because I did that in 2017 and now I'm here on council. So I'd love to see you in this seat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are now completed with public comment. Did anyone come in late who signed up to speak? Okay. All right, I'm going to ask, first off, I want to apologize to everybody who has been impacted by this change in service. Sounds like your lives have been made very difficult by this, and it's heartbreaking to listen to these stories. We will do better, and we can do better, but we must do better. And I would like to ask the city manager to, we said earlier, we will respond. So if we have somebody prepared to speak to us and let us know what's being done or what next steps are, that would be much appreciated.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to call David Walker from Transportation down to just offer some comments in regards. And I would also like to echo the comments that we heard today are quite frankly unacceptable. We are a city of resilience. We are a city of first-class service. And on my watch, we will settle for nothing less.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. And
To our members of the disability community, I want you to know, my name is David Walker. I'm the transportation manager in our transit division. I do want you to know we hear you. It certainly was not our intent when this change in software was made to cause this disruption and create the impacts on your lives it has over the last 2 weeks. We will continue to work as hard as we can to make things better for you. And I do have just a few slides to roll through to just show you where we were and where we're heading. So we'll talk about the rollout of the new software, a little bit about what the Go Raleigh Access program is, the two softwares, prior and new, and then a quick map. We do have staff that participate monthly on the mayor's committee. Our program manager over the Access program sits on that committee and meets with them every month that they do have meetings. And they have had conversations about this, forthcoming software change, over the course of the last year. We did begin vendor and taxi and reservationist training early to mid-July, and obviously the software rolled out about 2 weeks ago at the beginning of August. We certainly acknowledge what we've already heard today. There were extensive delays when making calls to the call center. There were some delays in trips being provided. We are aware of those, and certainly you never want that to happen, but when you do roll out new software, there typically are some hiccups along the way. Things have started improving. I called the call center before I walked over to this meeting this morning, and I got direct access to one of our reservationists. So those delays on the front end when you're booking your trips have improved, and we saw that improvement late last week. The software will provide real-time trip information to our operations folks, our taxi vendors, and our staff, and it will support the future growth of our system as we expand into new areas, as we implement new services throughout the city and Wake County with the Wake Transit Plan funding. I think we know what Go Raleigh Access is right now, so I'll skip through these slides a little bit fairly quickly, but it is a program that was mandated by the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, and if you want to read up on it, 49 CFR Part 37 speaks of all the details and requirements for the service. The service area is a 3/4 mile buffer around the entire Go Raleigh fixed route service area, so basically it mimics what our fixed route service provides. And the fare is $2.50 per trip, but that's been suspended since the beginning of the COVID pandemic. The prior software was used by both city staff, booking reservations, and the contractor that operates the service, as well as the taxi vendors. Unfortunately, the provider of that software was sold twice in the last 18 months. And they came to us and basically said there's not going to be any new development or support towards this software. So we were sort of forced into making a change or going with what that product that final company that bought the existing software out was. Wake County actually held the contract for the software. We just partnered with them after it was purchased, and that contract did expire at the end of July. So that was what required that change in August. One of the issues with the old software was there's no visibility. Once that trip is dispatched out, we have no way to know whether those trips were being performed, and that's just not a sustainable solution as we move forward with the known growth that we've got through the Wake Transit Plan. The process today with the new software is almost identical to the process to book a trip on the old software. You can call the reservation line, book your trip. You should get a automated call tonight letting you know that your book is in the system and that your trip will be provided tomorrow. The new software, in addition to that call tonight, letting you know that those trips are there, on the day of your trip, you get a call or a text 5 to 15 minutes before the vehicle actually arrives. The new software has lots of new capabilities. Again, the intent was not to have 20 plus disabled persons here speaking with, before this council today, but that is where we are. I want you to know that we do hear you. We have received your calls over the last week and a half, during this rollout. We've got members of our operations team here. They hear you. We have members of the software provider here, and they have heard you. And we just want you to know that we will work tirelessly to get this back to where we were prior to the rollout of the new software. There will be additional improvements that will benefit persons if they choose to use them. You will be able to book your trips via an app if you wish to do that, which would be very similar to Uber or Lyft. And similarly, you would be able to actually see your vehicle approaching as it through that app as it is coming to pick you up. We have lots of point taken, and we do hear you. So there are lots of unlimited capabilities that the software has, reporting that we'll be able to bring forth to our Transit Authority Board and Council as and when needed.
I have, ma'am, please, first off, I know you're frustrated, and this is frustrating. I can't even know. I just said I can't even know how frustrating this is. So I do apologize for that. I have some questions that were not addressed, David, in your comments. One of the things we heard is people being dropped off at the bank or the pharmacy, and then they have to wait an hour or longer to get a ride. How do we fix that? Because that seems to me to be, just making it harder on everybody. The second thing I think people are really struggling with is the fact that they've known their drivers and there's a relationship, and all of a sudden there's no relationship and they don't feel like they have somebody who cares about them. How are we going to address things like that?
So on the client receiving their individual cab and sometimes individual driver, we have addressed that. There were some redistribution capabilities of the software to provide a more efficient system. We actually turned that off last week in order to make sure that when those trips are dispatched out to the clients, that their preferred provider is in the system and that trip only goes to that preferred provider. So we feel like we've gotten that hopefully straightened out. There were some issues with the data transfer from the old software to the new software, and there were some phone numbers that didn't get brought over when that transfer was made. Our call center staff are updating those accounts and profiles each day as clients are calling in to make sure that we're getting that information updated so that those calls do come through before your trip arrives.
City Manager, I would like this brought back to council at our next meeting under special items. We need to get an update and we need to see improvement. This is just not acceptable. I'd also like to ask that you mentioned, the committee persons with disabilities. They need to be more engaged in this. And so, excuse me, they need to be more engaged in this. So let's get on that as well. Councilmember Branch, and then Councilmember Black, I think you had questions.
So my first question is, can you explain why some are saying their trips were canceled, or it would show up and then it disappeared? So has that been resolved?
Well, it sounds like we are still having some of those issues. We are working with our software provider daily. I do know we're providing approximately 1,200 trips every single day, but there very well likely could be some that are getting missed or dropped for some reason.
So I know the mayor asked us to come back on the next city council meeting, which it should. I also asked that this go to our committee for transit in September so we can look at all your data. Because right now, if I ask to bring it next week, it's only been working for 3 weeks. So I'm going to give you time to have some data so we can look at the whole month, if that's okay with the council, to have it come back before the full council next city council meeting, but also go to the transit committee for review. And also, if you can follow up, we have the list of everyone who spoke about this. If you all take the time, follow up with each one of them and figure out their unique issue, find what's common between those issues, and then work to find a holistic solution.
I was getting really teary-eyed up here listening to everybody speak. I have an aunt who uses the service. She was a school teacher who was blinded by one of her students, and so now she needs the service of the paratransportation system to be able to get back and forth, to get groceries, to go to the doctor, to do pretty much anything. So I hear what you're saying, and I'm a little concerned because I'm trying to figure out why the shift was so dramatic between like world class to now there's so many problems that are happening. And I'm really glad this is coming back to council. That was going to be my request because I think with a lot of things that would happen when things come to public comment and we talk about it, but then there's not always like fundamental updates that happen with the public and with the people who are coming to talk about the issue. I think it's really important. I was also going to ask that would it be possible to have somebody from the city or someone from your department come to the meeting that they invited us to next Wednesday to be able to talk to the people that come, because I think that's really important. It was just really emotional. It was an emotional day, and I didn't like what I heard at all. It really affected me on a deep level. So I just want to make sure that we're hitting all of the concerns in a robust and immediate way that gets to the issue, and also keeps the people at the the people who use the service at the forefront of what is happening, so they know the changes that are being made, and it doesn't just seem like it's falling on ears that aren't listening. So I'm going to be there next Wednesday, so I would love if we can maybe get somebody from the city there too.
We'll definitely have staff there.
Thank you. It sounds like from a number of the comments, the system worked well because there were relationships formed. So certain riders had relationships with specific cab drivers who knew schedules, they knew locations, would be able to drop folks off at, pharmacies, banks, swing around, pick them back up, take them back home. So I guess my question is, how can that be implemented in the new system? Because I think there's a certain comfort level for some of our folks who've got specific disabilities, particularly people who have limitations as relates to sight. So if you've had a person who's been driving you for 5 or 10 years, and you've got that long-standing relationship with that person, there's a comfort level there that it seems like the new system is not taken into account. So how can that function be reestablished so that folks who've got those long established relationships can maintain those relationships and have a level of comfort? Like one gentleman said, a cab driver came to get him and knew he wasn't going to be paid, but that's a relationship that you will decide to go pick somebody up because you don't want them waiting for several hours. And so payment or no payment, based on that relationship, you're willing to do that. So to me, that's one of the fundamental aspects of this program or this system that's missing. So I would ask that y'all look at some way to reestablish that as well.
Also, the issue of service dogs. Come on. I mean, if you have a service dog, that's when you want them.
That's a federal regulation that should not have happened.
Councilmember Patton?
Sorry, not to pile on. We did hear a lot of comments about not being notified that the system was going to be changing. Can you speak to what notice was happened prior to the change in systems?
Well, obviously we didn't do a good enough job on that, and we certainly acknowledge that, and we apologize for that. Our program manager did attend the mayor's committee. He's a standing, participant in that meeting, and that has this change in software has been a topic in that committee for well over a year. So there has been ongoing conversations. I guess where we dropped the ball is as we approached August 1st, we didn't make those notifications. Our intent, our true intent was that this would be a seamless transition, and you would not even know that we had changed software, because you should have still gotten your same cab, you should have still gotten your same driver, and it would have been seamless. But obviously that didn't happen, and we've got work to do.
Councilmember Jones?
Can you speak to the testing that you did? A few commenters mentioned that said that there was no beta testing to see how this would work. What did it look like on your side for testing this for these issues preemptively?
Yeah, we did. We did training for 2 to 3 weeks. This is not a brand new software. It's used, nationwide in cities throughout the country. So it's a well-used program for this type of service. We didn't do a lot of like beta testing as was suggested, because we knew that it was a product that works. The issue that we found is, I think it was Dr. Scott that mentioned it, was, most softwares aren't built to provide service for a van and then 50 different taxi companies. But that's where we are. That's why we have that world-class system, because we provide that higher level of service. But we have to take the software that we do have. If we'd bought any other software, we likely would have had some similar issues. So that's what we're dealing with and we're working with. And we feel like we're getting better every day. And we're down to, instead of big system-wide global problems that we had that first week and a half, we're down today to where we're looking at individual trips, and we're contacting individual clients and taxis and saying, this is what's going on. We're going to micromanage this a little bit to make sure you're getting taken care of.
Thank you.
My last comment, just from an IT standpoint with software, can we ensure our IT department is involved when any department does a software change? Because not that you didn't or whatever, but there's never a situation where you do a software upgrade and you don't have an issue.
Absolutely.
That there's always going to be an issue. So we have to prepare people for that by over communicating that, hey, we're doing a software patch, you could have a possible update. So our impact, and this is the number to call if you have an issue. So that's just standard IT.
We're going to take a 10-minute break. For those, I'm sure some of you would like to leave, or so we'll give you that time. And I want to ask, who is here to assist people who need assistance?
Michelle, Luke, Emily.
Okay. Please come, some of you come to the front and see who needs assistance, and please provide that. And we will be back in 10 minutes at 3:40. Thank you. everybody could take a seat, we're going to get started soon. Thank you.
If you'd like. Yeah.
Are we ready, Luke?
It's just like a mind flow.
We're ready? Okay, thank you, everybody. That was a very emotional meeting, and I just want to thank everybody who's here, who shared their experiences, the staff for listening, and now we get to action. So thank you all. And now we transition to planning. So Bynum and Lanny, good to see you. And take it away.
Yes, ma'am. Bynum Walter, Planning and Development. I'm joined today by Blaney Miller, Chair of the Planning Commission, to answer. We're both here to answer questions you might have. Before I started, I just wanted to acknowledge you had asked us to bring back some suggestions about scheduling public hearings, and we are going to bring that to you in anticipation of the schedule change in September.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So some upcoming holidays, just trying to focus on when we actually have meetings. September 5th is International Day of Charity, and September 19th is Ganesh Chaturthi Day, and then October 2, before our October meeting, is International Day of Nonviolence. So we have a couple of items that are already scheduled for a public hearing, and just a reminder about what those are. The September meeting in the evening, that's the September 5th meeting. The next meeting we have Blunt Street. That's a vacant lot in the Prince Hall District, asked to be rezoned. We have a parcel at Diamond Drive and Rock Quarry for rezoning. There's a case at Southwest and South Harrington Street, also scheduled for public hearing. And then the Midtown Exchange rezoning case is also in front of you that night. And so this afternoon, we have 4 items on Report of Planning Commission, and we're suggesting 3 of those for the September 19th meeting. There are no public hearings for rezoning or annexation. Actually, I don't know what you scheduled on the consent. I would need to look back at that, but there were not a ton of items on consent. So I think we are in good shape. And then one of these cases, if you do choose to schedule a public hearing for that Fairview Road and Pickett Boulevard case, we would recommend the evening hearing. There's been a lot of public interest in that, and I think just based on your past practices, you would want to look at the evening public hearing. So I'm going to walk through these, the order that they are on the agenda. So Fairview Road and Pickett Boulevard, this is on the south end of Roanoke Park. The applicant has indicated a desire to make revisions. The Planning Commission has also suggested that for additional revisions might be appropriate. And so if you wanted to entertain those before scheduling the public hearing, you would want to defer this item to be a special item on September 5th. If you want to move ahead, again, would recommend that. With scheduling the public hearing, again, would recommend the October 3rd date.
Councilmember Jones.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This one is in my district, and I was just wondering about the process of moving forward. I would like for us to see this in Transit Committee due to the, as you mentioned, all of the public interest. I do think it would warrant further discussion so that we can look at all of those traffic concerns on Bickett. And how would that best be lined up if we wanted to do it in September? How would that happen?
If you wanted to schedule it for committee, I think you would need to talk with the chair and your fellow council members to make sure that was what the body wanted.
Mm-hmm. I think what you could do is defer this first, and then at that meeting, if you are inclined to do so, we'll put that on the agenda for your September meeting.
And just for clarification, does the hearing have to be open for us to be in committee with it, or can we do it without being in public hearing?
No, ma'am, it does not have to be, the public hearing does not have to open for you to take this to committee. The
Can't
public,
do it.
but the public hearing does, you do have to take action to set the date of the public hearing.
Right.
Within 60 days of today. And so, because we have to give notice of whatever the public hearing date will be within 60 days. So there's a little bit of a clock there in terms of making sure we meet the timeliness requirement to set and notice the public hearing.
Yeah. So if you defer it and then we say on September 9th, let's include this in our discussions, it would have to come out, though, with some recommendations or whatnot, if we do it
And
for October.
what happens if in that meeting we need more time? How does that affect everything?
Well, that will impact it. And so that's why if you're going to have a discussion, well, first off, what I would say is if the applicant is here, I think if there's some concerns, you should share those concerns, because hopefully they can address some of those concerns during that deferral period.
So if I may, as chair of the committee, this would be my recommendation. First, let's defer it to the 5th and set the public hearing then. I would prefer we have the public hearing before it goes to committee. And the reason why is because if it comes out of committee with any suggestions or changes, that committee meeting is less than the 10 days for the next meeting.
Yep.
So it would be almost like whatever comes out, we will have the hearing, and then we will still have to wait again. Now, granted, if it goes to committee and the same thing, because it's the 4th Thursday, it may be, but there may be a lot of things that we could probably address in between the public hearing and our meeting that can be talked about. So I would prefer that we have the hearing first and then it goes to committee, because that also gives all council members a chance to hear the case and what it is. Because if it goes to committee first, it'll be everybody's first time hearing it, period.
So when would the hearing, you're talking about October 3rd?
Yeah, we have the public
Scheduling
hearing.
it for October 3rd, and then October 3rd, then saying we want to send it to committee at that point and holding it that?
Correct.
Got it.
Yes, so we would defer it until September 5th, and then September 5th.
Set the public hearing
public hearing.
for October.
And then, you never know, some of these issues might be resolved. Hopefully, they're listening.
Okay. Yeah, that makes, so yes to that, what we just said. Leaving it this way and then leaving it open that once the public hearing comes, that we can then send it to committee at that point.
Correct.
Yeah, could you make a motion to defer this?
Sure. I make a motion to defer this case to September 5th to allow for revisions before setting the hearing.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
The next item on report of the Planning Commission this afternoon is the 423. This is a handful of parcels on Creedmoor Road going from R4 to OX3. The Planning Commission recommends approval, and the suggested public hearing date is September 5th. I'm sorry, the 5th is the Tuesday, not the 9th, I believe. It's just a typographical error. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you.
I was going, since they were talking, I was going to go ahead, but. Go ahead.
Okay.
The one person on the planning commission that voted in opposition, what was the basis of that?
So the commissioner that voted in opposition here really wanted a lot more information about what the applicant's site plan was going to look like. And the zoning process does not require that. So wanted a lot more information that was not going to come out of the rezoning process, and so chose to vote against.
Okay, let's run through the rest of the things and we'll set the public hearings then.
That's why it says September 9th. It's supposed to say September 19th.
19th,
Yes, ma'am. All right. Then this parcel on Jones Franklin Road, this is Z1723. Again, the Planning Commission recommends approval. This is going from OX3 with a number of conditions to OX4 with many fewer conditions. Again, a suggested public hearing date of September 19th. And then rezoning Z2323 on Buffalo Road. This is, the base district of R6 is not changing. It's removing a number of conditions on the parcel, including a 100-foot setback from Buffalo Road for development. Planning Commission recommends approval, and the suggested public hearing date here is also September 19th. And then the last piece is a comprehensive plan amendment. This is initiated by Wake County for the area of the Kelm Wyatt Farm Park. They are asking to amend the future land use map from moderate scale residential to a combination of moderate scale residential and public parks and open space to exclusively public parks and open space. And then they are also asking for some amendments to the street plan. They are asking for the removal of a proposed street that would make an east-west connection through the park. And then they are also asking for change in the designation of Rogers Lane, reducing the future development width there from 4-lane down to 2-lane. Planning Commission recommends approval of all the pieces of the amendment, and the suggested public hearing date is September 19. Any questions I can answer for you before you take action?
Any questions? Okay, I'm going to make a motion to set September 19th as the public hearing date for the remaining.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, unanimous, clerk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have special items. The first one is appropriation from council contingency.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, and City Manager. I'm Sadia Sattar from Budget and Management Services. Welcome back. We are going to start talking about our very first council contingency item for this fiscal year related to Oak City Cares. Mayor Baldwin, you had requested during the July 7th, 2023 meeting that we appropriate $25,000 for Oak City Cares from council contingency line item. As a reminder, the fiscal year 2024 adopted budget includes $150,000 in council contingency, and should council agree to appropriate $25,000 for Oak City Cares today, it will leave $125,000 in council contingency moving forward. I wanted to just share a little history about the organization with all of you. So Oak City Cares is an independent nonprofit which assures that people experiencing homelessness get on-site help. It also serves as a bridge to ongoing resources that they need. So it provides coordinated care by getting them some on-site help provides them, with some coordinated care with other Wake County nonprofits, as well as weekend meals. The $25,000 that were requested were due to the fact that the center has experienced a surge in requests for those weekend meals. So there are some increased operating costs related to that surge, as well as inflationary increases as well. So I also wanted to remind City Council that the city does provide funding to Oak City Cares and has been doing so since fiscal year 2020's adopted budget in the amount of, it's almost $75,000, but the exact amount is $74,444. So over the course of the past 5 fiscal years, we have given the organization $372,220. So the center does receive, like I said, approximately $75,000 annually from us, and this $25,000 would be in addition to that, should council approve this request today.
One thing I would like to request, you talked about it's this $74,000 amount, which still kind of baffles me, but we have not increased any funding for them, and there is a surge. Like in the past year, they're seeing 97% more people, and their food program is 48% more. So I would ask Housing and Neighborhoods in this upcoming budget year to look at the needs and budget that funding that's needed from Housing and Neighborhoods. So we're not taking this out of council contingency again. So I guess that's your very first budget note.
My very first budget note. So I myself learned that This is part of an outside agency grant that was then kind of diverted to Housing and Neighborhoods Community and Economic Development Division, so as part of the budget process. So should this be an ongoing request, like you said, from a budget note, this should be coming from Housing and Neighborhoods as a supplemental request to us.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, got it.
Does anybody have any questions? Councilmember Black?
So with the funding request, is it going for actually buy the meals, or is it going to like pay people who are going to be working? Like, do we know where the money is going exactly?
Primarily for food, and they mostly work with volunteers on the weekend meals. So they've seen like much greater need for food, but also there's inflation related to food cost. So it's a double whammy.
Okay, I just want to make sure that it's like getting to the need, because I feel like, and this isn't even like necessarily Oak City Cares, it's just the nonprofit model in general, where it's like they're working to keep themselves in work, and it doesn't really solve the issue like of trying to end homelessness or end hunger. So I just want to make sure like the money is not going to overhead costs. And I mean, if you're saying food, then like
It's going to food.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. Do we have a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
I've arrived, by the way.
And welcome back.
He has arrived.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the city manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and welcome back. Although I've seen every single one of you all, with the exception, I think, of Jane. I only saw her one time during the break. I've seen all of you all during the break. So just like Councilmember Patton always tells us to be diligent and take that time, I'm calling her out today because she didn't do that, except for 1 week, during the break. So, with that said, we have 4 items today, the first of which is an update on the S-Line Transit-Oriented Development Study. We have David Eatman from Transportation here to tee this item up.
All right, good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. Again, David Eatman, Transportation Department Transit. In 2021, the City of Raleigh, along with other partner agencies, participated financially in a transit-oriented development study led by NCDOT. Today, Mr. Ryan Broomfield, the Director of the Integrated Mobility Division of NCDOT, will provide an overview of the TOD study, as well as provide an update on the S-Line program. So at this time, I'll just turn it over to Ryan. He's going to go through a brief presentation for us today. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, David. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Ryan Brumfield. I'm the Director of the Integrated Mobility Division. We cover bicycle, pedestrian, and public transit programs for the state. So excited to be with you all. I know many of you have participated throughout this study. We appreciate your involvement. I just want to briefly share a summary of our findings in the study and the conclusion of the study. It's hot off the presses. We issued our press release this morning, and the study is on the website. In your packet, you have the community playbooks that are specific to each study area that we studied, and happy to talk in more detail if you have questions about any of the findings in the study. A brief refresher on the S-Line project. This is a critical missing link in the Southeast Corridor. Envision one day being able to get from Raleigh to DC in 4 hours or less. And you can see highlighted in green the segment along the S-Line that was studied as part of this project. It's between Sanford and Norlina, and then the S-Line continues north and south. S-Line overall includes intercity, freight, and regional rail opportunities, and we've really leveraged the generational investment in rail through IIJA to advance this project. And you can see that evidence here, all the grants that we have been successful with over the last few years. We've received almost $110 million to advance this project, including funding to purchase right-of-way from CSX and funding to advance preliminary engineering from Raleigh to Richmond along the S-Line, and also the grant from the Federal Transit Administration to advance transit-oriented development that I'm discussing today. So what is TOD? TOD creates compact development with a mix of uses within a walking distance of a mobility hub or a station. Really, TOD is about leveraging transportation investment with a mix of land uses to maximize community benefits. And so that can vary what those uses are depending on the needs of the community. But it's really about how we think about the transportation investment as an opportunity to help the community achieve their goals. Through this study, we had a few goals: plan the place around transit, proactively plan context-driven TOD. We focused on corridor-wide visioning that included all the communities thinking about how they fit together as a region, and then also local goals specific to the needs of each community. Really, this project is built on partnerships. We received local funding from all of the partners listed here to cover the match requirements for this grant, and all of the partners have participated in advisory and technical committees to guide this project throughout the life of the project. We also focus on vision, again, both that corridor regional vision and community specific, but there are some themes that were listed here that kind of resonate with all the communities. So a few of those are improving mobility and access, increase and diversify housing, support downtown vibrancy, create workforce opportunities, maintain equitable access to opportunities, and support opportunities for upward mobility. Also critical to this project was community outreach. And you can see here we had 3 phases of community engagement. The first in December 2021 to understand community values. The second last summer to create the TOD vision. And then this past winter presenting the final TOD vision, which included presenting some design concepts and sketches and getting reaction from the public. Here are a few key themes from feedback we received in Raleigh. Probably the most predominant feedback is the need for more regional transportation options and expanding housing choices. So we took a lot of the feedback from the public as well as input from public officials to develop design concepts, strategies and ideas, and recommendations for a few specific study areas in each community. You can see those study areas here for Raleigh, and including a one-line sort of overview and summary for each of the study areas in Raleigh. Again, the report includes extensive detail about what we found through market analyses, reviewing local policies and land use and existing plans, and it includes recommendations, tangible, actionable strategies to move towards transit-oriented development in each of these station areas.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
In Raleigh Midtown, where are you looking for that at that station?
So that would be north of Six Forks Road, between Six Forks Road and the Beltline, and the S line is running parallel to Atlantic Avenue. So, so we considered that area near where the Wegmans is in that area. If you're familiar
Are you
with
looking at public-private partnerships?
We are, yes. We are in conversations with the developer, and that's been a key focus of that area, yes. We've been on
Excellent.
site talking to the developer a couple of times.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. So you can see here what's included in the community playbooks. We really feel like this is the major benefit of this study is that we have actionable, tangible recommendations about each site. You can see there's built form recommendations. There's also strategies and ideas related to the sites with the most opportunity or most potential for growth and development. And so we really encourage you to look at those, and if you have ideas or strategies that we need to discuss, we're happy to do that in more detail. We also hope to keep the conversation going. We had an advisory and technical committee that will continue, and we're calling that the S-Line Coalition. So NCDOT will continue to facilitate meetings of that group to provide updates on the S-Line more broadly, as well as how we're advancing the recommendations from the TOD study. And you can see here the implementation process overall for the S-Line. Some of the key next steps, we've applied for funding to advance to final design of the rail infrastructure between Raleigh and Richmond. And we also are initiating mobility hub planning for some of the communities along the S-Line. So we are doing feasibility studies, NEPA, and preliminary engineering for mobility hubs along the S-Line. So you can see we're really trying to leverage the funding that's available to advance this as rapidly as we can within the timeframes of the IIJA and take advantage of those opportunities. So with that, happy to follow up if you have questions today, or if you'd like to hear anything in more detail. There's a lot of content in the report that we'd be happy to go over. So,
One question I have, are we working at all with Build America? I know Charlotte has done a lot of work with them, especially regarding public-private partnerships and funding that's available. Is that a resource that we're taking advantage of?
you're speaking of the Build America Bureau at USDOT?
Yes.
Yes, we have met with them, and it's an option that we're exploring along with all the other funding options. We have no active plans to move forward with any of their loan programs and innovative financing, but we are exploring those options as part of a broader portfolio.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Melton?
Thanks. Really excited about this. I just wanted to, I guess, elevate. I think the station area planning along Blue Ridge Road is going to be very important, particularly with the announcement that was made today about the commitment and investments being made at PNC Arena and in that area. I think developing that area into more mixed use is awesome, but having it be so far removed from a lot of our current, I guess, urban cores is a bit problematic because we don't want to create a place that folks can only access by car. And so I think this is one really good opportunity. And then also looking at, obviously, discussions of short-term ways we can connect that area too. But I think that's going to be really important in the future.
I see a new BRT line in our future.
Yeah, we have the BRT station in the report, and some of the connectivity was considered as part of the report.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ron, good to see you again. Definitely want to thank you for all of the regional meetings that you've had. I've been able to participate from Wake Forest to Sanford. I just want to let everyone know, please read the report. There's a lot of great information. There's a lot of detail in there. Our planning department, please read the report. There's a lot of great information in there as we're moving forward. I know our planning department has been involved and have been working with you as well as our transportation. So I just want to thank you for your work. And if some people wonder why these areas, they're using the corridor that exists, and it's a FITS corridor. So that's why it's these areas that are impacted. But I look forward to, I know Wake Forest is very happy to be included, and I know Henderson as well. So definitely thank you all as we continue to connect regionally.
Yeah, could you go back to the map? Just so everybody kind of has a look at this. When you see where this is going and how it's connecting our rural areas with our urban areas. And this, I mean, really feel like this is a game changer.
Yep.
Yep.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for this, and thank you for the work that preceded this presentation. I wanted to drill in a little bit on the Gresham Lake area. I was reading the report this weekend. Of course, these renders are beautiful, and I love the idea of residential development that in this spirit. And I think we've already seen a rezoning somewhat recently that takes this into account. The U 5307, I believe, is the name of the road, the Capitol Boulevard Road Improvement Project. That's just literally adjacent and brackets what you've proposed here. So I have some major concerns about that Capitol Boulevard Road Improvement Project, but specifically when I look at these and think about them kind of happening in duality, I worry about creating this very beautiful pedestrian-friendly station area that is super isolated and can only be accessed by car and is pretty siphoned off from the job centers in that area, like Triangle Town Center, which will be catty corner across this highway interchange. And so if you are able to speak to collaborations you've already had with your partners in the road division, or if you can just take that as feedback and keep it in mind. I don't know if you want to take it now or later.
No, that's great input. We certainly will take that back. Brandon Jones, the division engineer for Division 5, has been involved throughout the project. I know that project is fairly early on in development, and so there's a lot of opportunity to collaborate. So thank you for the input.
Councilmember Patton, I share your concerns. I mean, I think what we're looking at is potential conflicts in terms of what our goals are and what we're trying to achieve. And if, we're trying to achieve walkable communities, but there's a highway going through there, that ain't a walkable community. And so one thing I would like to ask, I'd like for us to get an update on what's happening with some of the NCDOT projects on Capitol Boulevard, Carter, and just hear from some folks. But I really do appreciate the work that you've done on the S line. And Julie White, I mean, it's been amazing. And I really commend you for the relationships that you've developed with the FRA and the feedback that we've gotten, positive reinforcement. So this is very exciting.
Yep, thank you. Well, it's a testament to the partnership we have with you all. I think that's made this so successful, so we appreciate the support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right, the second item is additional gap funding to help with the terraces at Rock Quarry. We have Maria DeWeese from Housing and Neighborhoods, and I'd just like to highlight that although we won't be able to solve the problem, I think every month we've brought forward an opportunity for affordable housing, and that is probably one of the things I am most proud about, and we will continue to do that. So just we're continuing to chisel away every single meeting, and totally excited about that.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and City Manager. I'm Maria Deweese with Housing and Neighborhoods. Y'all are probably used to seeing Erica Brand up here, but she's on vacation this week. But today we are making a funding recommendation for an affordable senior housing development called the Terrace at Rock Quarry. This development will provide 132 affordable homes for seniors 55 and older, earning between 30% and 70% of the area median income. And the project is also going to have 26 permanent supportive housing units as well. And this might be familiar to some of y'all. The project was previously approved for city funding in May of 2022. And they've returned with a request to the city for additional funding due to a gap created by construction costs increasing and interest rates on their financing. To close the project funding gap, the developer has shifted the income targeting of the apartments, though I will note that the number of units serving very low income and low income households and supportive housing units have not changed from their original proposal. And to completely close the funding gap, the developer has requested an additional $500,000 from both Wake County and the City of Raleigh.
Motion to approve. Oh.
Second.
Any questions? One question here, and I have one comment. The supportive housing in this makes all the difference in the world. I am thrilled to hear that because that's where we sometimes fall short, and that's the difference maker in trying to keep people housed and trying to change their lives, especially our seniors.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, so you said the income targeting has shifted. Is that are there market rate units or?
They're all affordable units, all restricted. And the ones that have shifted are the 60% units were decreased slightly to make room for more 70% units to help support the debt service on the project.
But the 30 and 50% have stayed the same?
Yes.
Yep. Thank you.
One thing I want to say is I know Redeeming Love, that church this is by, has been a great partner as well. As far as I know, they sold land so that this could be built. And that's where we talk about community engagement, community involvement. And I just want to mention that and bring that out, and definitely look forward to the full council support.
Okay.
Quick question, has the county kicked in their money?
My understanding is they are planning to.
Probably next week.
Yeah.
We'll probably vote on it next week.
Motion in a second.
Yep, motion is second. All in support?
Aye.
Okay, that was unanimous.
Thank you,
Thank
Maria.
you.
The third item.
I'm sorry, I thought you were done with your presentation, so I jumped in. I was over anxious, so. Marshall.
The third item is part of our CCAP implementation process, and I will call to the podium Megan Anderson and team to update us on this progress.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Welcome back. Good to see you. Megan Anderson with the Office of Sustainability. I'm just here to do a short introduction, and then Jason Harden from our office is going to do the presentation. And we're joined by our partners in planning development who have been working really closely on this. So as a reminder, at the February 14th council meeting, council asked us to come back with more options on the levers we can pull for high impact climate action implementation, and also to address equity, and particularly for renters was something that the council brought up quite a bit. So we're here today to talk about the Clean Transportation Ordinance package options for council's consideration, and later in the year we'll come back with more options related to other high impact levers related to buildings and energy as well. I'm happy to say we've come up with options for council's consideration that hit all the main objectives of the climate action plan, including greenhouse gas reduction, addressing equity, and building community resilience, with various strategies focused on equitable access and renters. As we talked about previously, in North Carolina particularly, it's sometimes difficult to come up with these climate action levers that the city is able to control. Because of this, we've been working really closely with many partners, and I wanted to give a brief shout out to them. First, our partnership with Pat's team in planning and development. That includes Justin Remetta and Pat, who are here today to help answer any questions if you have them. And thanks also to Dottie and the team in city's attorney's office, and support from Michael in the city manager's office. Also wanted to give a big shout out to the Development Services Advisory Committee. Staff have been working really closely with the DSAC for a while on gathering feedback, and we plan to go back to them again if they have any questions and council authorizes us to move forward today. And of course, thank you to Jason Harden. So most of you know Jason joined our team about a year ago from Planning and Development to do this type of work. So really briefly, I just also wanted to mention that the CCAP implementation, we're working on both city initiatives and levers we can pull in the community. In this space, there's a lot of examples where the city is really trying to lead the way in this work, and there's just a few examples up there on the slide for you about that. And since most of our greenhouse gas emissions come from the community, it's really vital that we look to these types of strategies to lead in the community. So with that, I'll pass it over to Jason to talk about those community strategies. Thanks.
Thanks, Megan. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So I don't have a long presentation today, but I did want to frame it up just a little bit in terms of what we wanted to talk about. So a little bit of background relating to the Climate Action Plan and how that helped us arrive at some strategies to address our transportation emissions. They don't talk about the different options in the package itself, and then we'll finish it up with some potential actions that council can take today to direct staff to continue this work. So the background, council approved the Climate Action Plan 2 years ago, and these are the two charts that do a lot of work. And I'll talk about them briefly because it does require a little bit of explanation, but it's a pretty simple story. So the chart on the left talks about the city of Raleigh's emissions. You can see nearly half come from the transportation sector, and the rest come from energy use in our buildings and elsewhere. So a huge chunk of our greenhouse gas emissions are coming from how we get around. And it's particularly high in Raleigh, as it is in other similar southeastern cities, because we've grown outward quite a bit. We've grown more around driving historically than around transit or more walkable communities. So it's a big number. The chart on the right shows, and that's also from the Climate Action Plan, you can see those lines. The line on the top is basically the business as usual trend, and that continues to show emissions as the city grows and adds population, those emissions continuing to rise by 2050. The green and blue colors on that side are different strategies that the plan lays out and recommends for how we can get to the goal, which is that line on the bottom of the chart. So the takeaway is we have a great goal. We have a path to get there outlined by the Climate Action Plan, but it does require taking some actions beyond what we're doing right now to get there. And so this is one of those big packages that basically takes that top line and bends it down towards sustainability. So to get a little bit more specific about some of the actions that the Climate Action Plan talks about that we've included in this package, a big one obviously is electrifying our transportation system. Of course, we've started to do that with our transit system itself, with buses being electrified, but this is looking more broadly, obviously, at all the hundreds or thousands of vehicles that we as a community use every day to get around. And the vast majority currently are fossil fuel powered, and that a big reason for that is the lack of access to EV charging. And that's one of the things that this ordinance is proposing to juice. And we'll talk about the details, but it's a big part of those climate action strategies. Reducing idling, I think we can all think of examples where that happens at schools, at drive-throughs, other places. Again, those are emissions that don't have to happen. These are things that we can control. Improving options to driving overall is obviously a big one. Electrifying trips is great, but shifting trips or allowing trips to be made on transit or just by walking is even better. And that's sometimes a very easy thing to do. And then, of course, Megan mentioned that this ties into some of the broader objectives of the Climate Action Plan. So not just reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but addressing equity and building resilience. And I think it's worth taking a moment to think about those impacts as well, because climate action is really important, but there's a host of other benefits that come along with these kinds of actions. The very same things that reduce carbon emissions also address community health and resilience and equity. So reduced air pollution is an obvious one. So there's obviously carbon emissions, but there's all sorts of other air pollution that comes from our vehicles that these same strategies help to reduce. And of course, those impacts are disproportionately felt in our communities across the city. We also know that walkability improves health outcomes. So there's been analyses, and I think it's common sense, that improving the ability to walk, if people are able to walk daily, you see dramatic reductions in chronic diseases and mortality risk. And one thing I don't think sometimes we think about enough is all the social ties that are created by walkable places to, I think, an extent that we've lost over the years in a more spread out, atomized, drive everywhere kind of society. And then, of course, specifically for the hundreds of thousands of city residents who rent or live in apartments or other multifamily housing, they may well want to have an electric vehicle, but they don't have the power to install charging at their location themselves. So that's something that this is trying to remedy. So to get a little bit more specific, so that's the background, and now we're going to talk about the specific elements of the package. So obviously the purpose is reducing greenhouse gas emissions, improving pedestrian safety, reducing idling, improving the ability to walk, and addressing equity. So the specific bullet points are there on the right. So a new requirement for EV infrastructure in new multifamily development, limiting new drive-throughs in downtown and other emerging walkable places, and improving pedestrian connectivity citywide. These are all the ways that we can, again, reduce those emissions and create a healthier, more connected community, because it's more possible to walk to different destinations. So on the EV requirement, it helps. This is an emerging technology, and with that, unfortunately, sometimes comes a lot of emerging terminology. So I'm going to take a second to talk about some of the terms that you may be familiar with, maybe not, some in the audience perhaps not. So what we're mostly looking at is what is generally called EV capability. And that's not necessarily requiring the more expensive chargers that you see in many locations across the city. It's a money-saving approach to making sure that the infrastructure is in place while something is built, so it doesn't have to be torn back out at much greater expense later on. So it includes a conduit for the wiring, doesn't include the actual outlet or charging, but those can be easily added back later as the demand increases at, say, a particular apartment complex for more electric chargers. So that's what most cities that we've looked at chose as the bulk of their approach, is requiring that capability, because that's what's really expensive to go back and fix later. But to use a couple other terms, EV readiness is the next level up. So that does include some wiring and an outlet, and people can plug their car chargers right into that. and get a charge. And then the highest level is the one I think we mostly think about, which is an actual permanent charger installed. And so that's not something we're looking at proposing to require here. And I have a little bit of a busy slide here that talks about some similar North Carolina and other cities and their approaches. And I'll note that on the left side of that and the yellow color, that is looking at requirements for multifamily. And then the right side is looking at workplace and retail destinations. And the reason for differentiating those two is it's really critical to have the charging ability where you live. That's a kind of have to have if you're looking at getting an electric vehicle. Charging at the workplace or where you shop is nice to have, but that's probably not the threshold bar to clear for, am I going to feel confident in my ability to charge this a couple times a week or every night? So we followed what the city of Charlotte did pretty closely. And so they did focus on the multifamily and hotel side of things. And so they primarily have a requirement for that EV capable. Again, that's where it's the conduit and the ability to add charging in the future. It's the least expensive of the options and provides the most flexibility. You can see some other cities have taken some different approaches. Some of them do require office and retail charging. Some of them do require at least some percentage of readiness or actual EV chargers. But what we've proposed here is something a little bit more flexible and aimed at meeting that most basic level of the ability to add charging without digging up a parking lot, without having to do a lot of expensive electrical work. And reason being, there's a cost here, and I think it's always helpful to acknowledge a cost when we think about a regulation, because those costs are paid by somebody, and oftentimes it's the residents of the housing that's being built. So these are estimates. We went out and got some feedback from people who do development. We looked at recent projects that the city of Raleigh has done. We feel pretty comfortable with these numbers. And they can vary a lot. It depends on whether you're doing 1 or 2 parking spaces with charging ability or 100. Obviously, if you're doing a lot, the number per space is going to drop. But generally speaking, during new construction, and I'd encourage looking at the top row particularly because I think it's the one that's most relevant here. New construction, it might cost between $1,000 up to $2,000 per space that has some level of EV infrastructure to include that. The big number is there to the right of that, and that's the cost for if you have to go back and trench through a parking lot, which is basically what you do to install that wiring and conduit. I think we all recognize that increasingly multifamily properties are going to be doing that. So in essence, this is a money saving, or at least it's a down payment on future costs. Because this is something that increasingly we see new developments come in with development, and of course some are thinking about doing that, but it's a big cost. So you see a big savings. The numbers on the lines below are just a little bit more comparison for some of those other higher levels. So obviously once you include the wiring and some charging, it can get significantly more expensive, which is part of the reason for the approach here of starting at the more fundamental level of capability and then allowing these properties to scale up the actual chargers as they start to see demand. So the second element of this package, and it really is a package, you can choose any or all of these elements to move forward as a text change, but it's looking at drive-throughs and the ability to have comfortably walkable districts. I think a lot of the story there is told with the first 2 pictures that you see on the bottom. So those are 2 different ways you can go get a coffee and what that looks like in the United States. One of them has a really long queue at the drive-through. The other one is something you can walk to. If you're not going to the coffee shop, you can walk past that coffee shop a lot more comfortably than you can the one on the left, because that's a pretty uncomfortable environment for a lot of pedestrians. So we actually do have limitations on new drive-throughs, and I'll show you the locations where that applies, but it's a pretty small area. It's only where we've applied the transit overlay district. Does not include actually a lot of the other most walkable parts of the city, including downtown, Hillsborough Street, Blue Ridge Road. You could go on and on. It also doesn't include areas that have office mixed-use zoning, which is when that was conceived, that was a lower intensity commercial use. So it doesn't allow late night retail. It was designed as sort of a transitional district and generally more walkable than some of the more strip-oriented drive-through and retail districts. So this is where currently there are limitations on new drive-throughs. It's where the two BRT corridors where the mapping is complete for adding that transit overlay district. So that's the western corridor and the southern corridor. Of course, there is the pending application of the TOD zoning along New Bern and also some additional planning work along these corridors. So that could change in the future, but currently this is where we do have some kind of drive-through regulation. And these are the areas that this package is looking at. So you can see the different colors. Downtown is that magenta. So currently you can build a drive-through downtown. The blue area, and most of that is actually NC State's campus. That makes it look probably a little larger in terms of area than probably we're likely to see potential drive-throughs. But that and the areas in purple or red are where we have some urban frontages. So that's Hillsborough Street, chunks of Midtown, Triangle Town Center. So these are all places that have been identified in plans as places where either it's walkable already or we think there's a potential with some investments. We just heard about the possible for rail that touches a lot of these areas. This is the kind of companion piece to that that can create truly walkable places so that we're able to leverage those investments in transit and other investments going forward. And then the last element of the package is overall looking at pedestrian connectivity. So this little example there in the photo, that is looking at the distances to walk, potentially, theoretically, from those townhouses there that you see to the nearby shopping center to get your groceries. So that's about 600 feet, pretty easy walk, even if you had a bag of groceries. I think most people would be willing to do that. But there's not a connection, so the actual only way to walk to that grocery store is to take that roundabout route that is very circuitous. It's about 2/3 of a mile, and I feel pretty confident in saying that's the distance that most of us, if we're going to the grocery store particularly, are probably not going to feel comfortable walking, especially on a pretty warm day. And in a really significant way, I think that picture is the story of not just a lot of Raleigh, but a lot of the United States. And a lot of the issues that we have with chronic disease, with the lack of ability to walk places. These are all the things that we hear a real hunger for. And I think the fact that we don't have those easy connections is, it's a reason why. There's a very rational decision to be made there to drive that longer distance instead of walk. However, as the city of Raleigh, we have the ability to require, and that's what's proposed here, some higher level of pedestrian connectivity so we avoid that kind of situation in the future. So the code does have a connectivity standard, but it's for cars specifically. And so when it doesn't apply, which is often, pedestrian connectivity also doesn't happen. And so the approach here is to create a separate pedestrian connectivity standard that would reduce trip length and lead to significantly more walking and less driving. So that's all in terms of the substance. So today's potential action is outlined there at the top bullet. It would be to consider authorizing staff to proceed with drafting a text change, which could include any or all three of those elements. Staff certainly thinks that they work hand in hand as a clean transportation package. If council does choose to proceed, then some next steps would continue to work with the planning department and the city attorney's office on the details of the package as we draft it. We would propose to do more engagement than we would on a standard text change process, particularly for the drive-throughs that affects a number of existing properties. We would want to give them some direct notice of that change via a mailing. We would also plan on meeting with the Environmental Advisory Board, Development Services Advisory Commission, and the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission. All would have some relevant input, we think. And then so that would go to the Planning Commission for their review and recommendation and come back to council likely late this year. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions from council.
That was a great job. Thank you. Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, very excited to see these opportunities to improve just the way that we get around and our environmental impact. I was curious on the pedestrian connectivity text change. Would it be determined, or do we have a map that would say like where those pedestrian connections would have to occur? It seems like there would have to be a lot of decision making for each development.
So the approach, I think, would be to do it in a more general way. So the way the connectivity requirements work now is there's something called a block perimeter. And when there's a new development, there's a measurement that's made. And you can kind of see an example of that with that orange line. And so it would say if that block, there would be the distance to travel all around those streets. If it's longer than a certain distance, a couple thousand feet, it varies by district, then there would be a requirement for a new connection. So that over time, those huge blocks in the more suburban parts of Raleigh start to be split up into something smaller. And so the approach here would probably be to create a separate pedestrian block perimeter that would be pretty small. And so it would apply in almost all cases where there is some new development that has the potential to create a connection to a retail district, to a park, to really anything nearby that people would be likely to walk to. And so it would probably be less looking at every specific potential connection and more drawing up that broader code standard that would apply across the board.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Hi.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you. So I wanted to go back to the drive-through restrictions because you were kind of flowing. I didn't want to interrupt your flow. So can you go back to the map? It's the next one, I think. So, no, the other one. Yes. So that is where the ordinance would like take place and be most effective.
Right, so two maps, and sorry for the different colors on them. So this is where currently new drive-throughs are not permitted.
Okay.
That is from the transit overlay district that was placed along those two bus rapid transit corridors, recognizing that we want those to be the most walkable places in our community, and that, in fact, you even see along, not to call out any particular places, but sometimes you see the drive-through lines queuing back out onto the street, and they certainly go through parking lots, pretty uncomfortable to cross. So that's what's the existing prohibition, and then this map shows where the additional restrictions would apply.
Okay. That's what I was trying to like surmise while you were talking. I didn't want to interrupt you because I'm in District A and I'm like, we have a lot of drive-throughs and I would like to be able to walk to a coffee shop and not have to have like a giant parking lot around it. So I'm glad that, you know, I see it's applying to some of the areas outside of like the city center because there are people who live like outside of the city center. So that was just what I was trying to understand. Thank you for clearing that up for me.
Sure, and I would emphasize, and I know different people might look at this map in different ways, so there's a fair number of properties, but obviously drive-throughs are an important, that's something that people use a lot. I have used drive-throughs myself a lot, and so it does continue to leave many, many opportunities along those corridors, but it reflects, and what you see here in that map is previous planning work and just the inherent natural walkability in some places that's seeking to enhance and preserve and build on.
I too think drive-throughs have a place, but as we're thinking about building more walkable communities, I know we've been like localizing that mostly into like the central part of our city, but you know, as a district councilor who lives outside of the central part, I'm really thinking about like what walkable communities means for people in North Raleigh, people outside of the Beltline. And so I was just wanting to make sure that we were getting some love because sometimes District A gets left out of stuff. Sometimes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. So questions really around the pedestrian connectivity, and I'm looking at the example you're giving, and one of my concerns is I understand the need to go to 600 feet. The connected makes perfect sense, but in the same time, that like in your example, that's a wooded area. So, in order to create a pedestrian, what's the impact to that wooded area? And as well as when we look at cutting through, a lot of times when neighborhoods are built, now it's people's backyards. So how do we, those are some of the things that I would like to see studied and addressed, because when you start looking at pedestrian connectivity and you're talking about communities and neighborhoods and getting to the stores, those are the barriers of wooded areas as well as people's backyards, that are greatly impacted.
Right, absolutely. So we do plan on spending some time in the drafting of that particular element of the text change to make sure we're thinking about all the different balancing acts that are involved in that. And so those are a couple of the variables. In terms of impact, essentially we're looking at a sidewalk. And I think this example probably has a little bit more of a wooded nature than a lot of the examples of missed connections. Oftentimes it's literally an apartment building, literally right next to a grocery store where there's that missed connection. But I think it's certainly reasonable to think of the other impacts as well.
Definitely, you made me think about the Walnut Trace apartments that were built. They provided a pedestrian connectivity, but it has caused more problems than anything else. So please go back and look at those other real examples where we do have connectivity and make sure if there's any conflicts or issues that those have caused, that we're not creating those issues somewhere else.
Thank you.
Councilmember Patton.
Hi. Thanks for the presentation. Can you go to the switching gears back to EV charging? Can you go back to that red and yellow chart? Okay. So I just want to make sure I understand what this chart is saying. So if we look at the Charlotte line as an example, this is saying 20%. So in this imagined future text change, if a site plan is submitted with 100 parking spaces offered by the developer, then 20 of them have to be EV capable. Is that the right idea?
Right.
Okay. Helpful. Thank you. I wanted to make sure I was understanding that. And then my follow-up question is, can you just talk a little bit more about the pro-con list y'all made related to selecting EV capable versus some of the ones farther along the progression?
Yeah, and so actually I'll stay on this chart for a minute because I realized that I didn't talk that much about it. And that's a good example. And I'm glad you used the 100 to make everybody's math easier instead of like 320 and had to bring up my calculator app. So yes, that's right. It would be 20% in Charlotte would be capable, so 20 parking spaces. And then they do have a requirement for installing chargers, and I shorthanded that a little bit on this chart. But that only applies for larger developments with additional parking. So if they have more than 50 spaces, then 2% of those. So if they had 100 spaces in that example, 2 would have to have chargers. We did look at a range of different approaches, and this slide has a little bit about the pros and cons of the different approaches. So the EV capable it's the foundational approach. If you don't have that, then it's so much harder to add it later. And really that's the state that we're in as a society, where we have a built environment that does not have a lot of charging opportunities for multifamily. And that's something separate from this ordinance we've been studying pretty closely, partnering with parking and planning to think about some strategies for how we can assist existing multifamily properties retrofit their properties, because it is difficult and expensive. As you get to the higher levels, EV ready and actual charger installed, the trade-off is just the increasing cost. And then the uncertainty. So if I'm building 100 spaces and let's say we required chargers to be at 20 or 30 of them, it's a significant expense. And if I don't have residents who use them, then I think the question is, was that a reasonable expense? The capability approach provides that flexibility, because going back without having to dig a trench or put in a new electrical panel is much cheaper than adding it later.
Thank you. Following up on that, do you know, like from your research and from looking at these peer cities, for multifamily establishments that are installing them now, kind of what does that picture look like? Do the residents bear that sort of as a a line item or more broadly across the rent, across the whole complex? Like how does it tend to come about?
It varies, but more the latter. And I think that's primarily because it's still a very small number of chargers that we're seeing in some of the new developments. So we did take a look at, over the last several months, what percentage of projects are including them. And it was more than I anticipated. It was probably more than half of the multifamily developments, but they're including very few. It may be 2 spaces out of 200 or 300, and doesn't include necessarily the capability to expand to many more spaces. In some cases it does, in some cases it doesn't. So I think with that level, they're not necessarily charging to individual residents, they're just spreading the cost around. There would be the option of a property manager could take either approach. They could have a designated space. This is, you could pay more for that EV space, or it could be a first come, first serve space. There's some different approaches. And I think that's probably something that property managers are gonna work through as they learn more, just as we all are with other aspects of EV charging.
Any other questions? Councilmember Melton?
I'm ready to make a motion. I think this is great work. Thank you. I'm interested to see sort of how it evolves when you get into drafting, when it goes to the Planning Commission for some comments and feedback, and then ultimately we'll have the public hearing. But I think this is necessary. Just seeing that graphic where it showed like 40% of our issues are coming from just land use and transit. I mean, that's stuff that we can directly influence at this table, and we just have to start nudging us into a more sustainable direction. So I think this will be a leap forward, and I move to authorize staff to proceed with drafting a text change, including all 3 elements for consideration.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Great work. And so many would argue that we saved the best for last. Evan Raleigh, if you'll make your way to the podium. I'd just like to say over the last 9 months, the staff from the city and the staff from Wake County has worked diligently to develop some funding recommendations for the 23rd Amendment to the interlocal agreement. We intentionally shepherded a process that protects and preserves our commitment to the Wake County Destination Study, a high quality of life, and an intentional quality of place for all of Wake County residents for years to come. And we did all of this at the same time by honoring our true commitment to fiscal stewardship. I am happy to report today that in a special call meeting of the Centennial Authority, terms were agreed upon that will help us do just that. I won't steal the thunder from Evan Raleigh, but I would like to say that as of this morning, we have a 20-year commitment to keep the Carolina Hurricanes in Raleigh, and that's a big deal. So I think we should give each other a round of applause. And many folks have been working on that for years and years and years, too many to count. But I will say, and in return for that, the community wins with significant development opportunities around the venue, and our fans will have an enhanced fan experience for years to come. So before I give it to Evan completely, I would like to thank our amazing staff. Allison Bradshaw, Evan, we have really been in the trenches working day in, day out, weekends, trying to make magic with numbers, even when the numbers didn't really make. To our partners at Wake County, Denise Foreman, David Ellis, we didn't always agree, but we were all committed to getting the best outcome for everybody in Wake County. Hats off to Mayor Baldwin and Chairwoman Shanika Thomas for their leadership during this arduous process. Thank you to North Carolina State University, the Centennial Authority, the state of North Carolina, and the GRCVB, and to all of our Wake County partners who were in this with us and who dared to dream. So with that, I will turn it over to Evan. He will tell you where we landed and why we landed where we did.
Absolutely. Well, good afternoon, Mayor, members of council, Madam City Manager. Thank you for those comments. I will, before I even start, reiterate exactly what you shared. It's an honor and a privilege to be here to share with council and the community your recommendations for allocations for the 2023 Hospitality Tax Interlocal Fund. It has certainly been a labor of love, many long nights and efforts to get us here, and just it's again say thank you for my colleagues who've had an opportunity to work so closely with to get us to this point. So before I get to the recommendations, just briefly in the way of a reminder. So for those that may be listening that aren't familiar with the hospitality tax, the interlocal fund that we're referring to, this is just a quick summary. So the state of North Carolina in 1991 approved essentially a legislation that allowed Wake County to levy a 6% tax on occupancy stays and a 1% tax on prepared food and beverage sales within the county. That legislation also made clear that revenues derived from those sources could only be used to support projects that support arts, culture, sports, convention, essentially heads and beds types of activities and projects. So that fund is jointly governed by the Wake County Board of Commissioners and the City of Raleigh City Council. So you are partially responsible for overseeing and making decisions, much like the one that you may make today regarding appropriations from that particular fund. And so this is a chart I know that you've seen many times, probably throughout the last several months. But again, just quickly an illustration of how this fund is constructed. There are 3 sections in the model. Those revenues from those 2 sources I cited flow into the top of that funnel, and allocations are made in section 1, 2, and 3. And I will go through what the city manager is recommending in terms of appropriations in each of those 3 sections. So we'll start with the top line. Section 1, so these are our recommended allocations for the PNC arena enhancements. What we are recommending is that we appropriate $21.3 million annually for a total contribution to the project of approximately $300 million. That term of financing would be 25 years. We would assume that the debt from the funding to support that debt issue from the ILA would begin in fiscal year 25. There are also, you have just been presented with the term sheets. There are a whole lot of details and behind the scenes items related to this recommendation, one of which is the land development and the inclusion of affordable housing as a part of that development, which you will see when you have an opportunity to kind of digest what's just been shared with you. As the city manager indicated, we're also assuming that this funding would come with a long-term lease of 20 years on the building. The second item from section 1 is a recommended appropriation of about $5.35 million annually for a total debt issue of roughly $75 million over a 25-year term to support the indoor sports facility that the town of Cary has and will be bringing to the community. Again, the assumption is that the funding for that project will be additional funding from the interlocal fund will flow to that project beginning FY26. This was a project that had previously been approved, and so there is some accrued fund balance that is sort of just sitting and waiting for the day to be appropriated. So our assumptions do include the use of that fund balance, which would sort of kick the project off. They kick it off with existing fund balance before the new interlocal funds would begin to flow in FY26. So jumping down now to section 2, this is a project we've talked a lot about. It's the support for the downtown Raleigh Convention Hotel. What we are proposing is a not to exceed figure of $75 million to support subsidy to this project. It would provide, the model is just north of $6 million a year for about 20 years. We would assume that, again, funding from the interlocal model would begin in FY25. And again, not to exceed, this is a not to exceed figure. Another project we're really excited about in section 2 is the relocation of Red Hat Amphitheater and the expansion of our convention center. So contained in the recommendations, you will see approximately $25.6 million annually, which we believe will support a debt issue of just north of $387 million to fund both of those projects. The funding from the model will begin in FY25, but much like some other projects, we anticipate getting work underway sooner than FY25 using some accrued fund balances. So we're really excited to get this project underway. So next, Section 2 also contains the Business Development Fund. And so what's in this recommendation is a transition of the funding from the interlocal model to support that fund and transition it over to our partners at Greater Raleigh Convention and Visitors Bureau to their operating budget, as opposed to that money coming from the ILA. And you can see in the recommendations how that ILA contribution to the BDF, as we call it, is stepped down in future fiscal years, reducing it to zero in FY28 and beyond. And so I think the fund, it's important to note, it will not be going away. It's just, again, it's transitioning. And I think this is, I know Denny Edwards is in the audience, and this is really a reflection of his commitment to try to make all the other projects feasible and contributing his share of this portion of the interlocal model to support our projects and the other projects throughout the community. So we really appreciate the CBB stepping up in that way. In Section 3, these are some small but no less important items. So the town of Cary, as part of this recommendation, we would be restoring approximately $1 million a year to support capital maintenance needs. This $1 million was cut from the town of Cary as part of the inking of the 22nd Amendment when we lost all of our money from COVID. And so we would be restoring that beginning in the current fiscal year. Also really important, Section 3 contains the competitive small projects or medium projects competitive process funding. So this recommendation would, over the course of several fiscal years, allocate a total of $15.5 million to be set aside to support competitive projects. And as you can see noted, if you combine this additional money with the money that's currently in the model for small projects, which is $2 million a year, in that 4-year window, you would have a total of around $23.5 million to support making funding allocations to small or medium or competitive projects. And we do anticipate that we would begin that process of soliciting inquiries for those projects late in 2025. So just quickly, next steps. This is a model that gets opened up, as we say, reviewed every 3 years or so. So we would anticipate that the full review, which is the process that we're in now, would take place no later than June 30th of 2026. Our focus would hopefully at that point be on the operating and capital maintenance needs for some of these new facilities that we'd be bringing on, or some of the expanded facilities. That's a part that is not currently addressed in the current recommendations, but certainly will need to be in future openings of the model. And just a little note there, there's a review team that's comprised of staff from municipalities throughout the county that are looking at this model and the revenue streams, trends, assumptions where we'll be meeting throughout the course of the next 3 years to update those revenue projections, and we've got fingers crossed that we will outperform the projections that we have built these recommended allocations around. So in terms of where we go from here, today you have been now delivered the city manager's recommendations for allocation. So pending a vote of support from you all, we would The next step, again, it is jointly administered by the city and the county. So the county commissioners will be taking this up at their next meeting, August 21st. Should we get a affirmative vote from the county commissioners next week, we, county staff, city staff, would begin the process of actually inking the 23rd amendment to the interlocal agreement, which would codify the funding recommendations that you've heard presented today. So with that, I'll pause and entertain any questions that you have.
I've been living and breathing this for like our entire break, but I just want to say a few things. First off, I want to thank you and Allison and the team, Marshall, for all the hard work that went into this. This has been 25 years in the making. I mean, when this site was first looked at and chosen, I remember people saying, oh, it will spur development. Well, that never happened. And now we have that commitment to redevelop this area and really make it a sports and entertainment district. I also want to just recognize, besides all of you, the county for their hard work, the state, they've been heavily involved in this, NC State, Gale Force, and the Centennial Authority. This outcome is what happens when everybody works together. And I also want to recognize Dan Barrett for his hard work on this. He really brought it together. And finally, want to thank Tom Dundon, the Carolina Hurricanes owner, first off, for agreeing to a 20-year lease. This is, we want that team here. His willingness to invest in our community and his commitment to build affordable workforce housing in each phase of the development next to PNC. And I just want to say thanks to everyone. I see Jeff Merritt here and Denny. We all know this has been hard work, but really appreciative of everybody's efforts. Thank you. Questions? Okay, I'm going to make a motion to approve. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, as the representative for District D, where PNC Arena is, this is very exciting work, and I know how complex these negotiations have been, and I do want to thank everyone that has been involved in them. When I think about these kinds of huge economic investments, especially from a tourism angle, we want to make sure we are getting to the heads and beds and the economic multipliers that come with these investments of public dollars. And so that is why I'm very excited about the development of the district around PNC Arena, particularly the workforce housing and the 20-year lease. That is something that I wasn't sure we were going to get to, so I'm very excited to have that. And then also a more sustainable model going forward for the Centennial Authorities, so annual payments that will be coming to them for maintenance, which is so important. And at the same time, we are still able to make investments in the convention center and hotel downtown and Red Hat and all of that. So again, I just want to thank everyone who's been involved, all the council members who have been having conversations behind the scenes, because this was, a big thing to get done.
Okay. I've made the motion to approve. Are you?
I want to second the motion, but I also want to state that I'm very happy we have the arena deal moving forward. But I'm also happy with the opportunities that are going to present themselves for those organizations that can now, hopefully in the next 5 to 10 years-ish, can come to Raleigh and have conventions. We have organizations that are rooted here in the city of Raleigh that can reach out to their friends and their neighbors, and they can say, hey, come to Raleigh. We have the hotel space. We have the convention space for that. So that's the part I love about this overall agreement. We have our PNC Arena, that's the shining star, but we also have the heartbeat of the convention center. That's keeping everything there. So I definitely want to say thank you, and I'm lovely and happy to second the motion.
Well, this is a case where everybody wins. So Big day for Raleigh. Okay. Support? Come on, come on. All right, unanimous, let's go. And thank you, everyone. This is amazing work. Very much appreciated. Okay, let's go.
And that concludes my report.
All right.
Top that. Yeah, top
Woo.
that.
Yeah, chop that. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the Community Engagement Board.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city manager. Deborah Kuffner with the Office of Community Engagement, and I am here to introduce Stacy Ahua, who serves as vice chair, and she will present a brief recap of the bylaws and then ask for your vote. So, Stacy?
Good evening. Thank you again for having me here on behalf of the Community Engagement Board to talk to you about the work that we are doing with our bylaws as well as our work plan. Hopefully this is relatively painless for all of us. It's a lot of information that we've seen already, but I will go through specifically the portion of the bylaws that we addressed in the June meeting. And then if there's any other questions about the bylaws or the work plan, there is some information that we can review there. Specific structure. Is that better? Better? Okay. Specific structure of the bylaws include our standing committees, which are broken down kind of in this structure, our main community engagement board, our 3 subcommittees, or standing committees rather, the outreach, policy, and equity committees, and then the action teams are subsets of those. And the action teams are where I'm going to focus because that's where the main question was, with some specifications on what those teams do, who will comprise them, and how they work, and how long. So we kind of provided what the general definition of the action teams looked like previously. You can see the edits there, and then I'll just read through it for clarification because there is a lot of text and some differences in the color so that we can understand what we're moving to and proposing today for your approval. So the amended statement of the action teams in our bylaws states that each standing committee may create action teams as needed. The standing committee shall define the duties and duration of such action teams in writing at their formation. A team leader of each action team shall be selected by the chair of that standing committee. Action teams will be open to all City of Raleigh residents and area stakeholders. Action team participants are not members of the board unless so appointed by Raleigh City Council. So just quick highlights there. First, that these teams may be created. They are not mandatory. They're not anything that has to be done by any of the standing committees, but if there's an issue that they see fit for further action, not just from the Community Engagement Board, but from engagement from the community, anywhere that they can help, they can create these teams. So there is some leniency for that as well. Again, stating that they define the duties and duration of those action teams as they are created. So they're not teams that are created kind of ambiguously to live in perpetuity, but if there's a specific issue, they can create that team, say what that team is there for, how long they're going to work on that issue until its resolution, and then essentially that team deflates or dissolves as it is so that there is no longstanding commitment or appointment by anyone, but by specific issue, with all of those outlined at the beginning of that team. The team leaders, again, will be responsible for this, so it's not necessarily the Community Engagement Board providing what those parameters are, but the person working on the ground with the action teams to be able to determine what those needs are and what the duration of that time may be. And again, as stated, I think this was in a little bit of the explanation previously, that residents are encouraged and allowed to be part of those teams to accomplish a lot of this work. So it's communication between the board, having those leaders and the action team leaders who are doing a lot of that sweat equity, boots on the ground work, and then you have members of the community who are able to engage and offer what they can in resolving whatever those issues may be based on the work that the board is doing. So that's the general, that was kind of the highlighted point of what we wanted to discuss. It's been reviewed and also approved by our board as well. And we've had great input to make sure that we have clarity, but also some leniency for things that we may need to include based on, again, the issues that arise. Again, this is just a review of the same information, how that breaks down so you can understand who's working where and with which parts of those action teams. Ideally, today would be, next steps for action would be approval of the bylaws with these amendments to the action teams as well as our work plan. If you would prefer a review of the work plan, I can, but these are the basic tenets that we included with it just for consideration since it is part of it. But I think those are all of the other issues.
Okay. Councilmember Black?
Hi, thank you for this. I think a lot of the concerns that I've heard about the Community Engagement Board is that it's very siloed because many of the members are appointed by us. And so people are like, how is that real community engagement? Because it's like a council appointed thing. Right. So thank you for being very reflective in that and like allowing it to be opened up to the community. I think it's great. And I'm ready to motion to approve if people don't have, yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is the report and recommendation of the Environmental Advisory Board.
Hello, again, Mayor and Council. Megan Anderson, Office of Sustainability. We staff the Environmental Advisory Board, and I'm here to introduce Ben Bobet, who's our board chair. He's here today to present their annual report from last year and their work plan for the next year for your approval. So thank you, Ben, for all your leadership. He has a little less than a year left. He's been with us for quite a long time, so I want to thank him for all his time.
Well, first, I want to thank the Mayor, Council, and the City Manager for the invite today, as well as the Office of Sustainability for helping make this report today and the two reports, the work plan and the annual report that I'm going to present today. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay, so to jump right into it, our potential work plan for the fiscal year 24 is we want to continue with our flagship of hosting the Raleigh Environmental Awards. We're going to look at reviewing and evaluating strategies within CCAP that help reduce greenhouse gas emissions and address equity and resilience to reach the city's goal of 80% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2050. In buildings and energy, we want to focus on energy efficiency and solar and explore energy efficiency for new development opportunities to include enforcing the energy code, benchmarking against other cities, and what are the city's options for enforcement and opportunities to incentivize. Within transportation and land use, we want to continue looking at our fleet electrification, VMT reduction through multimodal transportation, as well as through land use strategies. We're going to provide highlighted updates on EAB's past transportation reports in key areas as well. Finally, within resilience and cross-cutting, emergency preparedness with respect to climate change impacts with flooding, heat, et cetera, with a focus on stormwater, green space, and waste reduction. So within our annual report, we're going to be discussing today, we're going to go over our environmental award celebration. We just had this last couple months ago, as well as what we've done with CCAP. Also, our overview of strategic plan connections in alignment with the climate resilience and equity. A few progress updates on past work plan actions that we've had, and some other actions. So starting with the awards, this is the first year that we held it at Dix Park. It was very well received both by the board, the EAB board, and the community. We had 5 award categories and we had 12 winners in 2023. You know, that math doesn't quite add up, so what was going on there? Well, it turns out that we had a couple groups that worked together on the same projects, and instead of just singling out one of those groups, we felt that every single one of those groups needed to be recognized for the work that they have done. Moving on to our actions within CCAP. Again, the following areas reflect those within CCAP with the aim of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions by 80% by 2050. So we focused on buildings and energy, mainly focusing on energy efficiency and solar, mainly focused on Raleigh's Solarized campaign and SolSmart. Within transportation and land use, we looked at the transportation electrification of the city fleet and the landscaping equipment and publicly available charging infrastructure. We also looked at multimodal transportation related to greenhouse gases and VMT reduction, including learning about light rail. Within the resilience and cross-cutting, we focused on stormwater, green space, and waste reduction and how the city is regulating land use. Oh, I jumped ahead. Oh yeah, no, stormwater. Sorry. How the city is regulating land use in the floodplains, as well as biophilic cities update, composting, the city's work to transition yard waste center to include food waste, as well as an update on the bioenergy recovery projects. Next, focusing on the climate resilience and equity, we met with SMAC. So from this collaboration here, the board had a few recommendations we'd like to bring in front of you today. So the board recommends highlighting how Stormwater R3 program is income-based. Additionally, the voluntary buyout program for houses in the floodplain is underfunded. The EAB recommends the City Council investigate the potential dramatic equity issues with this program and other areas that the city faces in terms of stormwater. We also recommend the City Council establishes programs to investigate communities and developments upstream of the worsening flood zones for opportunities to lessen or eliminate downstream flooding issues. We also recommend that SMAC and Stormwater continue to review programs from an equity perspective and to continue to take actions to support stormwater programs that focus on access in disadvantaged areas of the community and that mitigate environmental impacts of past environmental injustices. And the EAB would like to continue its partnership with the SMAC in these important joint areas as well. Within the bioenergy recovery project and the fueling of the transit fleet, the EAB recommends the city evaluates how to maximize clean alternative fuels in the city's fleet in conjunction with the bioenergy recovery project. Consideration should be given to the electric buses and CNG or electric solid waste services vehicles. Also, we recommend maximizing the greenhouse gas reduction potential of the bioenergy recovery potential project by looking at the fuel on the highest impact fleet vehicles. In addition to our annual report, on the back of it, we'll have a specialized report that we did with our meetings with solid waste. So within those meetings, the EAB recommends that the City Council establish a Leave the Leaves program to encourage community members to compost at home whenever possible and to lessen the impact and resources needed for the city's resource-intensive curbside collection program. We also recommend an enhanced education and outreach efforts to help with extensive contamination issues in the downtown and residential area with regard to recycling, such as plastic bags being in the recycling bins or wish cycling of some plastic containers that cannot be recycled. We also recommend that the city provide resources for compliance oversight to address and reduce the contamination problems of materials collected in the recycling program. We also recommend the council dedicates resources specifically to the education and compliance oversight of waste management and recycling in the downtown business district. The board recommends the study be completed on downtown business district to inform waste management and recycling procedures. Continuing with this report, the EAB recommends the city evaluates what should be done to improve the environment and the economic impact of each recyclable material. This includes a multifaceted approach to address regulatory issues, contamination, collection, and education to improve waste and recycling streams. We think that there should be consideration for an incentive for an industry to recycle glass into usable products locally and researching additional markets for recycled glass. And then finally, we recommend the development of engaging education and outreach materials on what can be recycled locally for businesses that generate significant recyclable materials, i.e. educating the community on options like the use of aluminum can versus glass bottles. And we also recommend that producers of recyclable materials be educated about local businesses and entrepreneurs, that could use or benefit from this source material. Finally, the other actions that the EAB has taken in this fiscal year 23. The EAB received a presentation from the Office of Strategy and Innovations on the city's strategic plan. The Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Department presented an update on the Biophilic Cities program to the EAB. And in the past year, the city of Raleigh has worked with other B cities and B campuses in Wake County to develop a collaborative network called the Wake County Swarm. So what are our next steps here? Our next steps is that we would request approval of our fiscal year 24 work plan, acceptance of the fiscal year 23 annual report, and should the council deem it necessary, you could refer our solid waste report to the Growth and Natural Resources. And with that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you for the report and the information. My question is around the solid waste information. Were they involved or engaged in conversation while this was being drafted?
Yes, 100%. So when we go out to solid waste or when we have someone come into us, we go through potential recommendations that we will make. Solid waste was there, Stan was there with us there. I don't believe he saw the actual draft, or he did. He did see the actual draft, yes.
Okay. And the reason I ask is I know one of the points about waste downtown management, we had an idea, it was revisited, but they were going to come back with another plan. So I know that's something they were working on. And the part from the Leaves campaign,
yes,
I understand it.
Yes.
And it makes perfect sense.
Yes.
But I know I have residents in my community that have been in Raleigh longer than I have that would take issue to leaving the Leaves. So I think sharing the information and talking would be very good.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, agreed.
Councilmember Patton?
Hi, thanks for the presentation. Are we married to the Wake Swarm name?
That's a good question.
I am a beekeeper myself, and so I know that when bees are in a swarm, that is their most gentle and solid selves, but it does have like sort of a connotation of not being the most gentle of groupings. Just a thought.
Not married to it, no.
Okay. That's not really, it's not the highest of priorities. A real question though.
Yes.
Going back to your slide on with SMAC and highlighting the Rainwater Rewards Program, what was the program that you mentioned that was underfunded that you wanted to flag for us?
Yes, it's the floodplain buyback program. Let me get the... Yeah, so the voluntary buyout program for houses in the floodplain is underfunded.
Okay. What do you happen to have notes on how much funding it gets
That
currently?
one I don't, but Wayne might.
Yes, we have, Wayne Miles is here to talk a little bit more. He has more details about the program.
Thanks.
Hi, yes, the annual budget currently is about $1 million per year in the Stormwater's Capital Improvements Plan funding for that fund. Now, we do work to leverage that with FEMA money whenever possible and use that money to leverage as a matching fund. So that does allow us to do more than the $1 million.
Got it. And so if that is considered underfunded, do you have a ballpark of what would be considered full funding?
We have a consultant working right now on a prioritization plan and model looking at eligible homes. So that is something we could bring back once that consultant work is done.
Cool. That'd be great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fort?
Thank you for the presentation, Ben.
Welcome.
One of the things when you mentioned the composting portion, the county did a program about 2 months ago where you're shaking your head, you may know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but go ahead, please.
Where they were in partnership with a company that provides composting equipment, and they offered it at a discount. So that kind of encouraged more people to get the equipment to actually do composting. So maybe the city could look at doing something similarly, partnering with a company that provides the composting equipment at a reduced rate around an educational piece to have more people doing composting. they may not do the leaves, but they may do some other
Yeah,
stuff.
absolutely. I know in the past, because I've taken advantage of it, that like your compost bins and your rain collection barrels have been at reduced cost to city residents and stuff as well. So yeah.
And if there are no other questions, I think I'm the liaison for this group, so I'd make the motion to approve their work plan.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you so much. And thank you for your patience. Okay, thank you. Now we move to matters for public hearing. Our first is demolition of an unfit building at 416 Bragg Street. We have one person who signed up to speak in support and two people who signed up in opposition. So let's hear from staff first, and we'll see where we're at.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Today I'm bringing you 416 Bragg Street for asking you to adopt a demolition ordinance. In June of 2021, a vehicle ran into the side and did some pretty significant structural damage. We gave the owners an opportunity, something like that happens, and we want to give them opportunity to take care of it and fix it themselves. Roughly 10 months passed, and it stayed in the same state that you see it right now. We completed an inspection in April of 2022 and noted the structural issues, general disrepair of the home. It is open. There's some evidence that there may be some holes in the ceiling based off of some of the photos later on in the slideshow. Just areas of, general disrepair. All permits were required to complete the repairs to it. Those at this point have not been applied for, as well as demo permits. Here's an up-close picture of kind of the area where the car ran into. And council, if you can follow along a little bit further, see some interior pictures if you'd like. But we are asking for a demolition ordinance that would take place. We would start that process immediately. That process usually takes somewhere between 2 and 3 months. Asbestos testing, surveys, putting it out for bids for contracts. So that's where we're at. The reason we are at, one thing I did want to add was that the assessment is that the cost to repair this house would exceed 50% of the tax value of the dwelling. So that's kind of where we're going this direction with the demolition ordinance.
Okay. Before I open the hearing, do we have any questions? Councilmember Patton?
Hi.
Hey.
What, if any, contact and communication has been done with the resident?
So,
or not the resident.
So
the
it
property
is
owner.
air property. Linda F. Watson heirs. During our property research, we located a Brandy Watson, which was noted as the sole heir of the property, and she's been notified throughout this process. She met us on site during the initial inspection. Staff actually, she has a local address, and we went by and talked to her. Probably it was maybe a month ago, talking about this council meeting. We also, because sometimes there's heirs that don't show up in property research, and we did a public advertisement on this one also.
Okay. And when you spoke with her a month ago, you're able to share kind of what the
she was aware of what was going on. She did mention that she had a buyer lined up, but we haven't gotten any evidence or a contract or a permit or anything like that showing up yet.
Got it. Okay. And so then these fees will be a lien on the property, and so if she does have a buyer, then those fees will be paid at that time.
Correct.
Okay, any other questions? All right, I'm going to open the hearing. Let's see, 8 minutes per side. Jalen Miller signed up to speak in support. Is Jalen here? Okay. Go to those who sign up to speak in opposition, John Blagrove and Vincent Price. Are either of them here?
Don left.
Okay, I'm going to close the hearing then. Do we have a motion?
I just have a couple more questions. I'm sorry if I'm missing it here. So if the demolition occurs, there is a fine that they will,
It's just the cost of the asbestos test, the survey, and the demolition is what would be
okay,
assessed.
but that cost is not here right now.
Correct.
Okay.
There's been no fee or anything assessed
Okay.
on this property.
And then the current owner continues to own the parcel.
Correct.
But they have to deal with that fine. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm curious about the buyer. Did they speak about like whether they were interested in renovating the space?
We've never spoken to the buyer or prospective buyer that she mentioned. She just kind of gave us that information. I don't know how accurate that is.
I feel like the house has good bones. Like if there is a buyer that could like fix it up, it would be really cute.
Well, our hope is that everybody repairs these houses. Is that when we come into contact with them, we don't want to tear them down.
Right.
But we kind of feel with this one, the intent to repair is just no longer there.
Okay.
So I've gone back and forth. I've looked at the pictures that are presented, and also I'm looking at some of these structurally when you all go out, because normally you all wouldn't say, like, demolition is the last resort.
Mhm.
So before we got here to demolition, there just was no movement whatsoever.
Correct.
Because I see
it's been in this state since the car ran into it in, what was it, June of 21.
June of 21.
So a little over 2 years. It's been secured, but there's been no movement whatsoever on.
Yeah, I see it's been
repairing
495 days since the initial inspection.
Correct.
Okay. I moved for approval of staff.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, that was Councilwoman Jones and Black in opposition. And everybody's phones, I think, are going off because
It's a flood.
we just had an emergency alert for flooding.
And it's been raining. We've just been closed up. It's raining outside.
Okay, the next item is public nuisance abatement, property liens. This is on 4 properties, 1524 Clover Ridge Court, 619 Cumberland Street, 2407 Garner Road, and 2730 Mill Burney Road. No one has signed up to speak on any of these cases.
One might have been pulled. Is it 4 or 5?
I believe it was 4. The
4.
one on Garner Road, I believe, was paid.
So one was pulled?
Yep, 2407 Garner Road has been paid and therefore withdrawn.
Okay.
Okay.
So really quick, 605 Bragg Street. This was a complaint that was lodged. It was high grass. And when I say high grass, it's a concentration of over 8 inches is what our nuisance code, how our nuisance, the verbiage of the nuisance code is. And it was pretty high. Our letters, we post the house with the notice, and we also send it to the property owner of record on Wake County tax records. And gives them 10 days to mow the grass. In this case, it was the date of inspection was March 23rd, and the day that the city crew went out to mow it was June 1st. Yes, ma'am.
Were there any responses to?
No, we have a program that we use to locate, get good phone numbers for everybody, and we always try to reach out to those. Anybody that's associated with the property, at least give them a call, and there was no response.
So who are we charging?
It'll be the property owner. It'll go on
It'll
the
be the
property
lien
owner.
on the property. Got it. Okay.
Do we send, if the property owner's address on the Wake County tax record is different than the subject property, do we send notice to both places?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
And we also put notices on the property as well, right?
Yeah, we do post the property also.
And you said this is based on a complaint, like a neighbor complaint?
Yes.
Okay.
All of these come from, they're complaint-driven.
Do you want me to just move on to the next one?
Yes, please.
1524 Clover Ridge, again, this is high grass. It was a complaint. Date of inspection was April 19th, and city staff went out to abate on May 23rd. .619 Cumberland Street, another complaint. This is a vacant property, and we've kind of been dealing with this one for a while, and we don't get a lot of response from the owners at all. But again, it was high grass and some limbs. The date of inspection was April 25th, and the abatement date was May 24th. I believe the last one was 2730 Milburnie Road, and that was some the couch and tires that you see right there, and that was also a complaint. It looks like the date of inspection was May 12th, and the abatement crew went out on June 2nd.
Okay.
So I have a question because, there's a lot of community concern on getting these addressed. Is there a way for public notification of an issue, and then if someone wants to go help that person, they can?
You mean like notifying local organizations?
Yeah.
Or, if somebody contacts us, we always provide information. There's churches, there's volunteer organizations all around. We try to find ways for us not to go out there and take care of
So
these
we have
issues.
a list, and if someone were to call or reach out, then
It's not a full list, but we do recommend some people from time to time.
Okay.
Councilmember Black?
I would like to uplift the Raleigh Mutual Aid Hub as an organization that could potentially help with this. I know they do a lot of different things, but I never like the property liens because I always say we need a more fundamental mutual aid sort of collective in the city that helps people who may have issues like this so that it doesn't fall on us, because I think our community wants to take care of each other. So I'm always property liens, but I get it. But I just wanted to uplift them as an organization. They're here in the downtown area, about 2 blocks from here.
And it's the Raleigh Mutual Aid Fund?
Mutual Aid Hub. So they do a lot of really great work, and they are also connected with a lot of other organizations that do grassroots stuff that may be willing to go in and help. The notification process, just maybe we can think about that in the future of how we're letting people know that there's opportunities to assist so that it's not always falling on us. But that's it.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Councilmember Fort?
Not a question, but I guess just a suggestion. I know there are always people looking for opportunities to do community service, and I don't know how to match folks up, but it seems like it would be a great opportunity for folks who need community service hours to figure out how to, especially the easy stuff of mowing grass and things. I mean, I'm not saying go out and move couches and tires and repair buildings and stuff, but if it's these tall grass issues, it seems like there may be some way to do some volunteerism.
I know personally I've had conversations with some of the folks that call in the complaints, and I say, hey, I ask them if they've gone and knocked on their neighbor's door to ask them if they need any help, but I don't know how well that goes over sometimes, but
Have to be careful of liability as well.
We do.
Going on private property, we have jurisdiction, whereas a private individual does not.
Sorry. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing, close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Move for approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Councilmember Jones and Black opposed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have petition annexation AX 1223.
Good evening, everyone. Christopher Golden with Planning and Development. You've got an annexation before you, the first of several. This is AX 1223 at 205 Chatterson Drive. It's pretty straightforward. It's located on 1.4 acres. It is zoned R1. It's in the Falls Water Protection Overlay District, though it is in the secondary non-critical area. There's a pre-existing single-family home on the site. They're looking to hook up to water, which is, I'll pull up the utilities there. The water lines are about 30 feet away from the southeast corner of the property, located in Chatterson Drive. And then then they're also looking to hook up to sewer, which is about 213 feet away from the southeast corner in Carriage Tour. I think that's Lane, yeah, Carriage Tour Lane. So if it were annexed today, it'd be brought into the boundaries of Council District A. That's all I've got on this one, but if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Okay, any questions? All right, Molly Stewart is here for the applicant, I believe. She signed up to speak. Oh, okay. Well, there are no questions for you, so do you mind if I just open and close the hearing? Okay, open the hearing, close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
I want a motion to approve. And before I finish that statement, I hear a lot about how people are like, annexations are bad because it's increasing sprawl. And I always say like there are like different potential like times when it's not like as bad. And I think it's one of those cases, just like allowing people to get access to certain city services or fill in gaps that we have, because we have like little like pocket donuts all across the city. So this is one of those moments. If you guys are watching, motion to approve. Do I have to read anything?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous, clerk. Thank you. The next is petition annexation AX 1323.
Thank you. Speaking of properties that are located in donuts, this is, it's non-contiguous, but it is inside the ETJ, so non-contiguous to city limits, but it's located in one of those unincorporated county islands. It's fairly close to the Beltline. This parcel is located. It's about a half an acre. It's zoned R6. The developer plans on constructing 3 single-family homes on the site. There's an approved subdivision on it, or approved subdivision plan, I should say. It is in an area of known service concerns, being just outside, or is not concerns, but service consideration, just being just outside of the standard fire response times. However, there is water adjacent. There's sewer 460 feet away from the property in Dowling Place. You can see that there. If it's annexed today, it would be brought into the boundaries of Council District C. That's all I've got on that one. If you have any questions, though, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Any questions? Okay, no one's signed up to support or opposition, so I'm open the hearing, close it. Do we have a motion?
For the same reasons that Councilwoman Black stated, I move for approval.
All in favor? Aye. That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is annexation petition AX 1423.
So thank you. This one will look pretty familiar. It is the neighboring parcel, which is also in an unincorporated county island. So similar to the parcel next to it that you've just annexed, it's just over half an acre. The different owners, but they're looking at building 3 single-family units on this property. R6 zoning, same as the property next to it. Their area of known service consideration, which I covered just before, also an approved subdivision plan. The main difference is water is still adjacent, but sewer is a little bit closer since it is a little bit to the west. So it's 240 feet away from that sewer connection in Dowling Road. Are there any questions I can answer for you all?
Any questions? Okay. Again, no one signed up in support or opposition. I'm going to open the hearing, close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That was unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have annexation petition AX 1623.
Correct. Thank you. That's at 8014 Broad Street. And this parcel is located on about almost an acre and a half. The site zoned R4. The plan for this one is single-family residences, 4 units total. There is water adjacent. You have sewer about 400 feet in Ray Road, as you can see here with the utility location. Obviously, with all annexations, any extension to water or sewer is the responsibility of the applicant. If it's annexed today, it will be brought into the boundaries of Council District A. Do you have any questions on this? More than happy to answer them.
Any questions? Okay, Ryan Johnson had signed up in support. Is Ryan?
I'm just here to answer questions.
Okay. Any questions for Ryan? Okay, I'm just going to open the hearing then and close it. Okay? Do we have a motion?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous.
Thank you
as
very
well.
much.
Okay, next we have annexation petition AX 1220 Hodge Road.
Good evening, Hannah Reckow, Planning and Development. So this item, AX 1220, and the next item, Z 1620, go together. So as we've done before, I'll give a joint presentation on both, and then you can proceed with each hearing separately. So AX 1220, there is no update here. That request has not changed. It is still a request to annex a little under 530 acres located outside RETJ and corporate limit, contiguous to corporate limits to connect to water and sewer. The rezoning request Z1620 has been amended since it was last discussed. So I'm going to go through those changes now, but first did want to just make a quick note that the signed copy of these changes that the city received in time for consideration at this meeting included a few amendments in response to staff comment, and I believe those have been circulated to the council, but just wanted to note that that does differ a little bit with what is in the agenda backup. So changes since it was last discussed, a small change to item 8 in the narrative, a section requiring 4 out of the 10 pocket parks to include an active recreation element has been added. What type of elements may qualify for that? And then a handful of conditions have been added, including an area reserved for a future greenway bridge over the Neuse River, and promise to dedicate that land to the city at the time that that's built. Identification of a active recreation area that would include an active recreation facility, which could include a disc golf course, for example, which, if requested by the city, would be dedicated as a public facility. Clarification of the perimeter buffers indicated on the master plan that would have a protective or transitional yard. Requirements for permanent signage along undisturbed protected areas within the plan, at least every 500 feet. And then a requirement for a minimum of 10,000 square feet of land reserved for native plants. This would be established across the pocket parks and would be solely North Carolina native species that are native pollinator or pollinator attracting. And then there's some requirements for a minimum size per park and tree and shrub requirements as well. And then finally, principal structure setback from the Neuse River. So no principal structures less than 300 feet from the Neuse River within the R10 district, and no less than 500 feet within the NX base district. So those are the amendments to the case as you've seen. Before I conclude, recalled that transportation came up as a topic of discussion at the last meeting, so I'd want to hand it off to Monique Guyant from Transportation to touch on that.
So good evening, Madam Mayor and the members of the council. I'm Monique Guyant with Transportation. It was requested that staff shed a little light on some improvements that were identified in the TIA. So I'm going to break down these many improvements that are noted. High level improvements on Pool Road include a traffic signal that is to be installed by the developer at the intersection of Pool Road and River Dreams Drive. This is currently unsignaled. Improvements also include construction of turn lanes for site access and improved conditions at the intersection of River Dreams Drive and Hodge Road on Pool Road, in addition to restriping of pavement that will permit the additional through lanes that are taking place on Pool Road. Additionally, on Hodge Road, turn lanes it includes turn lanes for site access. So this map is a summary sort of comparing the 2030 no build scenario to the 2030 build scenario for the signalized intersections that are taking place on Pool Road. So you will see little bubbles at these signalized intersections. So the letter at the top is the 2030 no-build scenario. So this is as if the development was not taking place. It also includes and takes into account committed improvements such as the pool widening project, any kind of approved developments from the town of Knightdale, in addition to the Complete 540 project, or NCDOT R2829. The bottom letter is the 2030 build scenario with improvements, and so this takes into account any improvements that will allow the intersections to have an acceptable level of service. And this concludes my presentation, but if you have any questions, I'm here to ask or to answer them.
Okay. Councilmember Harrison?
And I know we're talking, I guess, about the annexation right now, but I don't know if tell me if I should be waiting. Okay, great. So I'm curious about the public recreation area. I believe it's supposed to be 1.5 acres, is that correct?
Yes, that condition specifies that if the city requests the area that would be dedicated for public use, which would include the facility itself, and the parking associated with the facility would be at least 1.5 acres.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just curious because the idea was at least one of the ideas in there is that it could be a disc golf course. And I was thinking about the size of those. Generally, I think they're a little bit larger. And so I'm just kind of want to put that out there that I'm not sure if that is the correct size given the intended use at this point. I believe the Kentwood Disc Golf Park, which is relatively dense, small park. The disc golf course is 3 acres for 18 holes. So I just wanted to put that out there, and I didn't know if I was missing anything on the size of that.
No, that is a minimum size, so it could be a larger area under that condition.
You could also do 9 holes too instead of 18.
But 18 would be better.
Yeah. But it was Councilmember Black, then Mayor Pro Tem.
So this is the one that has like pocket parks, right? Who's gonna own the pocket parks?
I'm going to check that real quick.
It would be private, I think.
I think so too. I think it's private. The HOA, I think, owns it.
So will the public have access to the pocket parks if they're owned by the HOA?
No. So the master plan identifies potential sort of approximate locations for those, and they are included. There's a public trail proposed to connect to many of them. I'm just taking a look now. It looks like all are either adjacent to future public right-of-way or connected by a future public trail.
So yes, the people will be able to, because when I think of like private parks and I think of like HOAs, I think of like you can't go to the park unless you are a part of that neighborhood or community and pay into the HOA. So like if I live in North Raleigh, I could come to the pocket park and just like hang out. That's like, I guess what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, I think that's probably for the applicant.
Okay.
Because I have some questions, but they're for the applicant.
Sure.
Well, my question's for the applicant, so I was waiting for the hearing.
Okay. All right. This is a continuation of the hearing. So I have one question. Somebody has signed up in opposition, Melody Ray. Is Melody here? Okay, so what I'm going to do is allot 4 minutes per side. Molly, do you want to, I think there's a couple of questions that people have for you. So if you will start, and then Melody, I'll call you next.
Did you want me to address them now or during the rezoning hearing?
I think it's all kind of together at this point.
Okay. Great. I'm sorry. I think I just did something with the screen. Was that me? Okay. Okay, great. So the question I heard was about the pocket park. So there are a couple of different things going on with the park. So there are pocket parks, kind of small parks throughout, which are community amenities. Because those will be maintained by the HOA forever, it's very difficult to ask a private HOA to maintain land that the public does have access to. It just creates a level of difficulty and liability for them that we didn't want to put them in that position. However, there are two other kind of larger areas, one being the Greenway Trail and dedication along the river, as well as the active recreation area that if and when the city is ready for them, we can dedicate those publicly so that the maintenance always goes with the access. So those are kind of two different amenities that will exist in the area. The other question I heard was about the size of the active recreation area. That is absolutely a minimum. I think the idea is that depending on what that use is, it may be larger than that. I think the request we heard was that maybe disc golf isn't going to be the right answer, and so it was hard to think of something that that would exceed that. But whatever it is will be dedicated publicly, and there's no limit on that size.
So I do have a question related to one of the conditions, and that is limiting non-residential primary uses to a maximum of 10,000 square feet.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Yeah, so I know that is part of, I believe it tied into our traffic study. So that was part of the traffic study limitation.
So you're limiting, I guess here's my problem with this. You're limiting any retail uses that people could walk to, which would then cut down on traffic. So
yeah, so absolutely understand that. So I think in looking at this site and the level of residential development and what that can support, I don't think there's a fear of not having enough retail for that use. And so it's a matter of, we think that 10,000 square feet will easily accommodate the needs of what's proposed here. So we really just capped it not to reduce what would be likely to actually happen there, but it's capped so that there's clarity for traffic purposes.
Okay, Councilmember Jones and then Branch.
Going back to the larger spaces for the parks, that they, from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, these would start off because it's not city. It would be owned by the development at first, meaning do HOAs own it at first? And then if the city says, oh, we want them, then we take them? And how do we inform those HOAs? Because I know if I'm a member of that HOA, I'm pretty pissed if in 5 years, all of a sudden you tell me now I don't own that and now it goes away. So how are we even if we do approve this, how are we protecting their future rights?
So there'll be a couple of different situations there. The Greenway area will be dedicated publicly right up front. And then the active recreation area, that just goes with maintenance. And so that's something that will have to be communicated at the time of sale and in the bylaws. And so, it's something where, there'll have to be clarity that there's this maintenance obligation, right, that goes with it. So it's not simply a benefit to the owners, but it's also a burden on them. So those things will go together.
Thank you.
So, a couple things. I know when we did the Old Town rezoning, they have an open area that will come to the city when the city's ready, and there's a whole agreement. So I think using that template will be helpful here. My thing is for the open area of 1.5 acres, I know that's your minimum.
Yeah.
But it's kind of hard when there's not, and this is something I probably should have called you sooner. I just caught it. If there's no maximum, like what could be the max, that allows us, I think, some flexibility. But also I think that helps parks decide, okay, are we ready to activate this when, and knowing how much land it is that's activated? Because right now we're just saying, well, we know the minimum is 1.5 acres, but it could be 10 acres. We don't know without having what the possible options are.
Sure. So anything above that 1.5 acres will be in negotiation with the city, right? Because we can't force the city to take something more than it wants. So it will have to be something that, a chunk that makes sense. And I think you might recall the original version of this had, it was limited to disc golf, and that had some standards for, that are specific to disc golf and how they meet the standards of that sport. And so that sort of gave some parameters around it. As far as a maximum, it will be set by the city, right?
Okay.
So the city will tell us, we can't make them take more than they want.
Can Stephen come up? I have a question for Stephen, and sorry, Stephen, I know I'm catching you off guard with this, but at what point would the city, if all things stay the same, meaning things don't get any worse, at what point would the city be in a position to take on and activate this, and what type of acreage would the city would be viable for the city to manage?
Well, the size would be driven by the use. So, and the location will drive that use. So if the developer wants to give us a hillside, what good is a hillside, right? Or wetland. So I think what we would have to work with them on, where is it appropriate, where we can actually activate and have access to the public use. We did go with the 1.5 acres initially based off of the landing for a greenway bridge, and a proximity to that we would have some type of parking access for a greenway trailhead. And the purpose of those 10 pocket parks were so they are serving themselves. So because they're generating a demand for the need for recreational space. So we work with them on that. But the greenway, we're comfortable with. It does depend on size and scale and location of what they're willing to offer.
Okay.
Does that help?
It does, and with this being a PD, I'm thinking maybe there's something that needs to be worked on first before we approve. I'm looking at my manager and city attorney, because this is and probably planning, this is a planned development. So with it being a planned development, we usually earmark certain uses and types. So if we approve this and it's 1.5, how do we negotiate later? Because the planned development by code says 1.5. If I'm wrong, correct me, but it's a planned development, not just a rezoning.
So the plan development does lay out maximum uses, prohibits, or sorry, caps retail, and provides an area on the master plan where that active recreation might locate. But with just a minimum, it could, as long as it's at least 1.5 acres, it would comply with the PD.
Okay. So we could move the Walnut Creek Soccer Complex there. I'm exaggerating, but you see the point I'm making, not having that. So that's why I was.
We could work with the applicant on more specificity. So scale, size, and then redefine what a use is. We can look at our inventory, what is in that portion of the city and what is not. You say soccer fields and say, this area has a demand for X, and then work on the scale of what appropriate size X would be. And we would work with the applicant.
Because I want to make sure we have options, and honestly, disc golf is great, but you just stated we have other disc golf courses.
In District Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, and I just want to set this conversation in a little bit bigger context. This area, I think we've already talked about, it's part of the Southeast Special Study Area that was recently approved. There's a lot of issues that come up in the staff report that make things look inconsistent, but I would like to just point out that with the study area, approved, that does change the nature of what is being asked for this area. And so I think the applicant team has been trying to follow that, which I really appreciate. And I do appreciate the 20% conservation element here. That is huge. And so my intent, really moving forward, and I think, just it kind of took me a minute to get the acreage in my head, and apologies, we've been on break, is to understand, what is the public access and opportunity here, because with such a huge case that this is, there's a huge opportunity, and I don't want to miss it when it comes to being next to the Neuse River. And my only plug I will put further for disc golf is that oftentimes you're in the woods, you're not changing the natural environment as much. But I agree, we might need soccer fields. We might, want to look at other options. And so having that knowledge from parks about what is needed in this area would be really helpful to help specify that acreage, because otherwise it feels a little bit like, is it just a parking lot that allows people to go to the greenway?
Our ropes course.
Yeah, I don't know. So I think that specificity would be helpful.
Councilmember Black?
I just want to mirror that. I don't feel like the public recreation aspect is adequate enough for a lot this size. We're talking about 1,800 plus homes that are going to be drive-only access in the area where you just recently approved the BRT, and it just doesn't really make sense to me. I'm not seeing like the real public benefit. I'm not going to lie to you. And I'm really, really concerned about the aspect of how it's like adding to the sprawl that we were talking about. So we were talking about in the other petition annexations of like, we're filling in donuts. This one's not a donut. It's a really big piece of land that like literally goes against a lot of the climate stuff that we were just talking about in our environmental advisory board, and some of the climate things we were talking about reducing vehicle miles traveled and just dependency on cars. And I'm not seeing where like we're meeting those goals here. It's just really concerning. So I just wanted to state that.
One thing I'm just going to add to that is the development that can occur here by right could truly be like, then you get no public benefit. So sometimes knowing what you get is better than not knowing what you get. I've seen that happen a few times over the years, and it can be very disappointing what occurs.
Just to add, just really quickly to that point, that I understand what you're saying, but it's not in our jurisdiction right now. So it's a county thing. So we're just talking about bringing it in. If we don't, that's going to happen on the county. It's not our fault. It's not something we can handle.
But it's still, if you're concerned about sprawl, it could be worse than with no public benefit.
I understand, but if we sit here and say we're about this and we want to make sure that we're walkable and that we are meeting these goals that Councilor Black just issued, now we're being hypocrites by doing the opposite.
You could end up in a worse case, is my point. And I've made my point about the retail and whatnot. I want to see walkability. So,
and if I may, to Councilwoman Jones' point, I've been out here. I know some subdivisions that have popped up. Nice big homes and everything, and I'm already getting calls and requests about, hey, how close are we to Raleigh water? How close are we to Raleigh sewer? Because just letting it go via the countyway is not what I think a lot of people, once they get there, they realize is the best way for them and for our future growth, because a lot of them are constantly commuting. And if we can create activities in a space, if we can create that sense of community instead of just 4-acre lots, then I would feel a lot better. Again, I've been way out here in Auburn, Knightdale, Auburn Road. I've seen what's happening, and I've been out at Holly Springs pre-540 and post-540. And I know what's going to happen with 540 coming through.
Mm-hmm. Molly, do you have something you wanted to address?
Sure. I heard several questions here just now, so I'd like to begin with the donut and sprawl effect that I heard about. Just to take a quick tour around the site. To the west of the site is this 96-inch sewer line that's going in. It's actually on the site. To the north is Knightdale. Knightdale has created a mixed use and commercial hub at Hodge and Pool. This is an apartment site going around, and you see some of the circled areas. There's the Family Dollar, and there's a retail site on the corner, apartments, a new subdivision, assisted living. This is a rendering of the new apartments going in, the site plan for that site across Pool Road. That's the subdivision. So that's to the north, to the east, 540 is coming in, really urbanizing this part of the county right now. And that'll be a major piece of infrastructure there to the east. And to the south, again, another interchange with 540 and the desired connection of Hodge Road down to Auburn-Knightdale, which will be greatly assisted by not only bringing the city into this area, but also expanding the Hodge Road right-of-way through this site in a way that the city won't have to eventually do that. So that's sort of how we get to where we are with this area. It is a donut, but it's a donut surrounded by relatively urban infrastructure and uses that are either in place or coming or underway. I also heard concern about the active recreation that's being provided. We heard a lot of interest in flexibility for the type of active recreation that can be provided. Some of the uses that were suggested were very small, and that's where the 1.5 acres came from, because it goes to the city with a maintenance requirement. And we can't sort of push, 10 or 20 acres, which we do have available. We can't push that over to the city without benefit going with it. If it's disc golf, it may be much larger, all compliant with the PD as proposed, and something we're happy to work out. There is plenty of room to make it much, much bigger. So that's why it wasn't capped, because there's a wide range in the types of uses that we heard an interest in being able to accommodate in this area, and having it go with a reasonable amount of land that makes sense for it. So I think those were the primary questions that I heard. Happy to answer any additional questions as well.
Any questions at this time? Okay, I'm going to ask Melody Ray if she will come up.
Before I speak, I just want a little clarity. I had signed up both on the zoning and the annexation, so understanding my time and how that works.
This is the annexation piece,
Okay.
But if you have, we'll be flexible.
Okay, sure. My name's Melody Ray. I am a resident in this, thank you, in this area where this development's being built. I live one house away from where this proposed development is. I want to begin by objecting to the lack of public notice of this particular hearing. I know that folks are calling it a continuation of a prior hearing, but this was a brand new submittal with a brand new petition. With all these discussions we're having here about the size of public recreation opportunities, and certainly there may have been residents who would have been interested in contributing to those specifics, which are not in prior proposals before. There were no notices, no mailed letters with this. So on behalf of myself and other residents who aren't here to speak about that, I want to officially put on the record an objection about a vote on this today without having public notice happen and give people an opportunity to speak. I do have a series of a petition with over 750 signatures on it from people who are opposed to the rezoning in this area. I'm happy to hand that up to the clerk at the appropriate time. But I wanted to just focus on the fact that as a baseline for this, apart from the annexation, when you look at this particular rezoning concept, the city is bound by this policy that talks about, in this case, where we've got a situation entirely inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, and there are 8 inconsistencies listed here, that the city has to have compelling reasons to agree to depart from the comprehensive plan. If you take a look at the motion that's on file with the agenda, which you would be considering if you would agree to this particular rezoning amendment, there's one reason listed, and it's the need for additional housing. That's it. No other need. If that's the only compelling reason here, then every single rezoning proposal to this city council that is in conflict with the comprehensive plan should be proposed. This is an over 500-acre site, and it feels like for the city to go outside of its ETJ to do this giant expansion into a new area along an area that is so prized along the Neuse River, the kind of public opportunities and recreation here are really insufficient. What's happening here are benefits that are going to happen to a single giant developer who had $1 billion in revenue in a single year in 2021. We need to be looking at whether or not the interests of the public are met here. And we need to be looking at all the things that I just spent all these hours listening to about, is this walkable? Do we have access to public transit? None of those things are happening. If this was a situation where there was low-income housing or affordable housing on this site, that might be a compelling reason for the city council to depart from, it's the comprehensive plan and say, this justifies this. This is a compelling reason that despite all the traffic concerns, despite all the repeated things that are listed in the planning report, we're willing to go apart from that. But to have one reason to just say it's additional housing be enough, it's not. And I think there's a missed opportunity for this city here to feel like that we could have done more in terms of giving more public access. There was all this discussion and this, proposal. There's 101 pages talking about the ways that the developer could have partnered with the city on funding a bridge over to the Greenway. For those of us who are completely isolated in this particular section of the area, which has, strains with walkability, my kids can't ride their bikes anywhere, the ability for us to access the Greenway would have been critical. And so I feel like this is an incredibly, a missed opportunity for the city to have partnered with this developer on what is going to be a giant development to say, we have opened it up to the public. We have given more people access to get to the Greenway, to ride their bikes. We're doing all the things that we're looking about in these other neighborhoods within the city of Raleigh need to happen in this area.
Okay, we'll add the additional 4 minutes for the next part, which is the rezoning.
I think when you take a look at this, the Planning Commission report, it's really mystifying to think how this particular rezoning could be approved. There are things in here that talk about it's a density and pattern of development not envisioned for this part of Raleigh's long-range urban service area. It's placing urban density and a pattern of development in a predominantly rural, low-density area that is not served by public utilities or municipal services. It will require an initial increase in operational and capital costs to provide appropriate levels of service, particularly for parks and public safety infrastructure. It would impose an area where sufficient infrastructure is not yet in place to accommodate the planned growth. This is particularly acute for the planning of community facilities and road connectivity. A new fire station would need to be built in the vicinity in order to meet acceptable emergency response times. However, funding and programming for a new fire station or a temporary facility is not in place at this time. If the proposed development stands to be developed in an isolated setting with the sole vehicular access to a single avenue, it would be entirely auto-dependent, without access to transit or connecting bicycle infrastructure. It's in a geographically isolated location without convenient access to community services, retail, and employment. Road improvements to Pool Road and Hodge Road would be required to bring these roads to city standards. There are no city park or community facilities near this location east of the Neuse River. The city of Raleigh does not have the resources or capacity to provide public park access or greenway connectivity in this area due to the location and boundary created by the Neuse River. The proposal will provide few employment options. Homes will be sold at market rate. Low to medium scale residential development could serve as transitional densities. However, that's not being done here. The city's concerned about the transitions between the rural developments and this high level of density. The location is not served by transit and has limited connectivity to the north and west and no connectivity east and south of the area at this time. I'm not a person who says this area is not going to get developed. It's going to get developed. This is not a situation where we're saying we want no development here. We just believe this is too soon. This is slotted for phase 3 under the Southeast study area as to when this would happen. If this proposal would come later, and once a lot of this infrastructure was in place, it wouldn't put the burden on the city to come up with all the funding that's going to be immediately necessary to fund a timeline that is just based on one developer's timeline. It's a missed opportunity for the city not to create more public access, and it's a missed opportunity for all of us not to make better use of this giant development over a beautiful area in this county. And I also want to say, I heard from one city council member who was kind enough to speak to me about this, that, well, the developer's been at this a long time. Well, that's not really what should guide your decisions here. You are required under the policy of the City of Raleigh to find compelling reasons to depart from the comprehensive plan. And if everybody wants to get together and engage in further discussions about how to create more opportunities for this development, to have more access to public greenway spaces, create that greenway access, more public park access, things that are meaningful on this large development, then we should do that. But at this proposal, with this content, with years that they've spent working to it, things only got worse. The Greenway Bridge didn't happen. It's 1.5 acres of pocket parks that we know will be owned by an HOA that my kids won't feel like they can use. So this is a lost opportunity for the city. You can still grant the annexation of this and allow that piece of it to go forward, and the developer still wins in this case. He's got a development with an area that still has access to, city services and water and sewer and all those things that would, again, make this worth it for all the time that they've spent on it. But for those of us who are opposed to this and the concern that we're supposed to be looking after the greater city, this is a missed opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
I just hand up the petition.
Yes, please. I was going to ask Molly if she had any response
I just had a quick question for her.
for her.
Yes.
Melody?
Melanie, I'm sorry, I had a quick question. Just so I'm clear on what I was hearing, you're saying you would be okay if we approved the annexation, but not the rezoning, and let them come back later and we'll figure out rezoning?
Correct. I feel like that this is, I understand the practicalities of it's Wake County's goal to have many of these areas subsumed by municipalities. And so I have a lot of faith in the city about doing development in the right way. I still do. And I'm still of the belief that I can show up here as an individual citizen and have people be open-minded about what you want to do on this. So I am not opposed to the annexation. I welcome Raleigh's involvement in this, but I believe the denial of the rezoning with an invitation to the developer to continue this discussion on how to make this a true public benefit is where we should be.
Melody, can I follow up, please? What if we just deferred this and asked the applicant to come back with some additional, say, conditions that would maybe satisfy some of your concerns?
I'm open to that. What I will say is that this has been going on for a long time. The developer has done only things that would create more concerns in this proposal. This development started when I went to the first neighborhood meeting as half this size. And people got fatigued in the neighborhood. And then it became double the size, and no one knew about it, because they thought this is the same thing. We've been going to this since 2019. It's on hold. That's how long this has been happening. So I'm not opposed to the idea of deferring, because I think continuing conversations about ways to improve this are always positive. But I do think that there has to be some real progress for that to happen, as opposed to, if the city were to deny the rezoning and allow them to get serious about spending some significant time to come forward with a new proposal.
There might be complications with that, just based on rules. You want to share that, please?
Yes, ma'am.
City Attorney.
If the city were to annex, it would then need to rezone, and there's a statutory limit. If we don't meet that statutory limit, I believe it's 60 days, then the property has no zoning on it. So from the lawyer's perspective, it would be important to take both the annexation and the rezoning together.
And either defer both or, but be consistent with both at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Molly, do you have any additional?
Thank you. A lot of what we just heard coming from the staff report really illustrates very clearly the sort of first mover problem. We have an area that is set to change, given the infrastructure that is already underway in the area and the development happening immediately across Pool Road. It is a difficult problem to solve, and we don't have all those things today. We heard that we don't have transit today. We don't have all the things that one would want in a truly urban area. That's true. We think that the proposal we're bringing is really the best an applicant can bring in one sort of large development. 528 acres altogether, putting together a lot of those pieces. It's true, we can't build the city alone. But we can start to bring the type of population, the amount of population that can make those things feasible. In particular, bringing several public benefits that wouldn't happen if it develops under the county zoning, which is a very likely outcome. If not developed under the city, if not developed under this planned development, we're looking at rural zoning here, and that wouldn't come with land for the fire station that's needed already, with land for the potential bridge landing for the bike and pedestrian bridge that's reserved no matter what. There's no other use for that. As well as the potential for a development agreement to actually build that bridge. That's something that a development like this one can and very much wants to support. So those are things that can happen. In addition, although there are some pocket parks that are for the residents, as many homeowners associations offer, there are also multi-use paths designated on the master plan throughout the site. Those are within the public right-of-way to be dedicated, available for use by all. And with respect to outreach, it's true the project grew from the very beginning. It's been this size for a very long time now. We actually held a third neighborhood meeting for which we not only used the expanded notice radius of the second neighborhood meeting, but expanded it even further, adding, I think it was close to 150 new notices for that meeting as well. So just sort of kept at it in making sure that people were aware of what was happening here. So we have heard many specific requests throughout this process. I'm not aware of any that we haven't responded to in one way or another. We have heard general opposition, and sometimes that hasn't come with a specific request that we can respond to. What we heard is, don't do it. So we are here making this request. We think it is a reasonable path forward for what to do with this challenging area, but area that is developing under one scenario or another.
Any additional questions?
I have a question for staff.
Councilmember Patton?
Thanks. Question for
This
staff.
is a question for staff. Molly.
Do we have fire staff here, or Tansy, maybe? My question is around the fire master plan that's being programmed to help us answer some of these troubling questions in my district and also out here. Can you give us a quick update on where that stands?
Sure. So we are currently drafting the RFQ for it, and I'm going to meet with planning very soon to finalize that.
Okay. So, and then just loose ballpark. Sure. Once the RFQ goes out, how long until we might have a product back in front of us?
Yeah. So
A
Pat
year.
just said at least a year, and I
year.
can think it even could be longer than that.
Okay. All right. That's my only question. Thank you.
Anything else?
I'm just thinking to give parks time to follow back up, to just hold us until September 5th. We got an extra Tuesday in there, so you kind of got some time to work through it. I think you heard where we're going in the community from the public access. Is September 5th enough time, or do you think you need more?
I'm not sure I heard the request.
To look at that 1.5 acres and work with staff and see what's a good number or a max. It may not be a final number, but at least give a range. That way staff can look at options, so that way we know what's in this, because like I said, it's a PD. If it was just a rezoning, that's a little different, but a plan development is a plan development. After going through the Old Town process of pulling out a golf course with a project, I don't want to do nothing like that again.
Gotcha.
Is that enough time, though?
Yeah, is that enough time?
Would you prefer deferral to like mid?
I think that's plenty of time, given, like I said, we think that there's plenty of flexibility today, that this PD isn't restrictive to that 1.5 acres, and that we can make any adjustments necessary within this proposal. However, if you're looking for just additional clarity, I think that's a small change, and it's something that we could have ready for the 5th.
Stephen, is that enough time? Perfect.
So motion then?
I move that we hold the annexation and rezoning until September 5th.
Or defer it to
Defer until
till
September 5th.
September 5th. Do we have a second? And then I'll get to your question. Do we have a second to defer? Okay. Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I just wanted to say about like the maximum area, you know, if there was language that was more like up to 20 acres or something like that, so we know what is possible. That might be the appropriate language, I don't know. But I'd also like to just ask staff to respond to some of what was brought up in terms of the inconsistencies in comprehensive plan and land use map. You know, my understanding is that the staff report was written prior to the Southeast Special Study Area, but, you know, it is complicated. There's a lot there. And, you know, this question of, you know, rural residential versus a more, you know, I think of it as a suburban development, but maybe a more compact one. I just wonder if you can talk about, you know, how does that, what are we trying to get at with our current comprehensive plan, and are those inconsistencies still part of this?
Yeah. Was that a request to bring that back?
That would be great. Yeah, if we don't have that now. Yep.
And just for the record, just to clarify, we are planning to continue the public hearing, so it doesn't have to be renoticed.
Right.
So we'll be back September 5th.
And that would be at night?
Yeah, that's a night, 7 o'clock. We only have 4 cases
Yeah.
that night. Just makes 5.
Okay. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have Z 8822 Kinley Street. And this is also a continuation of the hearing?
That's right. This hearing is open. Z 8822, the zoning conditions have been amended since the case was last discussed. So 2 subsections to condition 2 have been added. This, as a reminder, is a condition that applies to development coming in as a Tier 3 site plan. So the 2 additions, one is a commitment to make a payment to the city for use with the city's affordable housing program, and that contribution is $40,000 per unit, up to 1% of all of the approved dwelling units in that site plan. The second component that was added is for a contiguous outdoor amenity area, at least 5,000 square feet in size, and must include additional trees beyond what the UDO would require, at least 6 feet in height and a certain caliber at time of planting, and then a plaque noting the site's location in the Southside Urban Renewal Project. So those are the revisions. I'm happy to answer any questions before you proceed.
Okay, any questions? Okay, we have 2 people who have signed up to speak. This is a continuation of the hearing. I'm going to do 4 minutes per side. I'm going to ask, let's see, Octavia Rainey and Hua Huang signed up to speak. I don't see Hua here anymore.
He's not here.
Okay, so we have Octavia.
Okay. I am in opposition to this, and let me give you a little history here, because I think all of you need the history. The history is so important. You know, we have to talk about slavery. We have to talk about emancipation. We have to talk about the broken promises of Reconstruction. We have to talk about the New Deal. We have to talk about genocide. We have to talk about Jim Crow. And we have to talk about the Raleigh Redevelopment Commission. The Raleigh Redevelopment Commission. So if we look at history and go down the lines, we see it. We really see it. The city came through and took 4th Ward out unconditionally. They did it with no heart. They treated it like it was a piece of trash. A piece of trash. I have been studying this project since 1977. Matter of fact, I did a term paper on this project. And they had just finished clearing all the land. I have been working on this project for so long, so long. Jane, I have spoke with Eric Reeves when he was in District D, Benson Kirkman when he was in District D, Thomas Crider when he was in District D, and I barely mentioned it to Kay. None of them was interested in Fourth Ward, none of them. And you want to know why they wasn't interested? Because Southside was black. It was black, and it goes back to slavery. It was a black district. When it came into District D didn't own it. They didn't want it because it was black. That's why they called it Southside. It was black. So that was a problem. And I could go on talking about District D. So I thank you for stepping up to the plate. But District D did not claim it because it was called Southside. When you move to today, I have talked to Courtney, and we have talked. This is my thing, Jane. The city of Raleigh owes South, owes Fourth Ward. It does. You have a responsibility. You have a responsibility to go into Fourth Ward and build some 30% and some 40% housing. That is not satisfactory, and I told Courtney what they offered. This isn't slavery, the selling of the slaves. This is 2023, and we haven't moved yet to do anything for Fourth Ward. Y'all gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. So, what I said to Courtney, I'm asking the city, the same way you went into the housing bond fund and you took out $20 million, you owe it to Fourth Ward to go in that housing bond and take out $20 million. Yes, you do. You owe it to Fourth Ward. You owe it to Fourth Ward to take that $20 million and come up with a plan for housing for 30 to 40%. I'm not accepting what Courtney offered. It's unsatisfactory. The city wiped it out without a plan to bring it back.
Thank you. I'm going to give the applicant also 4 minutes if they would like to respond.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Samuel Morris with Longleaf Law Partners, 4509 Creedmoor Road, Suite 302. Here on behalf of the applicant and ownership group, I am joined this evening by property owners Courtney Crowder and Aaron Thomas. Just to quickly remind you about the kind of nature and parameters of this case, this is a 6.74 acre property that currently just has an outdated office building on the assemblage. It has frontage along South McDowell and MLK, and currently, of course, the kind of dead-end Kindley or Kindley Street. Current zoning is DX20 with no frontage designation, and it's currently entitled up to 1,999 residential units based on the Envision Tomorrow numbers that the city provides. It is located within the Central Business District in the downtown section of the urban form map. We've requested to rezone the property to DX40 CU with a number of conditions, which I'll highlight in just a moment. It has been deemed consistent with the future land use map, consistent with the comprehensive plan, and it did receive a unanimous recommendation of approval from the Raleigh City Council. Here's just a reminder, we are talking about this City Gateway site located approximately kind of here and going back, and as you can see, kind of just here where kind of on the rear side portion of the Memorial Auditorium, that is where Kinley Street extends down towards towards Martin Luther King, but of course dead ends in front of the existing office building. So that's the assemblage. We highlighted a number of the hybrid frontage conditions, a number of the unique aspects of this property location that will come with substantial public benefits that we think set it aside from most DX zoned properties and most downtown developments generally. And based on the conversations at the last city council, we have come back with 2 new conditions. The property ownership has worked hard and is proud to offer these and think it will, on top of all those public benefits we discussed last time, we think that this addresses the comments made by city council and signals the property ownership group commitment to the issues in this area. First is, of course, the outdoor amenity area with additional treescape and, of course, a commemorative historical plaque related to the Southside Urban Renewal Project, 4th Ward generally. And in addition, we have upped the affordable housing proposal from 1% over current entitlement to 1% of all residential dwelling units, and that does include the 1,999 dwelling units that are currently entitled on the property. And so with that, we're happy to bring you these updates and also happy to answer any questions that you all have. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Okay. Jane?
Okay, thanks. I just want to say thank you to everyone for being here on this case. This has been a good opportunity for me to learn about history and to understand parts of District D that I did not know much about. We had a really, I think, it was enlightening for me, conversation about urban renewal in the 4th Ward a few weeks ago that Ms. Rainey hosted with other elders from the 4th Ward. And I feel that, we are going to have an opportunity to work together. I'm hopeful to work on an understanding and an acknowledgement of this neighborhood. And the opportunities here, I feel like, also go beyond this case. I am appreciative that the team has offered the signage as well as the affordable housing component. I will note that up to 2,700 units are planned, and the contribution is over $1 million to our affordable housing fund. So this is a significant potential contribution. At the same time, it doesn't take care of past injustices, and I do believe that the work that we're trying to do on council with our staff is to right some of those wrongs as best we can, as fast as we can, with sometimes limited tools and budgets. We need gap financing for these really big projects. So like you're saying, Ms. Rainey, we need that $20 million from the Affordable Housing Fund or however much it would be, sometimes to, whether it's purchase a property or to provide financing for a nonprofit to do the affordable housing project. And I know we have a number of opportunities in the area, and we have a new one that we are hopefully going to be able to talk about soon. So with that, I do want to say that this case is brought by a company that is minority owned, and I would like the applicant just to talk a little bit about their staff and their hiring practices so that we just understand a little bit about that too.
Absolutely.
Actually, is Courtney coming up?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Why don't we?
Maybe better to hear it directly
Yeah.
from them.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and City Manager, Courtney Crowder. And I really want to actually ask Aaron Thomas to come up and introduce himself and talk specifically about his company and our partnership and some of the expectations as this project would come to life. I think as Ms. Rainey mentioned, we did have a great conversation, one of many conversations that we've had over the years about what it means to acknowledge community and commemorate the history, make sure that we're capturing the history that this community has experienced. And this is an opportunity, I think, for us to, through this project and also through continued engagement with the city, to make sure that we start on a path to some of that acknowledgement. But of course, the remedy that's going to be expected for the community is not going to be handled in this one single project. We get that. But our commitment stands. Our role in the community is well known. Octavia, our friendship is also well known, and we have a conversation that only friends can have. Yes, we do. And we know that it's that this is going to be part of a journey. And so that's a commitment, a personal commitment. I'm excited about our team because it is majority minority owned. And so we'll start with this project, but in the delivery of the project, there'll be an opportunity to continue to engage minority and small businesses, to continue to document very conspicuously the history of Fourth Ward. We've talked about the ongoing community engagement that'll start and what it means to bring everyone together around this concept and idea. We're excited about it because it'll ultimately help us accomplish goals for the city, for the community, and also take stock of what has happened in the past, what's happening now, and what future we're going to build together. So there is an opportunity here. But specifically, I will ask Aaron Thomas to come and speak a little bit more specifically about the partnership and the expectations.
Thank you, Courtney. Aaron Thomas, president of Metcon Construction. Our approach, as it has been on all the projects that we undertake, is multi-tiered. As Courtney said, our development team is majority minority owned at the developer level. If you move down to the general contractor, construction management level, my company, Metcon, is the largest minority-owned construction firm in North Carolina. Twice awarded National Minority Construction Firm of the Year by the United States government in 2011 and 2013. But just because we're 100% minority owned on the construction prime level, that's not good enough either. We're going to continue, just like we always have, to partner with other minority firms at the prime level here in Raleigh. We recently had a project at North Carolina Central University, $100+ million project, where we set the state's record for utilization of historically underutilized businesses, also at the subcontractor and trade partner level. So our approach is to maximize utilization of minority-owned firms at every level, from developer to general contractor, construction manager, down to the tiered subcontractors and suppliers. And I think that I know that our history at doing that is really unsurpassed in North Carolina. And the North Carolina Hub Office has awarded us many times for doing that. And that's something we plan to continue here on this project as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? I would like to make a motion to approve this case.
Let me close
No,
the hearing.
okay, please.
So, yes, we'll close the hearing now. Thank you.
And I do move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated August 15th, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. Anyone opposed?
I just want to say that donations are good to our affordable housing, but buildings are better. And that's all I'm going to say. So I'm going to vote no. I appreciate everything that you guys said. I appreciate the donation, and I'm like happy that we have minority development happening. You're doing better than the city is doing with like prioritizing having people come in of like minority business and builders. But yeah, that's all I'm going to say.
Christina, you know? Okay, so that was Christina and Councilmember Black, no. Okay. All right, thank you. All right, we have 7 more public hearings. I'm going to ask if we can just take a break for a few minutes. Sorry, everybody. 5 minutes, and let's get back to it. On the Okay, next we have rezoning Z223 northeast of the intersection of Litchford Road.
Yes, ma'am. This public hearing was opened back in June. The applicant has requested deferral to October 3rd. They have some ongoing conversations between the owner and buyer and they also want to revise conditions, and they need to resolve those issues first.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. Thank you. Rezoning Z6 235715 Glenwood Avenue.
Yes, ma'am. This is a request to rezone about 2.5 acres from OX5 with a PK frontage to commercial mixed use, that same 5-story height limit with some conditions. This is on the south side of Glenwood Avenue, west of Crabtree Valley Mall, across from the NCOD the Brookhaven NCOD. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan overall and the urban form map. However, it is inconsistent with the future land use map. Planning Commission recommends approval. So you can see there's a lot of office mixed use zoning here. That's all that area in blue. And then you have residential shown in yellow on either side of Glenwood here, and some commercial down to the south as well as up to the north. So this site is the formerly an AT&T office and technical facility, and the bulk of the site has already been redeveloped. This portion that looks like a parking lot here has largely been redeveloped as multifamily housing. So that's the existing building, and this image shows the new construction to the south and east of the site in question. So the change here, the residential entitlement is going down, the office entitlement goes up, the retail entitlement goes up. They are offering some conditions here. So they have prohibited some uses. They have made some specific use standards for some of the personal service uses other than the ones listed here. They've limited their residential entitlement. They've limited the combined area for eating establishment and retail. And then they have also limited their office square footage. They've prohibited parking or vehicular surface area between the building and Glenwood Avenue. And then they have set up some requirements for redevelopment, things that have to be realized if there is redevelopment here. Basically approximating frontage requirements. And then they have offered some additional conditions, limits for self-service storage. So again, consistent with the plan overall, but inconsistent with the future land use map. If you approve the rezoning, the future land use map would be amended from office residential mixed use to community mixed use, and Planning Commission recommends approval. So I'll just preemptively say the objection from the Planning Commission member here was the concern that because the applicant has been pretty clear that their intended interim use is self-service storage, that they did not, the Planning Commissioner thought that that was not really did not advance the transit and walkability goals that the urban form map sets out for Glenwood Avenue here. What questions could I answer for you before you open the public hearing?
Any questions for Bynum? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing. There are two people signed up in support, Amy Kraut and Derek Dill. The applicant.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry about this. I did have one question for staff.
Okay.
Sorry. Self-service, didn't we just make that possible in the OX district? So I guess my question being, can the applicant build that by right?
I will have to check. I do not remember that we made that text change, but I will look.
Was it OX or OP, maybe?
Okay. There's no opposition in this case, so just if you could set it for 8 minutes, but don't feel obligated to take all 8.
I will do my best not to. I don't want to keep us here any longer than we have to. I did have a presentation. Yes, thank you. All right. As staff mentioned, we're just seeking a rezoning of this site. It was originally an 11-acre site bought in 2020 and subdivided. To the left, you'll see the Glenwood Apartments is Conclave, was recently completed and built. They're already actively being leased at about 85%. It's the same owner here for the subject property, which is to the right. This is the existing AT&T corporate office building. You've probably seen it. It's not very pretty. It was built in 1977. And really the purpose of this rezoning is AT&T's leases expires in October, and we're looking to facilitate the highest and best use of this property.
It's never been the intention to demolish the building or completely redevelop. Even when subdividing, we designated about a little over 0.4 acres of tree conservation area. And we've really worked closely with staff to address any questions raised during the process, which is reflected in the 8 zoning conditions that we've put forward. Again, it really allows the current building to be repurposed. We've been really upfront that when we did a market study analysis, the highest and best use for this repurpose would be self-storage. Conditions 1 through 5, because we've made it OX to CX, we've kind of done our best to limit what's allowed to reflect OX as much as possible. And then we listened to the Planning Commission and added condition 8 to mitigate some of the impact on the residential neighbors if used as a self-storage facility. In terms of the future land use map consistency, really here, while we're deemed inconsistent, it really looks like those designations for the Glenwood corridor that were in the 2015 future land use map were based on then existing uses. This was used as office. It kind of carried over that office, but we really think the rezoning is consistent with the spirit of the Glenwood corridor, which is a mix of OX and CX uses. We're happy to answer any questions about any of the conditions that we've proposed. Otherwise, we'd request that you approve this rezoning.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions of the applicant?
I just wanted to clarify that text change was to allow self-service storage in office park, not office residential mixed use. You're right, there was a text change, but it wasn't for OX. Yep.
That's for OP instead of OX.
Okay, I am going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Yes. Thank you for all involved. My husband got to go to the neighborhood meeting for me because I couldn't make it, and everyone seemed really excited about it. So I'm really happy to motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated August 15th, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Do we have? Okay. I think Councilor Fort was the first second, so we'll count her in. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Councilmember Branch is
Yeah,
opposed. Thank you.
this is just one that Glenwood South, knowing Glenwood Avenue, and knowing Glenwood Avenue, and just the way I see this being so commercial and job opportunities, I kind of feel like that one vote, but it passed. But I just want to express my concern.
Next, we have rezoning Z823, 2499 Ratchford Drive.
Yes, this is a request to rezone a little under 3.5 acres from IX3 with a SHOD 2 overlay to CX20 conditional use. The request is inconsistent with the future land use map, but consistent with the comprehensive plan. So this is located off of Capitol Boulevard, just before it interchange with I-440. It is adjacent to recently, within the last year, approved rezoning request Z1022. And the site currently has a vehicle sales use on it. It is adjacent to the Crabtree Creek Trail, which actually is currently within the right-of-way of Ratchford Drive. There are a few proposed zoning conditions that include prohibition of some uses normally allowed in CX, commitment to an outdoor amenity area that is located within contiguous to Ratchford Drive within 100 feet of the greenway easement and is a certain size. And then a zoning condition limiting development by the vehicle trips that would be generated. So there are AM and PM peak hour trips identified, which are roughly equal to the current entitlement, that the development on the site could not go beyond unless the adjacent property, which also has a trip budget condition, unless they voluntarily offer some of their trips to the site. And then a collection of conditions that would apply for development coming in as a Tier 3 site plan include a build-to range of 50 feet along Ratchford Drive, a limitation of surface parking along Ratchford Drive, and then pedestrian street-facing entrances and pedestrian connections with buildings. And then a bike share station if one is not already located on the adjacent property, and commitment to build in Ratchford Drive a bidirectional separated bike lane along this site's frontage and the adjacent site. So this is a increase in how tall the building could be, but the entitlement is quite limited by that trip generation condition. It is inconsistent with the future land use map designation of higher scale residential, consistent with the urban form recommendations for more hybrid urban frontage, and consistent overall with the comprehensive plan. Here are some of the consistent policies and then inconsistent policies. The Planning Commission voted 6-1 to approve the request. The dissenting vote was the result of a commission member stepping away and not being present for a vote. And if it is, this request is approved today, it would amend the future land use map from higher scale residential to community mixed use. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Anyone have any questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing. Again, no one has signed up in opposition. Who's here to speak on behalf of the applicant? Okay. And again, you'll have 8 minutes, but don't feel obligated to use them all.
Understood. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jennifer Ashton. I'm an attorney with Longleaf Law Partners, and we're here tonight on behalf of the applicant. And I will do a quick presentation and then be available to answer any questions that you all have. So just kind of going through this quickly with you all, our site, you're going to hear me talk a lot about our site, which is part of this rezoning case of 2499 Ratchford Drive. And then the site immediately adjacent to us, which matters for a lot of our zoning conditions, is called 2501 Ratchford. So you're going to hear me referring to both of those. Our triangle piece, which is before you tonight, is the 2499. And the one directly to our northwest, I think that's northwest, is 2501. As Hannah mentioned, we are deemed inconsistent with the future land use plan, future land use map. We are currently designated as that higher scale residential. We would argue that community mixed use, which was changed for the 2501 site back in 2022 when they went through the rezoning, is the more appropriate land use designation for this site, given that we are surrounded by a lot of industrial use. That higher residential is not really, in our minds, not compatible with the surrounding industrial uses for the area. There is a good amount of public parks and open space, which we think we will be helping with the CX designation that we are asking to go to with the zoning. But with that being said, the 2501 Ratchford site, when it was rezoned in 2022, did receive that community mixed use designation, which this site would as well if we were rezoned today. I'm going to go on to this map of the Greenway trails because this is important again for our conditions. I just wanted to explain a little bit how the Greenway system works in this area and how we're going to be contributing and adding to it with the development of this site and with the 2501 site. You'll see here on the map that we have the Crabtree Creek Greenway Trail, the old trail, which was actually flooded out quite frequently. It used to be an old wood deck in the rear of the site. That's the brown that you see on the map, the brown line. Because of the flooding issues that used to happen along that Greenway Trail, the city rerouted the Greenway Trail to the front of our property. So you'll see the new green line is actually the current location of the Greenway Trail. Now getting into our rezoning conditions, As Hannah mentioned, we do have kind of a unique zoning condition with this case where we are proposing no new added density with this site. Our fortunes are going to be tied to what happens on 2501. And the way that we have handled that is through a trip cap condition. The intent of the developer is to develop both 2501 and 2499 together. But they do not believe they need any more added density. That this is really kind of a design request to make this site more of a spread out feel and not so compact just on one particular parcel. So what we are doing is we are saying if these two parcels are in fact developed together, then 2501 has the right to voluntarily give some of 2499 some of its trips to again spread that density over two sites instead of one. In the event the two parcels do not develop together and 2499 goes off on its own, then what this condition does is it says, okay, you're then stuck with your current trip entitlement, which is that 124 AM peak hour and 140 PM peak hour trips. So again, there's a benefit to them developing together. They can spread that density over two sites. If they do not develop together, then 2499 is going to be stuck with its current trip count. The next condition I do want to talk about, this is a great addition to the city's Greenway Trail, and this was a major topic of conversation at the Planning Commission meeting at both the 2501 rezoning a year ago and 2499 a few months ago, was the possibility of getting really well-designated bidirectional bike lanes on that Greenway Trail. Right now, there is no divided median or curb separating the bike lanes from the travel lanes. So what Commissioner Otwell had asked us to do is, would this developer of 2499 be willing to commit to doing bidirectional bike lanes along not only its frontage at 2499, but also the frontage at 2501? They were asked that question back in the 2501 rezoning. They weren't able to commit to doing it along both frontages because at the time they did not have 2499 under contract and they weren't quite sure what was happening with that parcel. But now the same development group has both properties under control. So we were able to make that commitment to do those bidirectional bike lanes, which will be a great safety improvement along that Greenway Trail. We're also adding an outdoor amenity area. This was another topic of conversation during the Planning Commission meeting. The concern was, okay, it's great that you have outdoor amenity space, but we want to make sure from the city's perspective that that is located near the Greenway Trail, so people that are either walking or riding their bikes along the Greenway Trail would have an opportunity to stop, relax, enjoy the benches, the trees. So we are locating that 1,000 square foot outdoor amenity area within 100 foot of the Greenway Trail as it runs by our property, and it will be amenitized as well. We're also adding a possibility of a second bike share station. The 2501 rezoning, what that condition said for that rezoning case was the developer is committing to doing one bike share station either on the Greenway Trail or on the property itself. What this condition says for 2499 is if for 2501, if the bike share ends up on the Greenway Trail, then 2499 will have one on its property. So the city could possibly end up with two bike share stations within close proximity to each other. And then the remaining conditions are really to match the frontage and use prohibitions that we had in the 2501 case. Again, the intent here is to develop those two properties together. So the hybrid frontage conditions that you see here are identical to the ones in 2501, which your comp plan does want uniform frontages where possible along stretches of roadway. So we're doing that here by matching the conditions. And with that being said, we are consistent with the comp plan overall, and the Planning Commission did recommend approval by a vote of 6-1, and that no vote was because somebody stepped away from the dais. With that being said, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Do we have any questions? Okay, thank you. I'm going to close the hearing then.
Definitely thank you. It's rare we get a case where you're not asking for new density. But with that said, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated August 15th, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, That was unanimous. Thank you. Next is rezoning TCZ 923 Pool and Dowling Road.
Yes, ma'am. And I will just say I'm not Bronwyn Reedus. She went to a neighborhood meeting, so I'm going to take this case for her. I'm Bynum Walter, Planning and Development. So this is Pool Road and Dowling. This is the south side of Pool, east of 87. The Planning Commission recommends approval, and the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan. So what's changing here is that the zoning conditions are changing. The base district, the height, the overlay are not changing. This is East Raleigh, south of Oakview County Park, west of our Go Raleigh Operations Center, close to the Wake County Library out here on Pool Road. What's that? It's trees, yes, it is trees. And here are a couple of views from Pool and Dowling. So the entitlement is not changing significantly here based on how the conditions are being modified. So they've prohibited some uses. They have put some limits on the car wash use. They have limited their access to Pool Road. They have provided for a protective yard along the southern property line. They have offered a transit easement if we want one. They've limited their ground signs to low-profile signs. They have limited the location of external amplified speakers. And then they have provided for cross-access. They're removing a lot of conditions that were here from an older case. So they're removing this requirement of recombination. They're removing this condition about reimbursement values, which is obsolete because we have better regulations for how we manage that now. They're removing this condition that limits parking between pool and the buildings. They are removing this requirement about a traffic analysis. Again, we have regulations that are going to make the determination about whether or not that's required at the time of site plan. Previously, they had offered a more extended application of the shod 1 yard. They are removing that. And they are also removing this prohibition on limits on location of gas pumps. They are removing this condition about materials. 2 conditions about materials, and then they're removing conditions that regulated refuse containers and mechanical equipment. So this is consistent with the plan. No inconsistent policies were identified, and Planning Commission recommends approval. What questions could I answer for you before you hear from the applicant?
Any questions? Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, I just have one about the low-profile sign condition. I was curious, if not for the condition, what is allowed by the code?
I can look at that while you hear from the applicant, or the applicant may be able to answer. Yeah.
Okay. I will open the hearing then. Ashley Terraza has signed up to speak.
Say, Councilmember Patton, I do not know the answer to that question. That was from the old zoning case, and we kept that in because we felt like it was something that we could incorporate here as well. So good evening, Mayor Baldwin and council members. My name is Ashley Honeycutt-Terrazas with Parker Poe, 301 Fayetteville Street, working with the property owners on the text amendments to the zoning conditions for the respective properties. This request is for 2 properties, approximately 7 acres total, in a donut hole of unannexed land adjacent to Pool Road on the Beltline. The properties were rezoned for commercial use in 2002, but have remained undeveloped since that time, primarily because the zoning conditions that were added by previous owners. We're not requesting to change, as Bynum mentioned, the permitted height. We're not adding any additional permitted uses than what is already permitted today. We're requesting to go from 16 zoning conditions to 8, to update the zoning to reflect current development regulations and to remove the conditions that have prevented development for the past 20 years. So again, the left is the current zoning, CX3CU, with the SHOD 1 overlay, which we're not asking to change. We believe that this designation is still appropriate for these properties in terms of size, scale, and uses. You can also see the boundaries of Raleigh's corporate limits in this image. That's the grayed out area. On the right is the future land use map, which designates the properties for community mixed use. I'll also note that the image has the urban form map layer turned on, so there's no comprehensive plan urban form recommendations here, except for the belt line being designated as a parkway corridor, and that's reflected in the SHOD 1 overlay, again, that we're keeping. I'm sure you've seen the proposed red line of the current conditions in the staff report. This slide just shows a quick summary of what we're proposing to remove from the property zoning conditions. We're proposing to remove the condition that requires the joint development of the properties because they have different owners now who want to be able to develop them separately. But we heard the concern from the Planning Commission about access, so we added a condition that requires cross-access, no exceptions to that. We're asking to remove some of the onerous design conditions that have really prevented development here. And again, a note about the frontage. There's no frontage recommendations for this site because it's right next to the highway interchange. We're also asking to remove conditions that are no longer necessary or appropriate based on development regulation changes since 2002. And I made a quick little chart of some of those, and I can go through this if we want. But this is how some of these things are regulated today. The reimbursement for right-of-way, as Bynum mentioned, there's actually a code provision about you're not allowed to submit those sorts of conditions anymore. TIA required when you're 1,000 feet from the highway interchange. That's in the Raleigh Street Design Manual. 50-foot TCA, the tree conservation area, is required along Pool Road because it's a thoroughfare. So that condition that we had about the 50-foot shod yard is really not needed because we have to do TCA there for the entire Pool Road frontage. The gas pump locations regulated in a different way today, restrictions near residential uses and the proximity to the street. And then the refuse container material mechanical screening has to fit with the design of the rest of the building. That's also in the code today. So again, the proposed changes, this is what we're keeping from the old conditions. The limit to one right-in, right-out vehicular access point on Pool Road. Condition 2, that was requested by transportation. Keep the buffer along the southern property line to reflect, and then we updated the language to reflect the new neighborhood transition requirements. Keep the conditions prohibiting certain undesirable uses, and we actually updated that per a neighbor request to prohibit all bars, nightclubs, taverns, and lounges, no matter what. Keep a limit on the sign of signage. Again, I will ask Bynum to answer the question about what the limit would be absent this zoning condition, but it was just something that was in the old zoning conditions, so we felt like we could do that, and we decided to keep it. Keep a condition to provide a bus stop if that's requested by the city, and then a condition that limits the noise impacts of exterior sound systems. So this is just, the final proposed clean version of the list. I know you've all seen the red line. And again, that condition 8 is what we added at the Planning Commission. And so I will just wrap with the list of consistent policies from the staff report. Staff did not find any inconsistent policies. And to sum up, we're proposing to keep the zoning as CX3CU, but we're asking to amend the conditions so that these properties can be developed and improved with commercial uses, as has been envisioned for these properties for over 20 years. And that's all I have, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, do we have any questions for the applicant? I think we're just waiting on the one answer to that question then.
So without regulation, they could have medium and high profile ground signs. The low profile is about 3.5-foot limit, and the high profile is a 15-foot limit. By limiting to low profile, I believe they have also limited the ability to have a tract sign, which is basically like the name of your neighborhood. And then that also, I believe, prohibits them from having an A-frame or sandwich board types. Those are all grouped in the ground sign category. So by limiting themselves to low profile, that seems to be what they have prohibited.
Did that answer your question?
That answered my question. I think this is I thought your chart was an interesting reflection. I think a lot of times when we speak with the public, that there's a concern that if we don't see it as a condition, that it isn't happening. And I thought the chart that kind of reflected what's now in the UDO was a good illustration that like our UDO is comprehensive and thorough, and a lot of things happen that we don't necessarily see in the conditions. So that's all.
Okay. I'm going to close the hearing then.
Definitely. Thank you, Ashley. I know we talked about this project earlier this summer, and I moved to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated August 15, 2023, containing the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption effective dates described in the agenda items under recommended action.
Okay. Seconded by Councilmember Black. All in favor? Aye. That was unanimous. Thank you. Next is rezoning Z1023, Carolina Pines Avenue and Cherry Circle.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Sarah Shaughnessy, Raleigh Planning and Development. This is a request to rezone about 15.5 acres from residential 10 conditional use to residential mixed use 5 stories conditional use. Planning Commission recommended approval. So the site is located south of downtown on the south side of Carolina Pines Avenue, north of Peach Road Park, and just north of the Illy Agnes assemblage that was rezoned earlier this year. Surrounding uses are low-scale residential and moderate-scale residential with some commercial and industrial uses along South Saunders Street and Wilmington Street. A few views of the site and the neighborhood. The proposed zoning would increase height, allow additional residential units, and then also allow some limited office and retail use. There are 4 proposed conditions. One prohibits a cemetery and telecommunications tower as a principal use. The second condition requires a greenway contingent upon city review and approval by the city. So that condition is worded so that it would start at the public right-of-way along Carolina Pines Avenue and then stub out at the southern property line where the Illy Agnes rezoning could pick up that greenway and continue it down to Peach Road Park. There is a condition that limits residential entitlement to 620 total units, and then a final condition prohibiting parking between Carolina Pines Avenue and the development as a partial way to get at that urban frontage that's recommended by the urban form map. So consistent overall with a comprehensive plan, it is inconsistent with the future land use map designation of low and moderate scale residential, and inconsistent overall with the urban form map. A number of consistent policies here, healthy communities capitalizing on transit access and housing variety, to name a few, as well as some area-specific guidance, particularly around enhancing connectivity in this area. The 2 inconsistent policies here being the future land use map and zoning consistency, and then the frontage policy. Because the request is inconsistent with the future land use map, approval would amend the map from low and moderate scale residential to medium scale residential. So here's a map of what that future land use looks like now, and then how it would be amended. Planning Commission recommends approval, finding that the request is in the public interest. It would provide additional residential entitlement near a future BRT station. It's within a frequent transit area, and would also advance the street plan and provide some additional connectivity through the site to Carolina Pines Avenue. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay, going to open the hearing then. Who is going to speak on behalf of the applicant? Okay, as I said before, you don't have to use all your 8 minutes.
Again, I'll try my best to keep it short and sweet. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Samuel Morris with Longleaf Law Partners here on behalf of the applicant and ownership group. I'm joined this evening by Manoj Jain with the ownership group for this property. As Sarah just explained, this is a approximately 15.5 acre property assemblage that's currently vacant, located along Carolina Pines. It's zoned R10 CU, and we are seeking to rezone it to RX5 CU. As you just heard, the future land use map has a mixed designation for this property, low and moderate scale, as well as some kind of slivers of public park and open space. It falls within the frequent transit area, and it has been deemed consistent with the comprehensive plan overall, and it did receive unanimous recommendation of approval from from the Raleigh Planning Commission. And before I get going, I think I'll just give a little bit of background about this case. A few of you, if you have really good memories, may remember this case from about 5 years ago coming through. This was rezoned in 2018 for 3-story apartments. It's the same ownership group, same development team. The story is it was rezoned by you all, or some of you all, in 2018 for 3-story apartments. A site plan was put in and was pending in the Raleigh Planning Department when the Carolina Pines roadway improvement project was updated and adopted by the City Council. That update and adoption of that roadway improvement plan shifted what was supposed to be about a 2-foot taking along the southern portion of Carolina Pines and more than doubled it, or even more, well over doubled it in a number of areas, and I'll show you a map of that improvement project. It cut substantially into the developable area. That site plan had to be scrapped, and the envisioned 3-story development really had to be re-envisioned from the ground up. We are here seeking some additional height because we are, one, trying to recoup some of the lost developable area that has been condemned by the city and will be used for the roadway improvement project. And two, the goal is to put what was surface parking associated with 3-story kind of garden style apartments, to take that and put it under the building in a podium style, whether that be 1 or 2 stories of parking. Again, the goal of that is, 1, to recapture the developable area, and 2, we do think there are major environmental benefits with putting the parking under the building. There will still be some surface parking, but certainly less than there would have been. So again, you saw the existing conditions. It's a large undeveloped tract located just off South Saunders, south of Carolina Pines, currently zoned R10 CU, and this is slightly outdated. Actually, the assemblage down here, as you're sure you're aware, you all just rezoned to RX5, very similarly situated property to ours. Here's the future land use map. It does have that split designation of low scale residential on fronting along Carolina Pines, and actually higher scale as you move away from Carolina Pines. That's a product of the prior rezoning and really driven by, I'll show you in a moment, environmental conditions. There's a blue line stream running along the front of the site that essentially makes it mostly undevelopable. So the kind of achievable density, that's kind of where that low scale designation comes from. It's actually, the achievable density is fairly low on that front portion. In our minds, the entire parcel can be fairly treated as moderate or even medium scale residential, similar to the surrounding properties. It does fall within the frequent transit area on the urban form map. So here's a look at the unnamed blue line stream that runs through the property and renders about 40% of the property totally undevelopable. When you put your 50-foot noose buffers, really your developable area is back here and then right here. Pretty much everything else is subject to noose river buffers. Again, the complete lack of developable area here is where that low scale residential comes from. The prior rezoning limited this to 10 units per acre, so it got that moderate scale residential designation. But that, we think, shows you kind of the practical realities of this site and why this property in pre-prime location has sat undeveloped for hundreds of years. It's just a really environmentally challenging site to develop. So that's one aspect that makes this a unique case, and we think comes with its own environmental benefits, quite frankly. Another kind of challenge, but also benefit, is this two different roadway extensions that are going to have to occur on this site. You have Cherry Circle, which is this kind of sharp curve coming up from the south, and then also you have the Steel Street extension, which, as you can see, Steel Street is located to the north across Carolina Pines and will be extended down to Iliagnis Road. Both of those will be neighborhood streets with 64-foot right-of-ways and the associated sidewalks, street trees, etc. So here, for reference, is just a look at that Carolina Pines roadway improvement project that's been adopted. And you can see the site frontage here and just, pretty substantial condemnations for the purposes of transit improvements and easements, even, potentially a bus stop and things of that nature, big roundabout up towards South Saunders Street. So we really think this is a massive benefit to the community. We think it's going to be awesome and great for this development. It just changed in the middle of our site plan, so we kind of had to come back and rework things. So this is something we're excited about, but at the same time, it's kind of why we're here. Here's a closer look at just sort of the extent of some of those easements that are going to be existing on the property.
Sam, I think that Jen Truman is also waiting to speak on behalf of this project, so I just don't want you to use all the time.
I'm so sorry. I'm not used to having people speak on my behalf, speak in support of me. I'm used to having to fight tooth and nail. I'll just quickly, there's some major public benefits, primary of which is the commitment to dedicate and construct a Raleigh Greenway extension. If you all remember that Iliagnis Road, that's the first half. We're the second half of that extension to dedicate and construct the Greenway, to dedicate and construct those two street extensions, and really just maximize design flexibility, environmental impact, and maximize housing supply on what's an environmentally challenged site. And yes, did get to work with Jen throughout this process. Excited to see her here, and sorry I didn't leave you more time.
My 3-year-old is excited that it's our turn. I'm here specifically because it's not very often that neighbors come and say, yes, please build the apartments in our neighborhood. This is my neighborhood. This is a site that I walk by on the really crappy side of the road right now that I'm excited to be a bike lane and a sidewalk in the near future. Not really looking forward to the construction, but post-construction. So I'm just here to say, yes, many of us in the neighborhood want this project. Some of us actually teased the developer a little bit because we said 5 years ago, why don't you build apartments here? And they were like, no way. So glad to be back here to speak for that level of density. And also, a lot of folks in the neighborhood worked hard to get the Greenway connection between this project and the Iliagnis project that will actually connect the Carolina Pines Community Center and the Peach Road Community Center in a way that it's impossible to get between them right now. So those two aspects of this project are really important. So please support it.
Thank you, Jen. Enjoy that first, Sam. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing then.
Yeah, I do appreciate the Greenway connection on this property, and I think it connects all well to the property just south that we rezoned. The density is appropriate here. So I do move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated August 15th, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. All right, next we have rezoning Z1423 Kirkland Road.
Yes, this is a request to rezone a little over an acre from R4 to CX3 conditional use. It is inconsistent with the future land use map, but consistent overall with the comprehensive plan. To look at the surrounding zoning, it is primarily mixed use in this area. The site is one of a few sort of donut holes of residential zoning in this area. And this is at the corner of Lake Wheeler Road and Kirkland Road, just past the interchange with I-40. Kirkland Road is primarily commercial and light industrial uses. There are more residential uses farther south. And to zoom in on the site, you can see it's currently undeveloped and forested. It's frontage on both roads. Some images of what that site looks like now. There's just one proposed condition, which is to prohibit a handful of uses. And so the change in entitlement here, going from a residential district to a mixed-use district, so increased residential entitlement, introduction of commercial uses that are not currently permitted on the site. As mentioned, the request is inconsistent with the future land use map designation of business and commercial services. It is inconsistent with the urban informed designation, which would want to see a frontage here. But it is consistent with the comprehensive plan overall, a handful of consistent policies, including benefits to mixed use, the scale and design of new commercial uses, and supporting zoning for housing. And then inconsistent policies in addition to the future land use map, handful of policies that would want to see a frontage here, including one newly adopted small area, area-specific guidance policy. So the Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval, and because this is inconsistent with the future land use map, approval would result in an amendment from business and commercial services to community mixed use. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Councilmember Harrison?
Yeah, could you just talk through the inconsistency with the frontage?
Sure. So there's a few policies, urban design policies, UD 110 and 7.3 that both speak to in certain areas wanting to see I'll go back. In areas where there is a designation like a mixed-use center on the urban form map, would want to see a frontage there. And sorry to keep switching. UD 7.3 design guidelines apply in that area, and would want to see buildings be brought up to the corner in the street, there to be no parking in front of the building, things of that nature. And that is sort of reinforced by the area-specific guidance from the Dix Edge area study that also wanted to see urban frontages.
Yeah, I just want to note this is really close to the highway, to 40. So it's next to other buildings that are set back, and it's not the most safe place I could imagine walking around. But yeah, I just thought that was interesting what is recommended versus at least the current area is quite it doesn't feel very urban at the moment.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing. We could hear from the applicant. Once again, don't feel you have to use all the time.
All right, again, my name is Amy Kraut, Smith Anderson. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, 150 Fayetteville Street, Suite 2300, Raleigh is my address. This is a request to rezone from R4 to CX3. It's a pretty uncontroversial zoning request to activate a corner property that's located at the intersection of I-40 and Lake Wheeler Road. This property, as you can see, it's really unique in kind of size, location, and history, all of which kind of explains why we approached the rezoning the way that we did. Specifically, it's historically distinct from that adjoining industrial park, and it seemed to have kept that R4 zoning when the city remapped everything in 2015. This property has been vacant for over 20 years, and we're really just looking to kind of activate the site. The proposed rezoning is to facilitate probably the development of townhomes. That's what the applicant pretty much does completely. This is just a concept plan at this moment, but you can see it's about 12 townhomes that they would like to put here. And it's consistent with the denser residential uses that are consistent with the surrounding area. There's some apartments to the west on Lake Wheeler and some townhomes to the south. When we talked to the neighbors in this community, they were generally supportive of the residential uses here. I'll briefly just touch issues with the inconsistency of the future land use map designation and urban form. Here, the future land use map really tied this into the adjoining industrial park, that Lake Wheeler Industrial Park, and this property has always been treated differently. CX provides for mixed-use zoning, including first floor residential, which is why we're asking for it here. And IX simply doesn't work. This is a really small parcel and is awkwardly shaped. So with the topography, it just makes it difficult to have one flat padded area. And in terms of the developer, they've really looked at this in terms of marketability, even kind of being next to that industrial park, being so close to Dick's and so close to Centennial Campus. Townhomes are a really good option here. In terms of frontage, I know there were a couple questions about that. This property went under contract right before the Dick's area study was adopted. And as Councilmember Harrison noted, this really isn't a very urban feeling area. None of the other properties surrounding it have an urban frontage, and we really just don't think that would achieve the intended effects for this property. There's also some issues with a DOT right-of-way between the back of curb property. You have just some topography issues. We thought about maybe putting some type of frontage conditions on it, but because we're still in like the site plan concept stages, didn't want to limit an already difficult parcel to develop with, potential frontage requirements that just didn't make sense right now. Otherwise, we're happy to answer any questions that you might have, and we'd ask that you approve this rezoning request. Thank you.
Any questions?
Just one real quick for staff. Would the frontage be considered Kirkland instead of instead of Lake Wheeler?
You asking what the primary?
Yeah, the
frontage would
primary.
be? I'd have to look, apply the criteria in the UDO to check on that. But
Okay. Because I don't see DOT giving a curb cut right there off of Lake Wheeler.
You mean in terms of site access?
Yeah. Yes.
That's probably a good instinct. I don't know if the applicant has more information about that.
Okay. I didn't know if anyone from transportation could address that, but.
Good evening, Monique Guy with Transportation. So the site access, the primary frontage would be Kirkland.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. I'm good.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, I'm going to close the hearing.
I'll motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated August 15th, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. And next, we have the comp plan amendment, CP 1122, Affordable Housing Location Policy Map. Once again, Jen is here to speak on that and support when I open the hearing, and I'm sure your 3-year-old will be very happy to hear that.
Hello again. So this is a city-initiated amendment to update map H2, which is the Affordable Housing Location Policy Map, with updated data. So the policy guidance in the comprehensive plan is to update this map every 5 years with the most current data. And so this is just following that guidance, updating the map. The request is not to change the underlying policy here. And Planning Commission recommends approval unanimously. So just a little bit about the policy itself. So it's used to guide the award of funding for affordable housing developments for city funding, when understanding that the demand for such funding still vastly exceeds the supply that's available. So it's intended to affirmatively further fair housing by preventing concentration of affordable housing in areas of high poverty. So that's defined as census tracts where the number of households living at or below the federal poverty level exceeds 30%. The second criteria is for areas with a high racial or ethnic minority population, defined as 50% or more than 50%. And then the third criteria is areas where there's already a high concentration of subsidized multifamily units, and that threshold is set at 8%. So the idea here is to disperse affordable housing across the city, particularly in areas where there are existing resources resources and not to concentrate them in areas with existing poverty or high concentration of subsidized units. There is an exception granted for affordable housing in frequent transit areas with the understanding that it would be best to locate affordable housing in areas that are well connected to the rest of the city by transit. So 2 side-by-side maps showing the existing map as it was last updated, and then the amended map. The eligibility area does shrink, and then a couple of maps sort of breaking down what's changing here. So the maps on the top reflect the data the last time the map was updated, and then the maps on the bottom show the most recent data. So as you can see, the poverty rate across the city has decreased since the last time these maps were updated. The racial minority population has increased, particularly in the east and south part of the city, and then subsidized housing has also increased in this area. So that's sort of what's driving the change here. It's consistent with a number of policies in the comprehensive plan. No inconsistent policies. And again, Planning Commission recommends approval.
Okay. Any questions for staff?
So am I seeing this right, that like the policy is kind of shifting towards northeast for
So this is, the policy itself isn't changing, but the eligibility for specifically city projects is sort of concentrating in that area. That's correct.
Well, that's great, because North Raleigh, we have had like some of the highest rent and housing increases across the city for rent and for like buying homes. So I like to see that, and I just want to uplift that. So that's awesome.
Okay. No other questions? All right, I'm going to open the hearing. And come on up, Jen, and
At some point, we were past the babysitter point of no return. I'll take a second to say, childcare during city meetings would be an amazing policy, as would phoning in comments. I love you guys, but we can make it happen. Affordable housing map updates. There were 2 things I wanted to talk about. I'm looking at my notes so I can be brief. It seems like a simple update, but it's a really big deal to reflect the changing demographic geography that we have and to say that we want affordable housing in our wealthiest neighborhoods. We should be shouting that out loud so that everyone can hear it. Affordable housing everywhere is important, but making sure that people have access to the opportunities in our wealthiest neighborhoods is also important. Secondly, the overlaying piece of this, that it still allows and encourages affordable housing along the transit areas and the BRT corridors, is equally important, not only to provide access to those people in our community who need that transit service the most, but also to encourage the integration of affordable housing within all the developments along those corridors for mixed-use projects. So I said I'd be brief. Got it under a minute. Thanks, you guys. Please support the change.
thank you. All right, any other comments or questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing, and I just want to say, Jen, I commend you for sticking through this. Thank you. And the little guy, too. Okay, do we have a motion?
I want to move for approval, and I'm also excited to look at this more as we have more conversations about affordable housing during our summit.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, unanimous. Thank you. No, we're not. No, we're not. Hate to tell you, but
We are closer to being done than this morning.
yes.
Let's look at the glass half full.
Report and recommendation of the EDI committee.
No report. We have 2 items pending. We will not meet in August. In September, we will meet and discuss the stormwater management regulations. So that will be September 24th 6th at 1:30 p.m. in council chambers, and I anticipate we will take up the HBCU economic development discussion in October.
Let's see, growth and natural resources.
No report. I believe we are meeting next Tuesday on the 22nd to go over the Green Growth Toolbox program.
Next Tuesday is the chamber trip in Wilmington. So I will not, I'm asking for an excused absent because
You're
I
excused.
won't be there.
Oh, wait, I was going to ask for an excused absence.
You're also
and
excused.
then we won't have
Won't
quorum.
have quorum.
You won't have a quorum, so
Well, then
I
never
guess
mind.
We'll meet in September.
You'll meet in
Meet in
September.
September. I will see you
Okay.
then.
Thank you. Safe, Vibrant, Healthy Community Committee, no report, and no items in committee. Transportation and Transit.
I thought I had a pending item, but there's no meeting in August. We can follow up and look. I thought there was something from June, but no meeting in August. And if we have no pending items, we have none.
Okay.
I did. I just can't remember what it was. It's been, no, it was from June.
Okay, so now we have the report from mayor and council. We're going to switch it up a little bit. Start with Council Member Harrison.
Very quickly, Councilmember Black and I went to Rostock, Germany to represent the city of Raleigh. We got back last night at 10 p.m. We were traveling from about 2 a.m. Eastern Time to 10 p.m. I'm pretty brain dead at the moment, but we are here, and we really thank everyone for supporting us and going on this trip. We learned, I think, a lot, just understanding, some of the same issues that we work on here, whether it's transit or housing, equity and decision making, how they are doing and tackling those topics in Germany. I really want to thank the Sister Cities program for making the connection possible, and just the mayor of Rostock and all of the other delegations. They had delegations from Tunisia, China, Croatia, France, and we also got to spend time with the U.S. consulate, their representatives from Hamburg, Germany. So it was a good experience. In the interest of time, I do want to mention briefly just a request that we've received about the locations where CACs meet. In District D right now, we have the Powell Community Center as the designated spot, but there are no groups that are using it. It is not desired by any of the groups. The one that would be located nearby is the West Raleigh CAC, and they are meeting virtually. That's their preference. And so I just want to put it out there to our council to, I guess, entertain the potential of letting these CACs meet in their preferred location if it's available. We have had the Southwest group ask for this since the beginning. They would like to meet in the Carolina Pines Community Center, and then the Hillsborough Wade. They did get to meet briefly in JC, and they would like to return there. So I just want to put that out there. I know we want to be careful and think about equity across all of our districts, but just in this particular case, I feel like customer service is not kind of being thought through, and I want to make sure that the center we're offering is of use and of desire from our groups. That is a motion, but I'm also happy to have some discussion if folks would like to chat about it.
I would love to chat about it for just a second. I just wanted to share an email concerning this that I sent to the RCAC leadership. If you're watching right now, I used to be the chair for the RCAC, and so I do want to just be transparent in my thought process on this. My concern is that the request goes beyond what our engagement and Parks Department have said they can accomplish. I understand that there's disagreement, but it goes beyond just space availability, and it enters into equity issues since CACs are the only group with access to free space. Another area of opportunity is in the structure that has been set up for the community to be part of our community engagement board. The process should be for community groups to be heard by the community engagement board first. After a decision is made, it then moves to council as a recommendation. I know a few CAC leaders, past and present, hold a seat on this board, and I'm interested in learning why this avenue wasn't chosen. As the chairperson who kept CACs in the mind of council at every meeting I spoke at, I hope you all understand how much I admire and love our organization. I wouldn't be on council if it weren't for the CAC network. However, I'm in a position now where I have to look out for more than just one organization. We have groups reaching out to us for free access to spaces, and my response is to put them in contact with the CAC network. Wouldn't it be great for community groups who are already doing fabulous work to join with CACs that have been out of commission for over 3 years? I hope these connections can lead to the revitalization of the whole CAC community instead of piecemeal, and I want to build the foundation that will outlive us, and we need to strengthen our voice with additional leaders who are already out there in the community. We need CACs to evolve. What the city did was horrible, but we're still here. There are so many beautiful parts to CACs, but there were some not so great parts as well. And this is an opportunity for both entities to grow together. That means having difficult conversations when we aren't going to agree, and that's okay. Let's create a path for an ongoing discussion directly with council. So I really advise to go through the paths that we've created through these boards and commission so that we can have these discussions, because I feel that going out and just voting, it gives us that inequity, as other groups have also asked us for those space, and we can't give it to them. So that's my thoughts, and that's what I shared with the CAC network, and to why I can't support that motion.
Can we hear from community engagement staff or park staff a little bit more about, one, like where things stand with the engagement network and where that stands, and then maybe a little bit of the analysis that was done on which centers were opened up when we first started working on this?
Can I make a suggestion? We're running really late as it is, and we've got a lot more to do. Normally, we don't make a motion from the table. Why don't we bring this back next time for discussion and then follow up with that information, because I think that's important information to have, and then we can have a discussion on that. But follow up in the manager's report with those details. I'm just trying to move things along a little bit.
I just wanted to say I did second. I want to second Jane's motion. I don't know if that leads to a vote, but I'm just going to put that out there.
Councilmember Melton.
I realize I may have a little more energy because I arrived later than everyone, and I don't want to stretch this out because I was in court most of today. Well, I kind of agree with both comments I heard. I do think that there's an equity issue, and I'm very interested in getting other groups that are interest-based and certainly nonprofits access to community centers. But I do, in a way, sort of feel that the decisions about where groups are meeting feels a little arbitrary. I know one of the groups, for example, was meeting at JC because their designated community center wasn't available, and then when it became available, they were shifted away from JC over to the designated community center. And so I just don't want the staff or the community engagement office to feel like the direction we had previously given is limiting their ability to be flexible. And so I would support, one, this coming back to us next meeting so we can get an update, but in the interim, if there's a request to use a certain community center and it's available, I don't see why we couldn't fulfill that request just in the interim.
I'm going to have the city manager address that.
So I think Ms. Hinton was walking to the podium to address that. You will recall when we brought this item forward earlier in the year that there was some concessions made from staff and PRCR, as well as part of the conversation, the ongoing conversation and community engagement about what facilities would be available based on bookings, based on programming, things that were already fully committed. It's not saying that we can't pivot and be flexible. However, we built this model around what was available to not compromise the programming that was already being planned for through PRCR. So although there may be a facility that is closer, that might be more appealing to some members of the CAC, there are also some programmatic and staff resource issues associated with each of those facilities. And staff spent a great deal of time to come up with those 6 venues so that we would be able to, at least in this year, start the process of having that public space free again. And then moving forward, Ms. Hinton, as part of her engagement process, and next year we'll be able to bring forward some additional opportunities, not just just for CACs, but other nonprofits and other community groups that also have made several requests to us for free space as well. So we are working on it, and Ms. Hinton, if you wanted to add anything to that, or Mr. Bentley.
Okay.
So my suggestion would be is we put this, consider it on a future calendar. But I would like you to share specific information.
And then the motion still holds.
I would wait and let us get that information.
I'm going to keep my motion. Got a second? I'd like to see.
All in favor? Opposed? The motion fails.
Good.
Okay. Councilmember Ford.
I thoroughly enjoyed my recess. But I will say, the one issue I want to raise or bring up, seeking some additional information from the city manager's office. We had talked earlier about the possibility of having porta johns and trash cans placed at homeless encampments that are located on government facilities. I want to add to that request the possibility of doing mobile showers as well. And this may be something that we could partner with the county on, but there are like these mobile shower units that could be moved around. One of the things that I've heard since, working with the task force is that there are folks who are in some of the encampments who don't make it to Oak City Cares. They don't come back into the downtown proper area of the city. So if we could get some mobile services out to some of these encampments, particularly the shower facilities, to give folks access to getting some showers and have an opportunity to, take baths and stuff, I think that'd be important. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Jones.
All right, I'll try and be quick. I had a great break until I broke my ankle, so that wasn't fun, but the rest of it was great, so it's glad to be back.
You had a great break, and then the big break.
And then the big break happened, and then it wasn't
Yeah.
so fun. I have a few requests for staff that I'll go through really quickly. But first, I want to say and echo what we talked about at the beginning. Great work from staff in the city on in the City of Raleigh Museum on our 50 years of hip hop celebration. Wasn't able to stay long, but it was a fantastic time. So I just wanted to echo that. Another thought is I've been thinking about Dix Park and the difference in the projected cost and the actual bid price for the Plaza Play project. I'd like to ask the city attorney to look at alternative ways to deliver what the master plan calls for, and then look at a governing structure to oversee that. If we can do that, that'd be great. Parks Department, can you please bring back information either through a manager's report or a council item on what our plans are for the invasive species program? I know council will be partnering with you for an invasive species removal in the fall after having to reschedule from the spring, but I'd like to understand the plan a little bit better. For planning, I would like to ask if planning can show council the data since Missing Middle 2.0 was approved and map out how many cases have gone through the staff review process. Of those that have gone through, can you please note how many have been for affordable units and how many were for market rate? And then lastly, this one just came up today as we were in our meeting, so I wrote it as we were here, but I'm really interested in hearing what council feels about the word guaranteed. In the spring, we voted to guarantee the public 3 minutes to speak to us. We sent it through the community engagement board, and they did the work that the community wants this. How is it possible to guarantee something to the public and then take it back? We saw today that residents have grave concerns that council needs to hear, and at the same time told them that we didn't want to hear everything they had to say. In the end, 21 people did not speak, so we saved 30 minutes. Was it worth it? I understand we can't know who will and won't come to public comments, but that's a chance we guaranteed that we were going to take. And I'm extremely disappointed in displaying to the public that we'll go back on our word. I also don't understand why, when the suggestion to change our mind, why we didn't give a more complete and more comprehensive explanation as to why those who wanted to change it needed that change. I will use roughly the same phrasing that my fellow counselor used at our June 20th meeting to say, I am here for the people and will stay here as late as necessary to accomplish that goal. If anyone's mind has changed, please help me and the community understand your reversal. Thank you, that's all.
Mayor Pro Tem?
A few things. One, I know in December, neighborhoods is going to come back with their plan for housing. I ask that we focus a little bit more on home buyers. Purchase, we do a lot of rezoning cases and their rental properties, but a lot of people really want to purchase. So what can we do to find ways to help with home ownership a lot more? I know we have the first time home buyers program, but what else is out there? Also looking at our rehab support, how can we make sure that it's being used? If we can get an update in the manager's report of how we did last year as far as our rehab program and who used it. My second item is many residents brought this up today. I actually had a meeting with Miss Octavia Rainey, as well as some other community members, as well as with city staff, to talk about Fourth Ward. And I will ask that our staff work, I don't know which department is the best fit, so I'm just gonna say staff, work with the community to see what can we do to recognize Fourth Ward and South Side and how we move forward. It's not in District C, but it's a history of District C. District C came out of Fourth Ward. So if we can figure something out, that would be great. My next 4 items all have one theme: safety. The first one is our transit center. I know staff is working on some things with the transit center, but we need to act a lot sooner and a lot faster. We've had too many issues there that really need to be addressed.
Corey, I'll just tell you that work is already being done.
Okay. So, again, the transit center, working on our transit center. If the work's being done, we need to get out to the stakeholders, to the businesses, and also to the residents. Because a lot of the residents that would love to walk through downtown, after 1 or 2 incidents, they stop. So we need to make sure that all residents, no matter their incomes, are safe. Next is not just at transit center, but on the bus. I was just on a call earlier this morning where I heard about another incident with people on the bus with switchblades. We have to find a way to make sure that anyone that gets on our bus is safe. And we need not just necessarily the riders, but also the operators, and making sure that they are safe as well. So this is something that we have to act. No, we can't wait for great new service. We got to make sure our current service is safe. Next item, Fayetteville Street cleanliness. I got another call about defecation in front of a building. I received this call yesterday afternoon on Fayetteville Street. Luckily, I was able to reach Assistant City Manager Michael Moore, and we were able to go out and address it. But we got to find a way to work with individuals who are downtown to make sure they are safe, make sure they are clean, but also making sure that, you know, property owners don't have to always foot this bill. I understand there are right-of-way issues, but cleanliness is cleanliness. Your nose knows no right-of-way. So we definitely have to address that. And lastly, this I was going to bring up, but a resident spoke to this, Fox Hollow. If we can get RPD to look at Fox Hollow, some of the issues as far as shootings, gunfire in that area, as well as look at speed. If we can have making a request for transportation to do a traffic study to look at speeding. It is a cut through. I know it's a cut through because doing the speed limit, I have gone that way to get from Creech Road to Sanford Road. So if we can just look at how we can make that a lot safer, because there are a lot of kids that play and have a good time in that area. So these are my items for today. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Branch, I just want to let you know that the chief, Marshall, I and Bill King met last week, and there's some plans already in place moving forward for private security at the transit center, cleanliness plan overview. Let's see, there were about 3 other things, but also a public and engagement concert. But also public engagement.
Being removed.
Yes.
So that's great with this part of downtown being in my district and being chair of transportation. It would be nice to be invited to the meetings. I can't show up where I don't know about.
You were on break.
I'm never on break.
Oh.
Look at my emails.
Councilmember Black.
Yes, hello. So I prepared some statements. I know it's the end of a very long day, so just, work with me. Peace and greetings, everyone. I hope you've all had a pleasant summer break and coming back ready to work for waves of positive change for our city. I think after today, I know we are. As usual, I'd like to start with an acknowledgement of a cultural moment and history lesson. This month is known as Black August, and it marks the month-long commemoration of the rich history of Black resistance. Black August honors the countless named and unnamed organizers, activists, freedom fighters, especially those inside the walls of our sprawling prison industrial complex who have been murdered, exiled, unjustly persecuted by the state, and disappeared into cages never to be seen from again. While Black August began in 1970 to mark the assassination of political prisoner, author, and revolutionary George Jackson, it also honors the legacy of Black repression and resistance in August. If you don't know, roots run deep in August, from the first enslaved Africans brought to the British North America in August 1619 to the Haitian Revolution led by enslaved Haitians in August 1791, from the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom in August 1968 to the Ferguson Uprising and the start of the Black Lives Matter movement in August 2014. Black August is an invitation to reflect on the history of Black freedom struggles, to celebrate those who have come before us, and to commit to continuing this fight for justice and liberation, a fight that continues today with me here in this seat. Last week, Councilmember Harrison and I, as you mentioned, got to travel to Germany, to our sister city of Rostock, and we got to experience all different sorts of cultures from people from all around the world. It was really amazing to participate in their Hansa Sail Festival. It's a sailing festival, so we got on a really old boat. It was really cool. While the trip was really enjoyable, we really did a lot of in-depth study of what works there, and we found out that there's a lot of parallels between Germany here and the issues that we have here, specifically around housing affordability, avenues for young individuals to enter the housing market, and suitable housing options for elderly populations on fixed income. They also have really great markets places, something I think that we can be doing here in Dix Park every weekend. They had beautiful pedestrian streets, which is something I know we've talked about a lot. And there were public toilets everywhere, literally everywhere. And I think that is a solution that we could be looking into as you're talking about defecation on the streets. People need places to go to the bathroom. But the most interesting thing was really how remarkable their public transportation was. We were able to explore both Rostock and Berlin just on trains and trams alone. And it resonated really deeply with me as we were talking about Raleigh evolving and having better transit needs across the triangle and increasing this crucial emphasis here as when we talk about accessible and sustainable transportation solution. But for me, that means also prioritizing the voices of people from the most impacted community that are over establishment status quo and NGOs that don't have a pulse on the community. So we really need to be thinking about that. We also got to meet Sven, who's going to be coming to train with our firefighters here for a month. So that's really cool. Shout out to Sven. Maybe we can have him come to council. And they also do a lot in nurturing their music community. And so nurturing a thriving artistic economy holds a really profound significance to me. A few months ago, I had the privilege of talking to Generator Music, which is a organization that's all about cultivating artists and the creative economy, and they want to come here and work with the artists we have here, specifically doing an accelerator program that gives artists $25,000 and is with the hope of them putting the money back into the economy. So I talked to Jonathan, and that's something that I really would love to talk about in our economic development committee as we're talking about cultivating artists and the economic landscape here. And, I may not be able to happen until later on in the year, but like to have that included in our Economic Development Committee.
Do we need to, I mean, I can accept it into the committee. Should we vote on it or?
Yes, if the council wants to.
Second.
All in favor?
Great. Also, during the summer, I had the privilege of receiving 2 profoundly impactful resolutions from esteemed community organizations, which I believe warrant our careful consideration. The initial resolution emerged from Refund Raleigh, a collective of impassioned young individuals in our city. They have united with a shared purpose to address police violence, economic exploitation, and advocate for a city budget that embodies the ideals of inclusivity and civic participation. Specifically, they have presented a meticulously crafted proposal for an independent mental health crisis unit. Underscoring the need for innovative practices in this space. Fortunately, we have the wonderful folks at the city who are also working to bring something back to us around the independent mental health crisis unit this fall. I would like to submit their proposal to public record and ask that as city staff is designing the proposal that they did, but it's not in public record. Put it on public record and, let's have it all merged up and look cool. The next resolution, it was a Raleigh's workers resolution. I know there's much concern about this because it involves unions and other words that we don't like, but I would like to submit the resolution to public record and ask the city attorney to get back to me within 3 months on the possibilities and legality around adopting this proposal. I'm also requesting that along with this, we follow up with the city follows up with the representatives and the proposal creators. I know the concern is that we upset the General Assembly and that they wield power and they may take away our right to legislate. But I'm really tired of hiding progress behind ill actors for our city. And I know that our constituents are tired too. I'm tired of seeing progress to people who don't live here, who don't care about workers or our community, who don't share our values and would rather continue to see people suffer because it benefits their political agenda of quote unquote woke repression. When I talked to a couple of counselors about this proposal, one asked, is this something worth fighting for if it means upsetting the dominant party in the General Assembly? And I'm saying this now, yes. Workers are always worth fighting for. I say this as a time when residents are facing ever-growing danger and hate from members of the NCGA and members of self-identifying hate groups alike. Within my district in the last few weeks, hundreds of anti-Semitic flyers have been dropped off at residents' doors. Just yesterday, another anti-Semitic hate group dropped banners and signs in several bridges in Raleigh. Hate has no place in Raleigh, and I believe that as a city councilor, it is our responsibility to protect residents from discrimination and hate speech, whether it be perpetuated by local groups targeting our residents or through legislation passed at the state level. Now, I had a few more comments about CACs, about participatory budgeting and housing, but for the sake of time, I'm not going to make them right now, but they're coming for you later on. But I do want to say, in conclusion, I'm really excited to be back. This work is often disillusioning and truly gives me anxiety because we have so many things to get right. Right now, if we want Raleigh to continue to be a great city, but also do more. But I have faith in us, and I have faith in our community, and I'm ready to work. That is all.
Councilmember Patton.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. One more thing. I'm also having community office hours September 9th and actually, let me make sure the dates are right. September 2nd and September 16th, one at North Regional Library, and one at Green Road Community Library, respectively. I will be tweeting about it, so check out the tweets. That is all.
All right. Well, it's hard to follow that. Some of my colleagues have stolen some of my thunder. I was going to also, I'll add an upvote and an exclamation mark to Councilmember Fort's request for opportunities to place like basic sanitation services where we have encamped folks on city property. And if I can add another fold to that, looking at opportunities to create safe park areas for folks who might be living in their car and need just a little extra security to make that a safer way for them to live. I appreciated or didn't appreciate the call out about not resting over break. I did a lot of things. I appreciated the time to work on constituent services and some policy work that I had wanted to do in the background. But I won't go through all the events that I attended and thank all the people. But I do really want to thank all the folks who helped make my District B Town Hall happen. We had presentations from park staff, RPD, stormwater, and transportation. Sorry, y'all, it's been a long day. But I especially wanted to uplift the council staff. They don't get quite as much face time with the public as some of our other departments, and they really worked hard to make sure that we had both Spanish and ASL translation services as well as childcare offerings. So while those services didn't get used, I think it's really important that we provided them, and so I'm really grateful to our council staff for doing that. The other item I wanted to ask, either be brought back to us in a manager's report or sent to Transportation Committee, is safety on Capitol Boulevard. Just since we've been on break, there were 3 pedestrian fatalities in roughly the same area. So it's clear that this need to respond to safety issues there is urgent. I know that our staff feels the same way and is already starting the work, but it'd be good to hear what that is, what can be done. I know that's an NCDOT managed road, but to steal a phrase from Councilmember Melton, whatever tactical urbanism, wherever we can add a streetlight or do whatever we can as swiftly as we can for the safety of our pedestrians. And that's all I got.
Can I start?
Please.
Real quick, I just want to say that the Sip and Stroll downtown, our social district, the expansion went into effect today. New signs, everything looked great. I did have some meetings with some businesses that are already asking to be included and asking us to further extend the boundary. I talked to Bill King with the Downtown Raleigh Alliance, and he feels it would be really helpful if we had a process for when we consider these types of expansions, because we obviously cannot continuously just move the boundary and reprint signs. And so I would like if staff could come up with what they think would be a good process, and maybe we have like an enrollment period once or twice a year. I think it could be similar to our annexations where there's requirements or considerations if they're contiguous, and then if they're not. And then obviously then it would still come to City Council for approval whether we would want to do the expansion. But I think some application and some predictability for business owners would be very helpful. So if we could just get that back, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. And I pretty much said what I had to say today. It was a big day with PNC Arena, the convention center hotel, getting that passed. A lot of work went into it. But this is a huge win for our city and our region. Really excited about that. So thank you, everyone, for your work. And now, Cassidy, we're on to appointments.
Good evening. All right, let's just jump into it. Can't speak anymore. Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 1 alternate vacancy, community category. Abigail Mulry received 6 votes, so would be appointed. Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 1 alternate vacancy, professional member category. Councilmember Patton nominated Brendy Vega, so that will appear on your next ballot for consideration. Historic Cemeteries Advisory Board, 1 regular vacancy, no nominations. That will be carried over to your next ballot. Human Relations Commission, Jakari Clayton, 2 votes. Jamie Lynn Robinson, 3. Harriet Worley, 3. So that will be coming back on your next ballot. Human Relations Commission, 1 regular vacancy. Robert Courts received 5 votes, and Thomas McAllister received 3. So Mr. Courts would be appointed. So your regular vacancy is filled there. Police Advisory Board, 2 alternate vacancies. Jaden Grimes received 4 votes. Timothy Guthrie received 3. Cole McMullen, 5, so would be appointed. And Ryan Torrey, 3. So your remaining alternate vacancy with those 3 remaining names will appear on the next ballot. Raleigh Transit Authority, 1 alternate vacancy, no nominations. That will be carried over to your next ballot. Down to nominations, Board of Adjustment, 1 alternate vacancy. This is a reminder to submit suggestions to the county for consideration. The individual must reside within the ETJ. There was a suggestion made at your last meeting. However, it was determined that the person did not meet the eligibility requirements of the ETJ, so it was not submitted to the county. Civil Service Commission, 1 regular vacancy. The term of Tom McCormick is expiring, and he would like to be considered for reappointment, and his attendance information is in the packet.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
All right, Community Engagement Board, 1 regular vacancy, longtime resident slot. This was announced during the last meeting. This is a staff-nominated slot, and they are recommending, and that was after the resignation of a member, they're recommending the appointment of Matt Golden to fill the vacancy, so it would be appropriate for the council to confirm the selection.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Greater Raleigh Convention and Visitors Bureau, 1 regular vacancy at-large slot. The term of Sharat Nagaraj is expiring. He would like to be considered for reappointment, and there's also letter support from the Bureau in the agenda packet.
Move for approval.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Historical Resources and Museums Advisory Board, 3 regular vacancies. The terms of Jenny Harper, Jane McGregor Ford, and Audrey Morgan are all expiring, and they would all like to be considered for reappointment.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Because I didn't see all hands.
Aye.
Okay.
Raleigh Sister Cities, 1 regular vacancy. The term of Jimena Uribe is expiring, and she would like to be considered for reappointment.
Move for approval.
All in favor? Aye. Okay.
Substance Use Advisory Commission, we have received a resignation from Ryan Johnson, so that vacancy will be appearing on your next ballot. And that is it.
Okay. City Attorney?
No report.
Clerk?
July 5 minutes for consideration of approval.
Move for approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All right. We have a closed session motion here. Motion is in order to enter closed session pursuant to GS 143-318-11A3 to consult with the city attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege. GS 143-318-11A4 to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses within the city, including consideration of economic development incentives that may be offered to entities considering such an expansion. GS 143-318-11A5 to instruct city staff concerning the position be taken on behalf of the city council in negotiating the price and other material terms of a contract or proposed contract for the acquisition of real property. GS 143-318-11A6 to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual public officer or employee or prospective public officer or employee. So moved. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
What have 50 Cent doing?
We have returned from closed session where we directed staff on the items that were listed in the closed session memo. And now we have something more pleasant to end the day with. Karen, could you stand up? I'm going to make a motion that we appoint Karen McDonald as our new city attorney effective September 25th, 2023. And I'm asking council to authorize me to sign and execute the agreement.
Second.
We're fighting about that. Stormy, I
Let
think,
Stormy have
got it in there.
Legal.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I know that it's been a very long day for all of you. I just want to thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to seeing you late in September and working with all of you.
Well, now that you've been here all day today and you saw the length of this meeting, are you still coming?
You know, I told the staff, y'all were hazing me.
Wait a minute, you got some Divine Nine members up here, so that we can
Right. Yes, that's why I said that. That's why I said that. I am still coming. I will say, in where I'm from, Fayetteville, they start their meetings at 7. And I have started some meetings with the child one age and ended with the child another age. So at least we're still in the same day. So,
Okay.
But again, thank you so much.
Well, welcome to Raleigh. We'll look forward to seeing you on September 25th in your new capacity. And thank you, council. And now I get to say this. The meeting.
Wait.
Oh, the meeting.
Dottie, we would like to thank you for all of your hard work.
Oh, yes.
Dottie.
I was waiting for that for when the official step happens.
Are we adjourning? Because the retreat is the 26th.
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
Okay, so are we officially adjourning, or are we recessing until we get together for the retreat?
Dottie, is that a recess or?
Are we adjourning? If we, oh, it's a long day. So if you adjourn until the retreat, then we will have given public notice for that, and you would not have to re-notice. So you may adjourn until the retreat.
So move.
And we just specify the 26th
26th of August.
at 9 a.m.
Okay. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Welcome.